After the snow lady left, Ice Snow Chuling looked at Hanfei in shock and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Yang Palace Master." Hanfei was really not used to the salute of Ice Snow Chuling. Hanfei couldn't help but smile. "You can either call me Hanfei or the Ninth Immortal Master." "Yang Palace Master? It sounds awful." "Ice Snow Chuling." Hanfei asked, "What is the land of King Death?" Ice Snow Chuling said, "In the raging sea in the past, humans sailed to the east. At that time, sea demons, giant beasts, and the undersea human race also participated. However, the kings once had a great battle, and the cause was unknown. At that time many kings died, and the place where the kings died became a dangerous place. Those who were not heavenly talents almost all died if they rashly entered." Hanfei realized that this might be the war among the heavenly palaces that King Ba mentioned. As for why this place had become a dangerous mystic place, it was easy to understand. For example, the Blood Sea Divine Wood City had become a danger zone now. And this danger zone was actually caused by the battle between him, Queen Life, the White Armor Emperor, Shui Fan, and the Divine Sun. Hanfei asked, "Are there many opportunities there?" "Of course. In fact, some people became kings there back then, and some didn't. Many treasures were buried with them. It's said that many of those treasures came from an unparalleled secret realm in the east." Hanfei knew what secret realm she was talking about. It was the place where his mother and old Han dug the tree and escaped, as King Ba mentioned. However, in Hanfei's memory, even venerables should be able to go to that place. And this land of King Death was obviously not that secret realm, but a place where people fought for treasures. Hanfei smiled. "In that case, help me get an identity. It'll be convenient for me to enter and exit the ice snow world. If I want to participate in the exploration of the land of King Death, I'm afraid I have to have a decent identity." Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly. "My teacher will arrange it. The result will be out soon." Hanfei nodded and said, "By the way, do you know which heavenly palace the Heavenly Desolate City used to belong to?" "Heavenly Desolate City?" Ice Snow Chuling couldn't help but look at Hanfei. "That's the main city of the Ashless World. The king of the Ashless World died in the land of King Death. They even disappeared from the raging sea earlier than the Yin-Yang world. No one knew where they had gone." Ashless World? Hanfei didn't have a deep impression of this heavenly palace. When old Han explained this world to him, he only felt that it might be somewhat connected to the infinity water. After Ice Snow Chuling left, Hanfei closed his eyes and pondered for a while. The Ashless World is not in the raging sea? He still had no clue about rebuilding the heavenly desolate city. But he was not in a hurry. After all, he hadn't even found Xia Xiaochan yet. Now that he had left the wild abyss and the merman race was just in the inner domain, he wondered if he would meet Xia Xiaochan in the land of King Death. Thinking of this, Hanfei was very excited. He wondered how much Xia Xiaochan had grown after decades. Be it spiritual energy, or resources, the outer domain was far superior to the Yin-Yang world. Xia Xiaochan had a growth-type spiritual heritage and had awakened a strange heavenly silkworm. At this moment, she must be at least a venerable. 3 days passed. The Snow Lady went out in a carriage, followed by countless people, and ice phoenixes drove the carriage for her across the sky, shocking the entire ice snow world. What was the purpose of such a grand trip? A man wearing a cold mask suddenly appeared. At this moment, Hanfei stood proudly in the void and the ice snow lotus throne hovered under his feet. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 saber shadows condensed into a huge ice snow phoenix and followed him. Ice Snow Chuling came to Hanfei's side in one step, holding the ice jade edict in her hand, and announced, "Today, there are two things to announce to the world. Firstly, the heavenly secrets have revealed that the Holy Child has arrived, and his name is Shuizhan. From today on, he will enter the Snow God's temple and will be second only to the king." At this moment, Hanfei stood proudly in the sky with a cold mask on his face. His strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm. Many people had investigated him. However, no one could find any information about him. Hanfei's voice echoed in the air. Secondly, because the Golden Crow World's king candidate, Jin Quan, died, the Holy Maiden is very grieved, so she won't find a fiancé again for 1,000 years. Some people from the Golden Crow World were still in the Ice Snow World. Seeing this scene, their expressions were extremely ugly. Good, very good. What an Ice Snow World. Lord Jin Quan had just died, and in order to not fulfill the engagement, they suddenly had a holy child? Someone gnashed his teeth. And the king of the Ice Snow World took him into the Snow God's temple, personally? It's obvious that she wants to fix them up, so that Ice Snow Chuling doesn't have to marry another heavenly talent from our Golden Crow World. It was a good excuse. Since Jin Quan had died, the Snow Lady took a holy child into the Snow God's temple and matched him with the Holy Maiden. Although this was a slap to the face of the Golden Crow World, the people of the Ice Snow World were happy. Why did their holy lady, a woman going to become a king, have to marry someone from the Golden Crow World? Although most people didn't understand why Hanfei entered the Snow God's temple, the people in the Golden Crow World had various thoughts. Although Jin Quan was dead, there were still other heavenly talents in the Golden Crow World. To put it bluntly, the Snow Lady did not want to acknowledge this marriage, so she used Shuizhan to ruin the engagement. In any case, the name Shuizhan instantly resounded throughout the entire Snow City. While people were talking about Hanfei in the outside world, Hanfei was deducing techniques. Ice Snow Chuling had found 6 body tempering techniques for him, and Hanfei was deducing them one by one. Before, Hanfei always felt that the deduction of the demon purification pot was very expensive. But now, he realized that he had only spent 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and 66 wisps of chaotic chi to deduce the 6 great techniques to the peak of the venerable realm. He had 2 million ultra-quality spiritual stones on him. How could he be short of this? It was nothing to him. Hanfei finally had 10 body refining techniques. They were respectively, Ancient Desolate War Body, Lightning Explosion Hammer, Lightning Body, Heavenly Fire Body, Ice Demon Body, Slaughter Mystic Art, Snow Demon Body, White Wave War Body, Water Demon Tao Body, Moon Questioning Golden Body. These 10 techniques were Hanfei's last hope. Excited, Hanfei gritted his teeth. Fuse. In the past, Hanfei could get the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance by fusing 3 great techniques, which was a great technique even in the outer domain. This time, they were all venerable level divine quality techniques. None of them were ordinary. He didn't believe that he couldn't even get one powerful body tempering technique. Fuse. Hanfei was surprised to find that this fusion would consume billions of spiritual energy, 100 wisps of chaotic chi, and a drop of essence blood. At this point, he certainly had to pay the price. 10 billion points of spiritual energy was not much. Back then, it cost him 500 million or 1 billion points of spiritual energy to deduce a single great technique. In Han Fei's opinion, it was not much and only equal to about 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Although the 100 wisps of chaotic qi made Han Fei's heart ache, he couldn't care less now. However, what surprised Han Fei was that it needed a drop of his essence blood to deduce the technique. But now, Han Fei couldn't care less. He directly deduced it. Deduce. Ka. The Tao of fusion also required spiritual energy. When the ultra-quality spiritual stones collapsed one after another, Han Fei felt that his chaotic qi was disappearing too. A drop of essence blood flew out of his glabella and flew to the demon purification pot. Han Fei didn't know that at that moment, raging waves were rising in the outer sea. In the sea near the ice-snow world, a huge storm was condensing. After half an hour in Forge the Universe, a great technique appeared in Han Fei's mind. Purity mystic body, ultra-quality, sea establishment realm. Description: the body is pure and the mind is clean. Use spiritual energy, demonic energy, chaotic energy, and mystic yellow energy to nourish the body. And get rid of impurities to refine a purity divine body. This technique is ranked 998th among all the body tempering techniques in the infinite ocean. Shortcoming: requires a lot of extreme pure energy. Deduction cost: 1,000 wisps of chaotic qi. Note: this technique can be cultivated in any realm. Han Fei? Han Fei had a weird look on his face. 10 divine quality body refining techniques for this? Only ranked 998th in the sea establishment realm? Then, what about in the sky opening realm and the longevity realm? Of course, it could not be said that this technique was not strong. It ranked in the top 1,000 anyway, and there were almost 30 million races in the infinite ocean. From this perspective, was it weak? Clearly, it was not weak. Moreover, the purity mystic body could still be deduced, but it required 1,000 wisps of chaotic qi. This made Han Fei's heart ache. He only had a total of 1,273 wisps of chaotic qi left. He was not even willing to use them on the time chain, so he certainly would not be willing to use them to deduce the purity mystic body. Han Fei sighed. Fine, I'll practice it first. At least it's better than the supreme mystic body. The appearance of the purity mystic body meant that Han Fei could refine his body again. Han Fei had nothing but ultra-quality spiritual stones. With so many ultra-quality spiritual stones to refine the purity mystic body, it was only a matter of time before he reached the limit of a half-king. As soon as Han Fei entered the snow god's temple, no one could find him at all, not even Ice Snow Chuling. 2 months later in Forge the Universe, Han Fei's nose was almost bleeding. Han Fei had thought that the spiritual energy contained in ultra-quality spiritual stones was pure enough. However, after cultivating the purity mystic body, he found that the ratio of pure energy in an ultra-quality spiritual stone that was required by the purity mystic body was only about 1%. Han Fei was very disappointed. He could have absorbed 10 billion points of spiritual energy with 10,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones, but now he could only absorb 100 million points of pure spiritual energy. Han Fei had no choice but to use the remaining 9.9 billion points of spiritual energy to expand Forge the Universe. This expansion took 2 months, expanding the space in Forge the Universe to a radius of 270 kilometers. Besides, as Hanfei's cultivation continued, this expansion would continue. Fortunately, what gave Hanfei a pleasant surprise was that the ice snow lotus throne was indeed a mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. In just 2 months, with the help of pure spiritual energy, Hanfei had achieved twice the result with half the effort in cultivation. This day, Hanfei was still cultivating. Suddenly, he felt that his body was desperate for energy. Hanfei subconsciously saw chaos in his eyes. In addition, Hanfei felt that his 5 senses, his lifespan, and his life potential had suddenly changed drastically. Huff. This feeling lasted for 3 seconds. Hanfei couldn't help but look at his information. Owner, Hanfei. Level, 89, Peak Venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 3,460,564th. Chaotic Chi, 1,273 wisps. Spiritual Power, 209,681. Perception Range, 120,000 kilometers. Strength, 23,906 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 78. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 75. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. The first thing Hanfei noticed was that his realm had dropped. Yes, he had actually fallen from the half-king realm to the peak of the venerable realm. What Hanfei had been worried about finally happened. This bloodline devouring technique was powerful, but he still became a peak-level venerable from a half-king. In any case, Hanfei didn't want to see it happen. Once his realm dropped, it meant that he had to make breakthroughs again. Then, in order to break through to the half-king realm, he risked his life to cultivate the indestructible overlord body. Now, after he devoured 3 bloodlines in a row, his realm had dropped. The only thing that made Hanfei glad was that his overall strength was not weakened. First of all, his bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean had increased by more than 600,000. Considering the fact that there were over 30 million races in the Infinite Ocean, 600,000 might not be much, but it meant 600,000 races. In a short period of time, he had actually increased his bloodline ranking by more than 1.6 million. How exaggerated was that? Besides, Hanfei knew very well that as long as he could keep devouring stronger bloodlines, the inhuman bloodline growth speed would continue. After increasing by more than 1.6 million, Hanfei's realm finally dropped. In fact, Hanfei was already strong enough. This meant that Hanfei's potential was 1 level higher than before. Then, he looked at the other information, the increase in spiritual power. Should be the feedback after he killed 3 half-venerable kings, peak level venerables, and advanced venerables in a row. After all, the increase in bloodline was only a huge increase in potential and could not directly affect the power of the soul and strength. Ev. 2 VCI. However, the improvement of his bloodline power seemed to be able to affect Hanfei's perception range. His realm had fallen, but Hanfei's perception range had increased by 20,000 kilometers. At this point, Hanfei's perception range might have reached the sea establishment realm. In terms of strength, Hanfei had increased it by about 2,200 waves. Among them, only a small portion was brought about by the improvement of his bloodline. Most of them were because he cultivated the purity mystic body. Cultivating the purity mystic body, as the name suggested, was to forge the body into a pure, flawless body. Even his golden body, from the perspective of the purity mystic body, could not be considered a complete golden body before it was thoroughly transformed into a golden body. As for Han Fei, his bone marrow hadn't been turned into golden marrow, which was a big drawback from the perspective of the purity mystic body. In the past 2 months, Han Fei had digested most of the power released by the old turtle only by rinsing his body with spiritual energy. However, he hadn't even completed the first step of cleansing himself. Huff. At this moment, Han Fei hesitated. Should he continue to devour the bloodline? If he did, he would have to devour a king-level bloodline. If he swallowed another bloodline, his realm might drop to the advanced, venerable level. In fact, he could increase his bloodline level in any realm. Even if he had transcended the tribulation and become a king, he could continue to improve his bloodline. And the difference in combat power between kings and those below the king realm was too great. Although he could keep devouring bloodlines in the venerable realm, when facing a king, he could barely fight him for a few seconds. In the end, he was not a true match for a king. Han Fei struggled a bit at this question. In the end, Han Fei decided to devour another bloodline. After all, he still had to stay in the snow god's temple for half a year. If he cultivated and forged the universe, it would be 8 years in the outside world. In these 8 years, he could devour bloodlines while cultivating. In just 2 months, his strength had increased by more than 2,000 waves. Then, 8 years later, Han Fei couldn't tell what he could do with the purity mystic body. Han Fei glanced at the information. Clans in the Infinite Ocean, 296202223. Master, the 5,065,890th. Nearby bloodlines, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab, Ancient Azure Dragon. Golden Crow Divine Blood, Time Dragon Carp, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish. Recommended Bloodline, Ancient Essence Shell, King Ba Crab. Seeing the recommended bloodlines, Han Fei knew that he could only swallow these two. If he guessed right, these two should be of the same level and were both in the king realm. However, the King Ba Crab was clearly more talented than the White Armor Emperor. Therefore, Han Fei chose the bloodline of the King Ba Crab and swallowed it. A moment later, when the shadow of a small crab appeared in Han Fei's dantian, 4,521 days appeared in the information. Han Fei had a weird expression. Sure enough, he guessed right. The higher the level of the bloodline he swallowed, the longer it would take. He thought that 8 years should be enough for him to complete this bloodline devour, right? But now, it seemed that 8 years was not enough. It would take more than 12 years to devour and absorb the King Ba Crab's bloodline. Han Fei smiled bitterly. After this deduction, even if he was given a chance to devour higher-level bloodlines, he would choose to give up. Compared to the current improvement of his bloodline, he was more eager to become a king. The increase in bloodline was only an increase in life level and potential. No matter how strong his potential was, it was still potential and could not be directly converted into combat power. However, it would be different if he became a king. How many times would his strength increase? At that time, he would be able to kill anything in his way. But now that Han Fei had swallowed it, he could only work hard to cultivate and become a half-king again as soon as possible. In this way, his level wouldn't drop again after the next bloodline devoured. Han Fei thought that his life of bitter cultivation had begun. However, as soon as Han Fei began to draw spiritual energy to cleanse his body, the old turtle spoke after only 3 days in Forge the Universe. The old turtle said, "Why don't you stop cultivating for a while? Many people seem to be causing trouble outside your house." Buzz. Han Fei recovered from his cultivation and found the purity mystic body too. Awesome. Coupled with the ice snow lotus throne, in just 3 days, his life level had actually increased by 100 waves. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he returned to the Half-King realm. Han Fei said impatiently, "Someone is causing trouble outside my house? Are you kidding me? I'm in the Snow God's temple." The old turtle said, "It's the Snow God's temple. Although you're not affected, if these people clamor outside every day, people will doubt your identity as the holy child of the Snow God's temple." Han Fei frowned. "Fine, let me take a look." Swish. Han Fei appeared in this desolate palace. As the name suggested, the Snow God's temple was snowing all year round. Everyone was wearing snow-white cloaks. Han Fei lived in a courtyard that only those close to the Snow Lady could stay in. There was a powerful seal outside the courtyard. The courtyard was like a normal courtyard. Apart from the snow around, the biggest difference from the central holy city of the Inyang world was that there were many snow patterns here. Han Fei heard a lot of voices. Someone shouted, "Holy Child Shuizhan, come out. Shuizhan, let's compete for Holy Lady Chuling with our own abilities. If you don't come out and say something, we'll block the door every day." "Shuizhan, I admit that you're the Holy Child. However, you have to convince us. Come out and fight us. Come out and fight." Buzz. Ice Snow Chuling arrived at this time and countless people outside bowed. "Greetings, Holy Lady." Ice Snow Chuling was slightly angry. "I told you that Shuizhan is cultivating in seclusion. Why do you clamor outside his house every day?" Someone said, "None of us knows Shuizhan. We believe in the appointment of the Snow Lady, but we have to be convinced." Someone said, "I'm also a peak-level venerable. I'd like to invite him to fight me." Han Fei shook his head slightly. These people. It seemed that his identity came too easily. He had to show them what he was capable of. Han Fei took out an ice mask and covered his face. Outside, dozens of high-level venerables were shouting. People were watching from all directions. Someone sighed. "It's been several days. Will our holy child keep avoiding the battle?" Someone shook his head. "That's outrageous. How can we trust his ability if he keeps avoiding the battle?" Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared quietly on the high wall. "You guys are really annoying. Since you want to lose, then come at me. Together." When Han Fei appeared, everyone fell silent. Han Fei was mysterious in their eyes, not to mention that he was wearing a mask. Ice Snow Chuling felt her head swell. "You're the 9th immortal master. Are you really going to fight?" Buzz. In an instant, the people were in an uproar. There were dozens of peak-level venerables here. How could they tolerate Han Fei's insult? Someone's face turned ugly. "Holy Child, who has the same status as Holy Lady Chuling, wears a mask all day long. Why? Are you afraid to show your face?" Someone said in a cold voice, "I heard that the Holy Child is very strong, but isn't it too humiliating to ask us to fight him together?" Someone echoed, "That's right. Although we are not as strong as Holy Lady Chilling, we are among the strongest in the Snow God's temple." How can Master Holy Child look down upon us? Someone shouted, I'm Fan Biao, a peak-level venerable. Please fight me. Master Holy Child. Ice Snow Chuling sighed in her heart. She hoped that nothing bad would happen. After all, the dignity of a king could not be violated. Han Fei put his hands behind his back and chuckled indifferently. In that case, come at me together. Let's finish it today, lest you bother me again. In the distance, a half-king snorted. How arrogant. How can such a person become the Holy Child? A passerby said indifferently, the Holy Child who was chosen by the Snow Girl. Must be more than that. Let's keep watching. At the peak of the venerable realm, very few people in the Snow God's temple could compete with Han Fei. Except for the half-king, there were only more than 30 peak-level venerables. Almost all of them were here today. In front of Han Fei, the void was torn apart, but no one saw any movement from Han Fei, which surprised them slightly. Before Han Fei went in, he said indifferently, come on in, all of you. I'm very busy. Everybody was infuriated by Han Fei's contemptuous and arrogant attitude. He was a peak-level venerable too. Do you think you're a king? Let's go and meet him. Humph. I want to see how powerful he is. Let's go together. I want to see what kind of person is worthy of becoming the Holy Child. Swish. 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 One peak-level venerable after another left. When these peak-level venerables moved, many advanced venerables and even intermediate venerables in the entire Snow God's temple broke through the void to watch the battle, let alone half-kings. Even in the heavenly palace, the Snow Lady was looking at the void. Although these people were definitely not Han Fei's match, since Han Fei pretended to be a peak-level venerable, he couldn't use too much power beyond that level. Then, this battle would be interesting. In the void, Fan Biao held a Vajra silver rod. The rod trembled slightly, and there were overlapping shadows. It looked quite powerful. Han Fei glanced at these people. I'll give you another chance. Come at me. Together. Maybe you'll have a chance. Ah. Don't underestimate me, Phantom Rod. Bang. Fan Biao attacked. The void behind him collapsed, and the rod's shadow swept over. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rod shadows appeared in the sky. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It was just a rod attack, created with high-frequency vibration. It was no better than his Monkey King's 3,000 sticks. Faced with such a violent strike, Han Fei gently stretched out a hand under the shocking shadows. Boom. The venerables. At that moment, although the void behind Han Fei was shattered, Han Fei stood proudly in the void, still indifferent and emotionless. Crack. Crack. Han Fei grabbed it with one hand and crushed the terrifying rod shadow. Hiss. Someone secretly exclaimed, this person's physique is so strong. He withstood Fan Biao's phantom rod with a single hand? Someone swallowed. It turns out that this person is an expert in body refining. It's indeed rare for a body refiner to reach such a realm. A half-king said indifferently, his physique is even stronger than that of an ordinary half-king. Someone said stubbornly, although his physique is strong, it is only physique. Let's wait and see his combat ability. In the field, Han Fei casually waved his hand in the air. Chi La. A void saber light and a dazzling invincible intent instantly crossed the sky and slashed at Fan Biao. Fan Biao suddenly retreated and counterattacked. Clang. 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 The sound of colliding rang hundreds of times. Fan Biao's hands were covered in blood, and he almost tried his best to barely block Han Fei's casual attack. Fan Biao was shocked. One strike was enough to make him sink into the mud. He almost couldn't fight back. Chi La. However, just when Fan Biao thought that he had blocked Han Fei's attack, the void trembled, and Han Fei appeared directly behind him. Oh no. Puff. Many people were shocked. Han Fei grabbed the void crack with his hand, froze the time and cut at Fan Biao in an instant. With one slash, Fan Biao was cut into two. And Han Fei acted as if he had done something trivial. He still put his hands behind his back and said disdainfully, "If I can cut your body in half, I can stop you from being reborn with a drop of blood. As I said just now, you'd better come at me together. It's more interesting with more people." Fan Biao was shocked. Perhaps other people's feelings were not as deep as his own. In the beginning, he did not use his great Tao, because it was his trump card. However, when he received Han Fei's attack, he knew that he would never have the chance to use his great Tao again. If he didn't resist, he would be killed instantly. When Ice Snow Chuling saw this scene, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. Although she could also defeat Fan Biao at the same level, it was definitely not so easy. It was almost a one-hit kill. The two of them were completely incomparable. The other peak-level venerables all had ugly expressions. Fan Biao might not be the strongest among them, but he was definitely not the weakest. Since Han Fei could defeat Fan Biao so easily, it wouldn't be difficult for him to beat them. Therefore, someone immediately responded, "Master Holy Child, since you think you can fight so many people alone, we'll just do as you want." As soon as he said this, he looked at the others and shouted in a low voice, "We've seen the strength of Master Holy Child. It's indeed unfathomable. I, Yang Zhen, am convinced, but it's really a blessing to be able to exchange blows with an expert like the Holy Child." Han Fei was even more disdainful. "If you want to gang up on me, then do it. Why do you have to find a dignified reason for yourself? This is probably a common problem for most people. They just can't quite recognize reality." To put it bluntly, they didn't want to admit they were weak. When the 30 peak-level venerables were ready, many of them had already fused with their spiritual beasts and activated their great Tao. Dozens of domains even rose. Many people were thinking, "I'd like to see how this Holy Child can break my domain." Buzz. Han Fei smiled, and infinity water flew out, forming a blade purgatory. Han Fei grinned. "I'm coming." Swish. Han Fei instantly broke through the void. The first to bear the brunt was an ice domain surrounded by icicles. These icicles could both attack and defend. Bang! The icicles shattered, and the man was sent flying 100 kilometers away. On the other side, a man was extremely fast, trying to fight Han Fei with his speed. However, when he approached Han Fei, he suddenly felt that his body became extremely heavy, and his speed suddenly slowed down. Han Fei reached out and gently cut him in half. In the end, the person still had the time to shout, "The great Tao of gravity?" In another domain, Han Fei used the great Tao of space and activated the near-at-hand technique. Swish. 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 Han Fei took the initiative to chase the person. After only 3 steps, the man was caught up and pierced through by Han Fei's finger. The man was shocked. Master Holy Child is really powerful. He actually cultivates the great Tao of space too. A moment later, when Han Fei destroyed several domains easily, someone smiled bitterly. The great Tao of strength? Master Holy Child, how many great Taos do you cultivate? The 30-odd peak-level venerables seemed to be a lot of people, and all kinds of attacks covered almost everywhere. However, Han Fei's figure was too fast, and he would use the star teleportation technique from time to time. Even if Han Fei couldn't dodge it, his physique was still so strong that these people felt powerless. Everyone was lost for words. How many great Taos does Han Fei know? Don't you know that the path to becoming a king means to follow a single great Tao to the end? Someone was blown up by a punch. After he was reborn, he was horrified. What a terrifying power! A peak-level venerable has such strength. Why didn't I discover it before? Someone was shocked. Han Fei's speed, strength, and combat skills were all extraordinary. He took so many great Taos, but still reached such a level. Was this guy still human? Even Ice Snow Chilling was speechless. Is this the master of the heavenly palace in the Yin-Yang world? Why does he look so at ease when he dabbles in so many great Taos? Could it be that all heavenly masters were so heaven-defyingly powerful? In just 5 minutes, more than 30 peak-level venerables were all defeated, and the onlookers were dumbstruck. Someone sighed. There was no way to fight this battle. Someone wanted to trick the half-king into challenging Han Fei, but the half-king glared at him. If I beat him, it means that I didn't win fair and square. If I can't beat him, I'll lose face. Don't get me involved in this. Walking out of the void, Han Fei said indifferently, Huh. None of you can fight. Does anyone else want to challenge me? If not, I'm going back to cultivate. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, someone said, Master Holy Child, since you're so powerful, why don't you fight the violent hurricane this time? This time, the violent hurricane formed outside the ice snow world. If the sea shaking wind pearl falls into the hands of others, wouldn't it show that our snow God's palace has no one capable? Huh? Sea shaking wind pearl? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Ice Snow Chuling. Han Fei knew that there were violent hurricanes in the outer sea. However, Han Fei had never learned this information from those people's memories. Han Fei felt that hurricanes were common on the sea. What was so special about it? However, from the looks of it, there seemed to be some hidden secrets. Ice Snow Chuling knew that Han Fei didn't know much about the raging sea, so she explained via voice transmission, in the raging sea, violent hurricanes are very terrifying. Because the wind is too strong, the wind in the central wind domain will gather and condense into a treasure, called the sea shaking wind pearl. This pearl is very precious. After swallowing it, you can comprehend the power of the wind. However, this pearl is extremely rare and will only appear in violent hurricanes. Therefore, it has become a treasure that everyone competes for in the outer domain. Han Fei thought to himself, it's not bad to increase my speed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is this speed valuable? She was stunned for a moment and thought to herself, is the Yin-Yang world not very rich? Why does Han Fei value money so much? She responded, yes. It's valuable, but it depends on how you measure it. Some people think that it might be worth more than 10 ultra-quality divine weapons. However, for me, this bead is a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Hiss. Han Fei was shocked. He wanted this bead. Han Fei looked at the person who spoke and said leisurely, "What you said is not wrong. In that case, I'll go there. It's not because of the sea shaking wind pearl, but because we can't let others grab the treasure from our snow God's temple." I Snow Chuling was speechless. Just now, you asked about the price. Now, you said you actually didn't want the sea-shaking wind pearl? The peak-level venerables were all stunned. Is the Holy Child really going to get the pearl? Generally speaking, only half-kings dared to go to the central wind domain, where a violent hurricane was produced. However, some people also wanted to see how strong Han Fei was. Therefore, someone suggested, "Master Holy Child, the violent hurricane has formed for 5 days. In another 2 days, the wind will be at its strongest. However, it may be slightly off the route of our ice-snow world. If you can really take back the sea-shaking wind pearl, we'll be convinced by your ability." Humph. Han Fei snorted. "Do I need you to be convinced?" With that, Han Fei glanced at Ice Snow Chuling. "I'm going out for a while. But I don't like leading teams. It's meaningless for these people to go." "Hey, wait a minute. Buzz." However, before Ice Snow Chuling could finish, Han Fei had already flown away. This scene made the onlookers explode. "What do you mean it doesn't matter if we go or not? How can you insult us again?" Humph. Immediately, someone snorted. "The undersea human race, the 100 demon race, and the wind-slashing world. All the major forces must have sent many strong masters to compete for the sea-shaking wind pearl. I'd like to see how he can get it alone." Someone sneered. "Since he doesn't care about us, why should we help him?" Someone said, "We're not half-kings yet. Let's follow the half-kings to see if we can get the pearl. As for the half-king, let him count on himself." Seeing this, the Snow Lady felt that Han Fei might be too arrogant. However, it made sense. To be able to dominate the Inyang world, he might be the strongest person in the Inyang world and the Waterwood world. Han Fei indeed had the chance to look down on everyone. Unfortunately, no matter how strong Han Fei was, he was not a king yet. Since he was not a king, he was not worth being bet on. She would just wait and see. Outside the ice-snow world, about 2 million kilometers away from the ice and snow sky, this place was not on the major routes of the ice-snow world at all. However, because it was very close to the ice-snow world, it was not far. Therefore, it was not easy for venerables to get lost here. Han Fei easily found the location of the violent hurricane. However, Han Fei didn't attack directly. This violent hurricane covered a huge area, covering a radius of 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei had never heard of such a huge wind field. In the wind field, as soon as he released his perception, he found that his perception was blown away by the wind. The old turtle said, "The wind here contains the power of the great Tao." Obviously, it's the great Tao of wind. In fact, this kind of storm is very common in the age of gods and above the vast sea. This wind field is not big. It's just a small wind field. Han Fei was lost for words. "You call this small? Does your age of gods have that sea-shaking wind pearl?" The old turtle said, "The sea-shaking wind pearl they mentioned should be a wind pearl. It's a great Tao crystal that contains the great Tao of wind. It should be useful for venerables, but not for sea establishers." Han Fei thought to himself, "Whatever. As long as it's useful for venerables, I can still use it." Before Han Fei entered the wind field, he sensed a group of sharks outside the wind field. Yes, Han Fei saw it absolutely right. It was a group of sharks. These sharks looked a little like blood shadow sharks. Each of them was less than 20 to 30 meters in size. Of course, venerables could change their body sizes at will. Perhaps this was related to the habits of sharks. If they wanted to move in groups, they couldn't be too far away, so they didn't need to be too big. In fact, it was very convenient to swim with a smaller body. Sharks? Han Fei's eyes glittered. A shark in the venerable realm must contain a lot of chaotic chi. If he took all of them, the consumption of his technique deduction might be recovered. After absorbing all the ordinary dragon bones, Han Fei still had a dragon head. That was tempered by heavenly tribulation, a dragon tail, and a complete azure dragon body. However, these were still useful. The dragon head and dragon tail were top-notch materials in the sea establishment realm. They might be useful in the future. The body of the azure dragon might be able to exchange for more things with the soul of the azure dragon in the future. In addition, Han Fei had no source of chaotic chi. Little White didn't like to spit out chaotic chi, and her current realm wasn't high enough. In a month, she could only spit out a wisp of chaotic chi. It was better to hunt a few venerable level demons. As the name suggested, the 100 Demon Clan was a gathering of hundreds of demons. Outside the wind field, the 12 sharks began to transform when they approached the wind field. Under Han Fei's gaze, the sharks turned into human forms, but their heads were still that of sharks. Their upper bodies were all muscular, making them look like violent freaks. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. The shark clan is so ugly. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand what the people of the Waterwood world were thinking when they saw the people from the Inyang world. They had no other thoughts, but that they are so ugly. It was clearly a fish, but it had to become a human. In the end, it became a fish-human freak. Han Fei's black mist body approached quietly. Soon, when Han Fei approached them, he saw the relevant information. Name: Blood Shadow Shark. Introduction: a common shark species. Due to the different evolution directions, they gave up their original bodies, and became half human and half shark. Shark humans inherit the characteristics of blood shadow sharks and are extremely aggressive. They are extremely sensitive to blood. When fighting or hunting, their bodies can turn into shadows and quickly approach and hunt. Level: greater than 89, half king. Quality: rare. Chaotic chi: 306 wisps. Effect: eating it can strengthen one's chi and blood. Collectible: teeth, fins, fish bones. Absorbable. Han Fei was relieved to see the message, but then he was thrilled. They were simply a bunch of cash cows. Under normal circumstances, if these blood shadow sharks evolved completely and became real humans, the demon purification pot probably wouldn't be able to read their information. Unfortunately, this might be their highest humanoid form in the venerable realm. Therefore, Han Fei saw the amount of chaotic chi they contained. The key was that the chaotic chi could be absorbed. The chaotic chi of these guys could be absorbed. In addition to the half-king, he saw there were 3 peak-level venerables, and the rest were all advanced venerables. At this moment, Han Fei was full of excitement. However, he still scanned the area within 100,000 kilometers with his perception. After finding no one else, Han Fei decided to attack directly. Hanfei's black mist body was calmly attached to the half-king's body. As for the other 3 peak-level venerables, he only needed to send a few projections to kill them. Just as Hanfei was about to make a move, the half-king shark said, "Wait for 2 more days. When the hurricane is formed, the space in the wind field will be chaotic, and we'll set up a star net. This time, we'll take the sea shaking Wind Pearl and hunt strong masters of the human race." "Lord Blood Jade, won't this anger the human kings?" the half-king sneered. "The fierce wind pirates will deal with the human kings." Someone said, "Sir, I just don't believe in the fierce wind pirates. After all, they are also human pirates. Can we believe them?" "Heh." the half-king sneered. "You don't understand. The so-called races are not worth mentioning in front of interests. Humans have their own motives." "Huh?" Hanfei was about to attack. However, it seemed that these people had other motives. If he killed them now, wouldn't he alert the enemy? Hanfei spent 2 days on Blood Jade's body. In the past 2 days, these sharks had set up a concealment array to hide themselves. This way, they could avoid encountering humans and fighting them directly. Indeed, every time a violent hurricane was about to form, someone would come over. In the past 2 days, these sharks had basically been eating and drinking for 2 days. Occasionally, they even chatted with each other. The half-king, Blood Jade, didn't notice anything wrong. He even boasted to the other sharks, "Do you know that the land of King Death will open in half a year? At that time, blood will definitely flow like a river." In order to reduce competition, open or secret struggles began decades ago. Among humans, competition is particularly prevalent. Hanfei had been listening to the sharks bragging for 2 days. This was the first big shot Hanfei met who would tell his little brothers the whole plan. Hanfei was lost for words. Compared to the half-kings in the Yin-Yang world and the cage, this shark was probably the worst half-king he had ever seen. "You revealed all your secrets to your subordinates for no reason. Other than looking cool, what else can you get?" Anyway, Hanfei already knew their plan. The secret was that the 100 Demons clan had cooperated with the fierce wind pirates. When the violent hurricane took shape, they would set up an inescapable net to hunt the human prodigies. At this moment, they were certain that at least the heavenly talents from the wind-slashing world, the blue cloud world, and the 100 flowers world were going to attack. The purpose of the fierce wind pirates was to hunt these heavenly talents. As for the 100 demon race, they wanted the sea-shaking wind pearl and half of the plundered resources. However, in Hanfei's opinion, these so-called schemes seemed to have nothing to do with him. Hanfei didn't care about these outsiders. Hanfei only knew that this time, many people from the 100 demon race had come. If he could kill 50% of them, he would be able to collect thousands of chaotic chi, which was equivalent to thousands of dragon bones. After all, Blood Jade alone had 306 wisps of chaotic chi on him. He was simply a cash cow. 2 days passed. A conch lit up in Blood Jade's hand. Buzz. Blood Jade perked up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to attack." The sharks also perked up. Each of them took out a milky white sea cucumber like thing. Hanfei took a look, and a certain message appeared. Name, Star Silk. Introduction, it's made of shadowless ginseng, transparent sea silkworm, spirit-devouring jellyfish, star-concealing grass, and invisible bamboo. It can find and entangle a specific enemy without making a sound. It's almost impossible to detect it unless your soul power is extremely strong. Quality: one-time high-quality divine weapon. Soul attachment: shadowless ginseng. Effect: quietly lock onto the enemy's position. Recastable. Refined. Remarks: there is a certain chance for people with an extremely strong soul to discover it. Han Fei's heart did a flip when he saw it. This was a good thing. It could even actively find and lock onto the enemy. This was equivalent to planting a tracker on the enemy. Swish. 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 Suddenly, the group of sharks released these star silks as if they were flying kites. Pfft. The moment they released them, Blood Jade's body was instantly cut into several pieces. The moment the star silks were released, these sharks lost their value. Han Fei was much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the half-king was cut into pieces. When his black mist body attacked, his white mist body also attacked instantly. At the same time, 8 peak-level venerable projections of Han Fei appeared. Who are you? Run quickly. Pfft. How could they escape when Han Fei attacked? Anyone below the peak level of the venerable realm was killed in one blow. After grabbing them with the void lines, Han Fei began to devour their chaotic chi crazily. In an instant, except for Blood Jade that was cut into pieces by Han Fei, no one else survived, and they all became Han Fei's food. Han Fei didn't kill Blood Jade immediately because he wanted to see what secrets this person had in his memory. After all, a half-king had lived longer and knew more secrets. After quickly devouring the chaotic chi, soul, and vitality of the other sharks, Han Fei picked up their sun-moon shells. After finding the bamboo pieces they used to control the star silks, Han Fei controlled Blood Jade and disappeared. More than 300,000 kilometers away, Han Fei casually set up a concealment array and sneaked in. About 100 seconds later. Huff. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. The soul-searching technique was also flawed. When he looked at too many memories, they were easy to mix up with his own memory. Fortunately, Han Fei cut off part of the memories. In the so-called 100 demon race, there were various teams. Some of them were all turtles, some were shrimp soldiers, some were crabs, and some were octopuses. There were also a few teams that were composed of miscellaneous animals. These teams appeared in various places outside the violent hurricane, following the direction of the violent hurricane. Although the location of these people wasn't fixed, as long as one followed the star silks, he could probably find them. As for the other parts of Blood Jade's memory, most of them were just bragging. The status of the 100 Demon clan was not high, and it had been established for less than 40,000 years. Therefore, they had never participated in many things back then. Perhaps the kings of the 100 Demon race had participated in those things. However, how could a king easily reveal those messy past events to his subordinates? Most of the time, they would only use benefits to fool them. That was what kings would do. Although it wasn't very useful, Han Fei did see some memories about the fierce wind pirates and the 100 Demon kings. In his memory, there were as many as 12 kings in the 100 Demon race. This number shocked Han Fei. These were only the kings of a race. In addition to the 100 Demon race, there were also undersea human race, the mermen, and the giant beasts. The 100 Demon clan was just a weak force in the raging sea. They had a large number of sea demons and had their own waters. Their method of finding The way was no better than that of humans. After Han Fei completely absorbed the chaotic chi of Blood Jade, his chaotic chi soared to 406 wisps. A half-king sea demon venerable had more chaotic chi than all the remaining sea demon venerables. Han Fei was thrilled. Sure enough, hunting in the sea was really profitable. It was almost certain that he could have more than 2,000 wisps of chaotic chi after this operation. At that time, if possible, he could consider upgrading the time chain. That way, he would be able to devour King Ba's bloodline faster. Feeling Han Fei's enthusiasm and excitement, the old turtle was lost for words. Is this guy really not going to follow in my footsteps? It seems that he has completely embarked on the demonic Tao. Han Fei didn't know what the old turtle was thinking. He was sensing the bamboo pieces of the star silks, which would lead him to the people captured by the star silks. Although he didn't feel anything yet, Han Fei didn't panic at all. The violent hurricane was only this big. They would have to show up in the end. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Someone was here? It seemed that the death of the half-king and the 11 sharks had alarmed some strong masters. With a swish, Han Fei swam into the violent hurricane. The moment he entered the wind field, Han Fei let the wind pull him across the void. Huff dash. At this moment, Han Fei truly felt how strong the wind of this violent hurricane was. The kinetic energy at this moment was probably comparable to a peak level attack of a half-venerable. And this was just the periphery of the violent hurricane. According to this power, the real wind ring would probably be able to sweep across 1,000,000 kilometers. Following the wind, Han Fei used void teleportation and flew away without a trace. Even if a king came, he wouldn't be able to find Han Fei now. 5 seconds after Han Fei teleported away, a huge ship that looked like a phantom broke out of the wind field. At the bow of the ship, there was a lean man with a shiny bald head and fierce eyes. This person held a broken body in his hand and said indifferently, in just a moment, 12 venerables were killed. Did some king make a move? Impossible. It's impossible for me not to know if a king took action. The bald man said, let's enter the wind. Since we are enemies, we'll meet sooner or later. Han Fei broke through the wind. The deeper one went into the violent hurricane, the stronger the wind was. And this wind was not an ordinary wind, but a wind that contained the power of the great Tao. Of course, for the current Han Fei, this seemed meaningless. Just as Han Fei sensed that someone nearby seemed to be caught by the star silk and was about to go there, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz. A shadow of wind rushed over in the violent hurricane. It was extremely sharp and seemed to be about to enter his body. Information immediately appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Wind Demon. Introduction: Wind demons are invisible and are formed by wind. They are short-lived creatures born in storms. They rise with the wind and disappear with the wind. Wind demons are born and grow by devouring each other. The further into the eye of the storm, the stronger the wind demons are. Their ultimate goal is to swallow wind pearls and become conscious wind spirits that won't die. Level greater than 80. Quality rare. Chaotic energy 1 wisp. Edible effect inedible. Collectible Great Tao wind particles. Absorbable. Note: wind demons are invisible and formed by wind. Hiss. Han Fei was briefly stunned. A creature born in the wind? Most importantly, this wind spirit actually contained chaotic chi. This was even rarer. Ice Snow Chuling didn't even tell him. If he could keep hunting wind demons, how much chaotic chi would he get for? Nothing? Han Fei sighed. As expected of the outer domain. The resources reserves of these people were really amazing. Besides, the species in the outer domain were much more than in the Inyang world and the Waterwood world. A mere wind demon couldn't stop Han Fei. Han Fei casually slashed and killed the wind demon. A crystal clear light. Green gravel-like light spot was about to disappear in the wind. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, and information appeared in his eyes. Name: Great Dao Wind Particle. Introduction: in a place where the wind is extremely strong, the Great Dao. Particles condensed by the Great Dao of wind. Absorbing it can strengthen one's chaotic chi. Level: Venerable. Quality: High quality. Chaotic energy: 1 wisp. Note: Great Dao wind particles can be directly absorbed. Oh, just swallow it? Han Fei finally understood why there was a violent hurricane. Many people came to fight for it. Many people might not really come for the sea-shaking wind pearl, but just to hunt wind demons. For ordinary venerables, even a single wisp of chaotic chi was very rare. If one had just entered the venerable realm, he probably didn't have much chaotic chi on him. This violent hurricane would naturally become the target of all the strong masters. Han Fei just happened to meet Blood Jade and the others. In this violent hurricane, if there were many wind demons, ordinary venerables would have come to hunt. Han Fei found that some kind of perception appeared on the bamboo pieces. As long as he followed this perception, he could find the person who was caught by the star silks. Han Fei swallowed the wind particles and the old turtle said, "Let me out. I'll hunt alone." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Old Yuan, can you do it?" "Someone is hunting now." The old turtle said, "Most people can't use their perception in this wind field, but my soul power is in the Emperor realm. Those little things are no threat to me." Han Fei immediately released the old turtle. Han Fei guessed that the old turtle must have been tempted too. Seeing that the chaotic chi came so easily, how could he let go of this opportunity? Han Fei just let him and simply said, "Okay, go hunt on your own." However, the final battle will definitely break out in the eye of the storm. Don't go there. Okay. Separating from the old turtle, Han Fei continued to search for the perceptions on the bamboo pieces. In less than 5 minutes, Han Fei saw 2 venerables from the ice snow world fighting the same wind demon in the wind field. Han Fei thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's just that I came at the wrong time and didn't encounter these stronger venerables, so they were still safe and sound." When the 2 of them saw Han Fei, they were both surprised. One of them exclaimed, Holy child?" Han Fei thought to himself, "How do you know me? It seems that it's not easy to be the holy child." Han Fei nodded and pointed casually, and the wind demon's body exploded. The 2 of them were shocked. So it was that simple to kill a wind demon? Han Fei said, "Pay attention to your soul and don't let it be contaminated. I've killed more than 10 venerables of the 100 Demons clan. They seem to have some sinister plans. You don't get too close to the inner region." Hiss. He has already killed more than 10 venerables? The 2 of them looked at each other and said in unison, "Yes, Master Holy Child." Buzz. Han Fei certainly wouldn't rob them. After all, they were on his side now. He couldn't kill 2 ice snow world venerables just for a wisp of chaotic chi, right? Since he couldn't, he might as well do them a favor and show off his strength. This was the best solution. After Han Fei left, he thought to himself, it's not a good idea to search like this. He took out Blood Jade's sun-moon shell, among which were 3 star silks. Swish. 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 Han Fei used all the 3 pieces of star silk without hesitation. Almost in the blink of an eye, the star silks were attached to him. Knowing that there was an ambush, Han Fei still used himself as bait. Ordinary people didn't have such courage. Of course, Han Fei was mainly concerned about their chaotic qi. Han Fei even sensed the surroundings with his perception. Soon, he sensed an almost undetectable fluctuation on his body. It was this fluctuation that exposed his identity. An hour later, Han Fei had already gone more than 10,000 kilometers into the violent hurricane. Here, the number of wind demons began to increase. Every few minutes, he would encounter one. Some of these wind demons were fighting each other, and some pounced at Han Fei. In just an hour, Han Fei had hunted more than 50 wind demons and absorbed more than 80 wisps of chaotic qi. After all, this was no longer the outermost area. The wind demons here were stronger. After waiting for so long, Han Fei finally met a sea demon who came to hunt him. This was an advanced venerable shrimp soldier holding a shrimp spear. It suddenly jumped up, trying to sneak attack Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed the spear, used his hand as a knife, and chopped off the shrimp soldier's head and shell. Buzz. The shrimp soldier was horrified and was about to escape. However, he was surprised to find that his soul had been controlled by his opponent. Han Fei smiled and absorbed the other party's vitality and soul power while the demon purification pot swallowed the chaotic qi in the other party's body. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After a while, Han Fei abandoned the shrimp soldier in the turbulent wind and continued deeper. It seemed that the real battlefield was not in the periphery. According to Blood Jade, the goal of the 100 Demons clan and the fierce wind pirates was not ordinary venerables, but the heavenly talents among the venerables. The terrifying wind field of the entire violent hurricane only had a radius of 50,000 kilometers. Han Fei resisted the power of the hurricane and came to a place about 30,000 kilometers away from the wind field. However, as soon as he showed up, Han Fei bumped into a big ship. There was a picture of a flaming hurricane on the big ship. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Isn't this the Fierce Wind Pirates? The Fierce Wind Pirates was ranked 8th among the top 10 pirate clans. It was said that they were here to hunt the heavenly talents of the nearby heavenly palaces. Han Fei glanced around and found that there were only 7 people on the ship. However, the aura these 7 people gave Han Fei was not weak. Before Han Fei could do anything, 6 of them broke out of the void and surrounded Han Fei. Obviously, they were chasing Han Fei, and the star silks on Han Fei must have attracted them. At such a close distance, Han Fei could see their strength. Among them, there was 1 half-king, 2 peak-level venerables, and 4 advanced venerables. Moreover, there was a blood smell on these people. They must have hunted many people just now. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Although he didn't have any feelings for the humans in the outer domain, they were still humans. But the Fierce Wind Pirates actually hunted their own people? It was fine if he didn't encounter this matter, but now that he did, he had to teach them a good lesson. Someone laughed. Ha! Another peak-level venerable. This is the 3rd one. Today, we will make a fortune. The half-king said with a smile, "You're wearing a mask? Don't play tricks." Let us kill you quickly and search for our next target. This half-king's tone was quite arrogant. He didn't take Han Fei, a peak-level venerable, seriously at all. Sound waves suddenly rose. This person's great Tao was related to sound. The other venerables didn't seem to be affected. With a peak-level venerable holding a bow and someone controlling the sand, the area within 800 kilometers turned into a desert. It seemed that Han Fei was in a desperate situation. Swish. 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 Just when they thought that Han Fei wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, they saw projections descending one after another. In an instant, 6 Han Feis appeared. They were all peak-level venerables and looked exactly the same. Huh? Clones? Roar. The half-king of the fierce wind pirates exclaimed in shock. He immediately felt that his sound wave domain had been blasted away. A flash of light flashed in the void, and his soul seemed to be directly pierced. Pooh. 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 The advanced venerable was instantly pierced through, as if he had become a puppet. The two other peak-level venerables still wanted to escape. As a result, one of them was torn apart by Han Fei, and the other one, undulating in irregular gravity, was crushed by knives. The half-king was horrified. Who are you? How can these clones be so powerful? Clatter. A black ship suddenly appeared, and on the black ship, a skeleton flag appeared. Han Fei grinned. Hee hee, I'm the leader of the Avengers. Dash. The half-king was shocked and roared. Endless sound barriers blocked in front of him. He still wanted to break through the void. Unfortunately, Han Fei suddenly appeared next to him, and a water blade pierced through his heart. Then, some kind of power was controlling his soul. Huff. Han Fei put away the sea-swallowing seashells and sun-moon shells of these people and the ship of the fierce wind pirates. Han Fei licked his lips. You shouldn't have come to me. Han Fei was absorbing the soul power and vitality of the 7 people. However, after less than 10 seconds, he suddenly felt a crisis approaching in the void. Could it be a king? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took off the cloak and the mask, put on a black robe, and simulated his aura to the half-king realm. After all, Han Fei had once been a half-king. It was easy for him to simulate the aura of a half-king. Han Fei thought to himself, since the fierce wind pirates dare to appear so brazenly, there's no reason why the Avengers can't. Han Fei had his own purpose for the appearance of the Avengers. This meant that Han Fei wanted to kill sea demons and the fierce wind pirates, and rob the humans. As the saying went, one could become rich overnight. Those who could participate in the hunting in the violent hurricane were all strong masters. For the strong masters, if their resources were gone, they could easily earn another batch of resources. As soon as Han Fei finished changing, he saw a bald man looking at him in the distance. The moment the bald man saw the skeleton flag, he knew who he had met. The leader of the Avengers, Han Fei? Han Fei sneered. Chen Guangjia of the fierce wind pirates? Han Fei had completed the kill too quickly. Although Chen Guangjia came extremely fast, he was still a step late. He could only see Han Fei standing proudly on the bow of the Avenger, looking straight at him. Buzz. Han Fei waved his hand and put away the Avenger. However, Han Fei didn't escape. If he was still the holy child of the snow god's temple, he would have to run away. However, he was a pirate now. The pirates were at loggerheads with each other. Chen Guangjia was the king of the fierce wind pirates. He didn't intend to attack personally. He just needed to restrain the kings of the heavenly palaces. However, to his surprise, 7 of his subordinates' life tablets were broken. In an instant. Even his half-king subordinates couldn't escape. How could he not take revenge? But now, seeing Han Fei standing proudly in the air, Chen Guangjia narrowed his eyes and said, "Half-king? Brat, are you courting death?" Although Chen Guangjia said that Han Fei was a half-king, he would never treat Han Fei as one. If he was really a half-king, could someone really give a sea-quelling bizarre treasure in Martial Emperor City as the bounty for this guy's life? However, he wouldn't know how strong Han Fei was until they fought. Buzz. Chen Guangjia pushed out his palm. With just this palm, the surrounding wind power soared more than 10 times. The terrifying palm power pounced at Han Fei like a huge tide. Han Fei didn't back down. He activated the power of the Great Tao, and his strength almost rose to the extreme. He drew a knife out of the void and cut the terrifying palm into 2 halves. Chen Guangjia immediately narrowed his eyes. This kid's strength has reached the sea establishment realm? The forbidden zone of wind. Chen Guangjia raised his hands, and the violent waves around him roared like a tide. The wind was like a divine weapon, endless. Clang! 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 Countless wind blades slashed at Han Fei, making the sound of metal clashing. A golden giant suddenly condensed around Han Fei. In the golden light, Han Fei punched the air. Han Fei laughed crazily. Chen Guangjia, the captain of the fierce wind. Pirates, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Chen Guangjia snorted. You've killed a whole ship of venerables of mine, and now you're attacking me. Just because you have a king's combat power doesn't mean you're a real king. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Although Han Fei's strength had improved recently, he was still no match for a king. Chen Guangjia was even stronger than the mad 4th king. Chen Guangjia sneered. Didn't anyone tell you that I'm one of the top 3? Powerful in the top 10 pirate groups in the wind? Bang! Han Fei retreated quickly, his fists forming 2 sacrificing punch, and his invincible will stacked crazily. Boom! Boom! The gale was pierced through. Chen Guang put his hands together, and a hurricane barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Han Fei's 2 sacrificing punch. He sneered. How dare you walk the path of invincibility? However, no matter how invincible you are in the half-king realm, you are not a king. Bang! Chen Guangjia attacked again. In the violent hurricane, his speed was astonishing. He found that Han Fei wasn't as strong as he thought. However, Han Fei's combat power was indeed extraordinary in a short time. Chen Guangjia shouted and the power of the Great Tao suddenly increased. In Han Fei's eyes, the wind was like a divine weapon. The entire wind field was Chen Guangjia's battlefield. In an instant, Han Fei's power collapsed. Just when Chen Guangjia thought that he could go to Martial Emperor City, to take the sea-quelling bizarre treasure after killing Han Fei, a blue light flashed, and Han Fei disappeared. Huh? Time Dao? Chen Guangjia looked around. This guy actually ran away. The Great Tao of Time. No wonder. No wonder there is such a high bounty for this guy's life in Martial Emperor City. If he controls time and becomes a king, he's almost an immortal king. Shit, which be asterisk start issued the kill order. No, we can't bear the loss alone. We have to increase the bounty when we go back. When Han Fei displayed the great Tao of time, Chen Guangjia knew that he had been fooled. Originally, if the guy who issued the kill order clearly stated that Han Fei knew the great Tao of time and had the combat power of a king, no one would pay attention to this kill order. However, the problem was that pirates were all vicious people. Once they saw a reward like a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, they would definitely pay attention to it. They all thought that they could solve problems that others couldn't. Now, the corners of Chen Guangjia's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, "Don't let me know who issued the kill order. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Han Fei successfully ran away, exclaiming, "This son of a b*tch is too strong. If I didn't know about the great Tao of time, I would have died." Han Fei was horrified. As expected of a king. So what if the Fierce Wind pirates were ranked 8th? They were still one of the top 10 pirate groups. They were much stronger than he had imagined. In comparison, Han Fei felt that the mad fourth king wasn't very strong. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since the Avengers have appeared, I won't conceal my identity anymore. But the Avengers are the Avengers, and I'm still Shui Zhan, the holy child of the Snow God's temple. Buzz. As soon as the twin divine technique was activated, his black mist body controlled the Avenger and flew away. And his white mist body was wearing a snow cloak and an ice mask as he charged towards the inner area of the violent hurricane. Who knew what Chen Guangjia's appearance would trigger? Perhaps this was a snipe aimed at the 13 worlds in the outer domain by the 100 demon race. After all, violent hurricanes were rare, and it could attract many powerhouses. If they successfully hunted once, a large number of venerables in the 13 worlds in the outer domain would die. Why wouldn't they? When Han Fei transformed into the Holy Child, he had to be much more cautious. After only a few minutes, Han Fei encountered 2 groups of people fighting. 5 advanced venerable octopuses were hunting 4 advanced venerables from the ice snow world. Han Fei actually knew 2 of them. Weren't they the 2 advanced venerables who were watching the show at his door 2 days ago? Buzz. When Han Fei came, both sides were surprised. Immediately, someone shouted, "Master Holy Child, please help us." Han Fei could ignore them. However, as the Holy Child of the Snow God's temple, Han Fei had to save them. Of course, even if Han Fei didn't save them, 2 or 3 of them should be able to escape, but it would affect his reputation as the Holy Child. After all, if he returned to the Snow God's temple and they spread the news that he had left them in the lurch, his reputation would be ruined. Being cold and having a bad reputation were 2 different things. Buzz. The expressions of the 5 octopuses changed drastically. Not good. Retreat. Swish. In an instant, all techniques were forbidden in the void. Han Fei cut through the wind and waves and arrived instantly. He pulled out his saber and slashed through the wind. 3 octopuses were killed. The other 2 realized that they couldn't break through the air and wanted to force their way out. However, they were stopped by the people from the Snow God's temple. Han Fei casually stabbed out with his spear and exploded one of them. The remaining octopus was held in Han Fei's hand like a puppet. In just a moment, the 5 advanced venerables were swept away easily like rotten fish and shrimp. This scene stunned the 4 venerables of the Snow God's temple. They knew that the Holy Child was very strong. If he wasn't strong, it would be impossible for the Snow Lady to invite him back personally. However, wasn't he 2F** king strong? He killed 3 Advanced venerables, with 1/. An advanced venerable was no different from a fish or shrimp in the hands of this holy child. Because Hanfei wanted to devour their chaotic qi, absorb their souls, and steal their vitality, Hanfei pretended to stab them a few times. The sky rumbled, signifying the death of several venerables. Hanfei looked at the 4 people in the hurricane and said, "Attention, the king of the fierce wind pirates, Chen Guangjia, is here in person. Not only Chen Guangjia, but Hanfei of the Avengers is also here. Also, it's very likely that the king of the 100 demon race is here too. This violent hurricane is a trap. If you believe me, leave quickly and inform others." Hiss. The 4 of them looked at each other. The fierce wind pirates are all here? And the recently famous Avengers had also appeared? A trap. Immediately, someone said, "The fierce wind pirates have done this before. They once robbed the heavenly talents of the various heavenly palaces in a violent hurricane. Not only did they snatch resources, but they also asked the heavenly palaces for ransom. It's really hateful." Someone was horrified. "We should go back immediately and tell Master Snow Lady about this." Hanfei said casually, "Master Snow Lady probably already knows. You should stop the latecomers from entering rashly. Now, this place is too dangerous for you to stay." Someone asked, "Master Holy Child, what about you?" Under the ice mask, Hanfei said leisurely, "I still need to save some people." Go. Hanfei grabbed a few sunmoon shells. The void lines were still absorbing. And the demon purification pot was still absorbing the chaotic qi. Hanfei waved his hand, and the space fluctuated, sending the people opposite him thousands of kilometers away. They were shocked. How strong is this holy child? Has he mastered the great Tao of space? Hanfei was now in the area of activity of advanced and peak-level venerables. Further in, Hanfei could even feel that there were enemies fighting. From time to time, some energy would come and then disperse with the violent hurricane. However, Hanfei didn't intend to go further immediately. Although the sea-shaking wind pearl was important, it shouldn't be something that he had to swallow immediately after he got it. Otherwise, what if he had an epiphany after swallowing it? Moreover, since this sea-shaking wind pearl was priceless, then, after snatching it, there would definitely be many people surrounding and chasing him. He would definitely not have the time to consume it immediately. To him, the main purpose of this trip was to hunt sea demons. Only by hunting and accumulating enough chaotic qi could he consider upgrading the time chain. This was much more important than the sea-shaking wind pearl. Under the guidance of the star silks, Hanfei found 1 or 2 people almost every few minutes. He encountered more wind demons than people. If possible, Hanfei hoped that this violent hurricane could keep blowing. In this way, more wind demons could be born. There were many people in the violent hurricane. Because this violent hurricane was too close to the snow god's temple, many people from the snow god's temple had come, including Ice Snow Chuling. However, the 100 Demon Clan Star Gathering Array had already been activated. Who knew how many sea demon experts were in this violent hurricane? At this moment, in a wind field about 10,000 kilometers away from the eye of the storm, there were Ice Snow Chuling, 5 peak-level venerables of the snow gods' temple, and some strong masters flashing in the wind. There was a body refiner with a giant hammer and the disciple of the 5 elements sect whom Hanfei had met before. He was fighting a group of sea demons and the fierce wind pirates. Among those sea demons, there were also a small number of undersea humans. The undersea humans were actually very similar to humans. If they didn't hide it, they only had a scab on their necks, a slightly different nose bridge, and scales on their bodies. However, once they concealed themselves, they could completely blend into the human race. At this moment, there were a total of 39 humans, sea demons, undersea humans, and fierce wind pirates. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Clearly, the humans were at a disadvantage. Ice Snow Chuling and a man with black wings joined forces and had the strength of two half-kings. The remaining people kept fighting. Ice Snow Chuling shouted coldly, "Li Xuanfeng, this is a trap. Don't fight. Retreat to the periphery." The black-winged man shouted, "People from the wind-slashing world, fight and retreat." "Haha, you want to retreat now? It isn't easy for us to catch the Holy Lady of the Snow God's Temple, the wind envoy of the wind-slashing world, and the 5 Element Sect's disciple. How can we let you retreat?" On the ship, branded with the flame hurricane, a long-haired half-king shouted, "Wind slash, release." Swish. 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 On the large ship, a terrifying wind blade of the half-king realm spewed out from the hull. It slashed through the void and instantly caused a void crack, instantly crushing a strong master of the wind-slashing world. Clang! At that moment, in the void, ice froze the hurricane and frost drifted. A black sword slashed out an overbearing blow and instantly cut the great Tao wind blade into pieces. Huh? A sea-quelling bizarre treasure? Wow. The Snow God's Temple is really rich. If I'm not mistaken, Holy Lady, you already have a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, right? Now you have another one. But they will both belong to our fierce wind pirates. Even the top expert of the wind-slashing world couldn't help but look at Ice Snow Chuling in surprise. His identity was not much worse than Ice Snow Chuling. However, Ice Snow Chuling already had 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures. The Snow Lady really liked Ice Snow Chuling. The disciple of the 5 elements, Ban Yi, frowned slightly. As an intermediate peak-level venerable, he quietly retreated and reserved his strength. However, it could be seen that he was still a little jealous. Clank. Behind everyone, a huge pincer stretched out from the void. The huge claw that was hundreds of meters wide pointed at the void. At that moment, the wind collapsed and the escape route of Ice Snow Chuling and the others was sealed. Swish. An undersea human actually grabbed a large net and pulled it wider and wider, as if trying to capture Ice Snow Chuling and the others. The moment the net appeared, Ice Snow Chuling shouted, "Not good, it's the heaven trapping cage. Let's go." Caw caw caw. At that moment, armor shadows floated in the air, overlapping. Clang. Even the full-strength attack of Ice Snow Chuling could only cut through 2 armor shadows. A white-armored turtle had appeared here at some point and sealed the way with a turtle shell array. Han Fei had heard from the old turtle that the turtle shell contained the will of heaven and arrays, which were a power bestowed by the heavens. Once these roads were sealed, Ice Snow Chuling and the others would have no way out. At the last moment, Ice Snow Chuling took out a snowflake token. As soon as this token was issued, the 1,000-foot-long shadow of the Snow Lady stood proudly in the air. The shadow of the Snow Lady tapped her finger lightly, trying to penetrate the net. The half-king of the fierce wind pirates also took out a jade slip. The jade essence, like a tornado, bent and swept towards the Snow Lady. Rumble. Rumble. A terrifying power erupted in the cage. Blood oozed out of the corners of Ice Snow Chuling's mouth. It turned out that the Five Elements disciple was the only one who had blocked the aftershock of the attack with the Five Elements. Ha ha ha. The half-king of the fierce wind pirates laughed. Don't waste your time. This time, in order to capture you guys, the captain gave me 6 tornadoes in case you hide a king's blow. Now that the king is blocked, you have no choice but to surrender. Buzz. As soon as the so-called heaven-trapping cage was retracted, the power of Ice Snow Chuling and the others was completely suppressed. At the last moment, everyone, including the Five Elements disciple, Ban Yi, threw out a king's blow. But just as the half-king of the fierce wind pirates said, they did have a jade slip that could resist a king's blow. The aftershock of the 3 king-level attacks shook the heaven-trapping cage, and everyone in it was injured. In just 20 seconds, 17 humans were subdued and completely suppressed. Before this, they had never expected that a mere exploration of a violent hurricane would trap them here. The other party had clearly come prepared this time. They prepared both the heaven-trapping cage and king-level attacks, in addition to the alliance of the sea demons, the undersea humans, and the fierce wind pirates. It was indeed impossible to guard against. When these people were trapped on the fierce wind pirates' ship, they had to give away their sun-moon shells, making the people on the fierce wind pirates' ship smile excitedly. Among the sea demons, a shrimp soldier jumped out of the water and floated in the air. Half of the resources are ours. The half-king of the fierce wind pirates snorted. When our king returns, he will give you your share. Now, don't disturb us. The half-king looked at Ice Snow Chuling with a smile. Holy lady, the 2C. Quelling bizarre treasures, please. Humph. Don't even think about it. Haha. Holy lady, are the treasures more valuable or are you more valuable? You have to be clear about it. But if you're willing to sleep with me, I can spare you. When our king comes, I will definitely put in a good word for you. Ha ha ha. The venerables of the fierce wind pirates all laughed wildly. TSK, TSK. Old Chin, your idea is simply amazing. Ha. This woman is really beautiful. Old Chin, I support you. Ice Snow Chuling frowned coldly. Why isn't teacher here? Logically speaking, how dare the fierce wind pirates and these sea demons rob them right at their doorstep? The half-king Old Chin was squatting in front of Ice Snow Chuling with a dirty smile. I heard that the candidate for the king of the Golden Crow world wants to take you back to be a sex slave? TSK, why don't you try me? TSK, TSK. The fierce wind pirates are nothing more than this. Let go of the people of our snow god's temple. Otherwise, I'll cut you into pieces. Suddenly, 2 completely different voices sounded in the violent hurricane. One was gloomy, and the other was cold and straightforward. Who? Someone from the snow god's temple exclaimed, It's Master Holy Child. Master Holy Child, leave quickly. Only Master Snow Lady can save us. Someone exclaimed, Look, on the other side, that skeleton flag. Is that the Avengers flag? Hiss, the Avengers? Even the venerables of the fierce wind pirates were shocked. Someone said in surprise, Old Chin, it must be him. Damn, he's worth a C. Quelling bizarre treasure. Old Chin narrowed his eyes and said, Shut up and prepare to face the enemy. He was a half-king after all. Someone offered the bounty of a C quelling bizarre treasure for the life of the leader of the Avengers. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this person was said to kill 3 half-kings in a row. His style was domineering and he killed people like flies. He could not be underestimated. Old Chin shouted, "The 100 demons and the undersea humans, we are about to succeed. We can't lose here." On the Avenger, Han Fei was wearing a black robe, which was his original appearance. Ice Snow Chuling recognized him at a glance. Ice Snow Chuling looked to the other side in surprise. Was one of the 2 Han Fei's avatar? The Avenger Han Fei looked at the Holy Child Han Fei and said, "Hey. When did the Snow God's palace hide a half-king? Should I deal with you or these people first? A half-king?" Many people from the Snow God's temple were surprised. Isn't the Holy Child a peak-level venerable? How did he become a half-king? Buzz. Then the ice snow lotus throne appeared under Han Fei, the Holy Child. Holding a rod, he said indifferently, "How about we work together to break the array? The people will belong to me, and the rest will be yours, okay?" As the wind howled, the seawater was corroded and blown away into mist. Han Fei's black mist body and white mist body were confronting each other in front of the fierce wind pirates and the sea demons. For Han Fei, he wasn't in a hurry. His black mist body was only attached to his half-king projection. At this moment, the Avenger, Han Fei said, "Join forces with me? What makes you think I will agree?" The Holy Child Han Fei asked, "Why don't we fight first?" Ice Snow Chuling was very sure that these 2 people were the same person. At this moment, it was obvious that Han Fei wanted to cover up his identity as the leader of the Avengers. Therefore, Ice Snow Chuling said, "Shuizhan, this person is extremely strong. In the short term, he might be able to unleash power beyond a half-king. Don't underestimate him." Han Fei's white mist body glanced at Ice Snow Chuling indifferently. "You're quite smart. Since I put on an act, I can't kill all these people." It happened that he didn't want to make the leader of the Avengers a king. A king would only face a king. It wasn't a good thing to start too high. This battle could change these people's opinion of the Avengers. Kakik. Han Fei's black mist body laughed wantonly. "You are the first person who dares to negotiate with me. The Holy Child, Shuizhan, you're interesting. As you wish. Let's cooperate for the time being. The resources are mine and these people are yours." Humph. Someone from the underwater human race sneered. 2 mere half-kings dare to talk nonsense before us? The white-armored turtle, the lobster that came out later, Old Chin of the fierce wind pirates, and the undersea human who set up the array were all half-kings. Because of this, the moment they revealed their identities, Ice Snow Chuling and the others had nowhere to run. They had 4 half-kings. Therefore, they thought that the Avenger and the Holy Child were at most 2 half-kings. How could they defeat all of them? Buzz. The Avenger Han Fei was walking in the storm. So was the Holy Child Han Fei. One was evil and the other was cold. One was dressed in a black robe and the other in a snow-white cloak. They both looked very proud and aloof, as if 2 strong masters were confronting. Old Chin's face was cold as he suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Buzz. The members of the fierce wind pirates attacked immediately. On one side, the fierce wind slash at the bow of the ship was aimed at the Holy Child Han Fei. And on the other side, the violent dragon tornado was aimed at the Avenger Han Fei. However, the way these 2 people responded was different. Han Fei, the Avenger, reached out and grabbed the bloody void claw mark. His murderous aura was daunting. The giant hand grabbed at the air and the violent tornado immediately collapsed. As if he had done something trivial, under the feet of the Avenger Han Fei, he suddenly charged at the half-king shrimp soldier closest to him with black death energy. The Avenger Han Fei said, "If you let this ship go, there will never be a peaceful day in your ice snow world." He was obviously talking to Han Fei. At this moment, the holy child Han Fei immediately used the instant technique to blow up the fierce wind slash and slashed out the embroidery needle in his hand. Old Qin shouted, "Prepare to teleport through the void. Don't fight. Be careful. Hold on until our king comes." However, Han Fei held the embroidery needle with both hands and shouted, "Open!" Clang! 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 In an instant, the rod's shadow struck out 100 waves, and a terrifying force smashed down like a storm. On the fierce wind pirate's ship, someone shouted, "Old Qin, the vibration is too strong. We can't perform void teleportation." Old Qin thought to himself, Han Fei seems to be only at the half-king level. Although he seems a little stronger than me, he isn't much stronger. So Old Qin shouted angrily, "F***CK, how can you resist the elite venerables of the fierce wind pirates alone? Let me teach you a lesson." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei, the Avenger, instantly slashed the half-king shrimp soldier. This was the crushing of power, the crushing of the great Tao. The shrimp soldier didn't even realize that he, a half-king, couldn't even withstand one blow. Boom! In the sky, the great Tao rumbled, and a slight crack appeared. After all, if a half-king died, heaven's cry would still come. It just wasn't that intense. However, everyone was shocked by the strength of the Avenger Han Fei. This was a half-king and not a small shrimp. How strong was this damn Avenger? Not only that, but when he killed the half-king shrimp soldier, Han Fei suddenly appeared from the void and stopped behind a peak-level venerable. Puff! With just one slash, half of the peak-level venerable's body escaped into the void and half was left on the spot. However, the Avenger Han Fei reached into the void and grabbed the other half of him, crushing it. The black mist on the Avenger Han Fei, which was the black mist body of Han Fei, appeared on another peak-level venerable. With just a swirl of the black mist, the man's flesh and blood disappeared, and his body straightened for no reason. It was as if he was frozen and could not even escape. Boom boom boom. In the sky, 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and great Tao cracks appeared. At that moment, on the ship of the fierce wind pirates, the captives all exclaimed, "He's so strong." Someone was shocked. He killed a half-king and 2 peak-level venerables in an instant. Is he a king? Gulp dash. Someone swallowed. Is this the legendary Avenger? Bang! Just as everyone was surprised by the Avenger Han Fei, the captain of the wild wind pirate's ship, Old Qin, who had just gone out to fight the holy child Han Fei, was smashed. The embroidery needle in Han Fei's hand became faster and faster, cracking the array of the fierce wind pirate's ship. What they didn't notice was that when they looked at the Avenger Han Fei secretly used the heavenly god stab to stun Old Qin for a moment. It was at that moment that Old Qin died. He should never have left the ship array and challenged Han Fei in person. Boom! The moment Old Qin was smashed away, everyone saw that Han Fei suddenly deviated 1,000 meters and smashed his rod into the void. It was Old Qin. trying to escape back to the ship with his soul, to fight for a chance to be reborn. Hanfei seized the opportunity and directly killed him. Boom! In the short time that the people were shocked, 2 half-kings had died, and 2 peak-level venerables had died too. How strong were these 2? How could they be so strong? However, while Hanfei was fighting, the undersea humans secretly opened the big net again, and in the void behind him a big lobster extended its huge claws again. Ice Snow Chuling shouted, "Be careful of the heavenly cage array." Hanfei had seen this move before. How could he be caught? The holy child Hanfei suddenly turned around, clenched both hands, and stabbed at the net with his rod. Bang! The void changed, and he activated the knock on the heavenly gate. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the snow god's temple and the wind-slashing world, Hanfei shattered the 100-meter-long giant pincer with a spear. Not only the giant pincer, but most of the lobster's head was also shattered. Buzz! The moment the lobster was pierced through, Hanfei, the Avenger, used the star teleportation technique and appeared there. With a pull of the void lines, the seawater turned into billions of blades and instantly twisted into the lobster's body. With the cooperation of the 2, a half-king died again in less than half a second. At this moment, everyone present panicked. Whether it was the 100-demon race, the undersea humans, or the members of the fierce wind pirates, they were all confused. Where did these 2 people come from? How could they be so strong? There were only 4 half-kings on their side. After just 1 round, there were only 2 left. Once the lobster died, the heaven-trapping cage collapsed. The undersea human shouted, "Let's go!" The white-armored turtle had long hidden. In the eyes of these people, the Avenger Hanfei and the Holy Child Shuizhan were too powerful. The 2 of them only targeted half-kings and peak-level venerables. After a single round, they killed 3 half-kings before the peak-level venerables could react. How were they supposed to fight? Even the half-king had died, and they certainly wouldn't go up to court death. This time, Hanfei didn't pay attention to the fleeing undersea humans. Instead, he looked at his white mist body and continued to act. "I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the ice snow world. Hee, why don't we spar?" However, his white mist body said coldly, "Let's end this quickly. When the king comes, we won't be able to leave." Humph. The others had already fled. The Avenger Hanfei's fist marks were stained with blood as he punched the big ship. The holy child Hanfei knocked on the heaven gate with his spear. With just 1 blow, a gap appeared in the large ship array. At the moment the ship array was broken, some people jumped off the ship to escape, while others intended to hold hostages. However, Hanfei, the Avenger, appeared on the ship and started a bloody massacre. Without waiting for these people to attack, he killed them. Only the 3 people who jumped off the ship first escaped. At this moment, the 17 people who were tied up looked at each other in shock. This reversal was too fast. Hanfei, the Avenger, glanced at Ice Snow Chuling and the others, making them shudder. Among them, the 5 Elements disciple, Ban Yi, was terrified. This person was full of killing intent. Last time, he was lucky enough to escape. Who would expect that he would meet him again in just a few days? While everyone was horrified, the holy child Hanfei grabbed a pile of sun moon shells and said, "The resources you want are all here. If you don't let these people go, I'll throw them into the endless void." He heeks. The Avenger Hanfei said gloomily, this disciple of the Five Elements sect belongs to me. I have a personal grudge with him. If you don't give him to me, all these people will die. As for the resources, I don't care about them that much. Banyi's heart turned cold on the spot. The strength this guy displayed just now was so terrifying. Even a half-king could not withstand 2 moves from him. At this moment, the other party had called out his name and wanted him to stay. At this critical moment, if he stayed, he would only die. Even Ice Snow Chuling was a little stunned. If Han Fei kept Banyi wouldn't be able to survive. She roughly knew the reason, but she didn't expect Han Fei to be so vengeful. The Holy Child said indifferently, "Okay." Banyi immediately shouted, "Brother Shui, I'm one of the 5 elements disciples. If you protect me, you can gain the friendship of the 5 elements world." The Avenger Han Fei asked with interest, "What do you think?" The Holy Child said lightly, "I don't need friendship." Kakik. Then, the Avenger Han Fei suddenly grabbed Banyi, stepped on the void and said, "Give me the resources." Han Fei threw a pile of Sun Moon shells in his hand without hesitation and tore open the heaven-trapping cage from the outside. When everyone was pleasantly surprised that they had escaped death, they heard the Avenger Han Fei's voice from the big black ship in the distance. "Interesting. I hope we can cooperate next time." Buzz. The Avenger flew away. Although Han Fei gave up on the 5 elements disciple, fortunately, the other venerables' lives were saved. Everyone thought that the Holy Child was not to blame, but Banyi himself. "Why did you take the initiative to provoke the Avenger? Which pirate who dared to plunder in public didn't have some skills?" Banyi was so arrogant just because he was the disciple of a king. Now, he finally messed with a guy that he couldn't afford to mess with. The black-feathered young man said, "Brother Shui, I'm Li Xuanfeng from Wind Slashing World. If it weren't for your help, I would have died." "Thank you, Brother Shui." A strong master from the Thunder Fire World said, "Lin Xiang from the Thunder Fire World, thank you, Master Holy Child. If you need my help in the future, I won't refuse." The people of the Snow God's Temple also said, "Thank you for your help, Master Holy Child." Someone blushed and said, "Master Holy Child, I'm really ashamed. I shouldn't have doubted your strength before." Han Fei glanced at the man casually. "Who is this?" "I can't remember who he is." Han Fei said casually, "It's just convenient for me to save you. However, Han Fei is very strong. I don't think I'm his match if he tries his best. If you meet him in the future, just run away." Everyone was slightly stunned. So, the Holy Child was thinking about Han Fei? However, when they thought of Han Fei, they were all secretly horrified. That man was indeed terrifying. Even a half-king was nothing in front of him. This was the first time they had seen a pirate who dared to go against the fierce wind pirates in a violent hurricane. They guessed that even if Shui Zhan wasn't here, Han Fei could still keep a lot of people. Ice Snow Chuling didn't want to ask Han Fei what he was going to do with Ban Yi. Instead, she asked directly, "Teacher must have been held back by someone? This means that there are many kings here this time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get the sea-shaking wind pearl." Someone said, "Yes, Master Holy Child, although violent hurricanes are not common in the outer sea, they always appear every few years. Let's try to get it next time." However, Han Fei snorted. "If I say, I'll get it this time, I'll get it this time." After that, Han Fei looked at Ice Snow Chuling and said, "You can either go back or go to the edge. I don't know what's going on in the Eye of Storm. I'll go check it out." Ice Snow Chuling nodded slightly. "Be careful." She agreed so readily because she knew Han Fei's true strength. As the master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, he probably had the combat power of a king. However, they didn't. It was because Ice Snow Chuling had stayed by a king's side for a long time that she knew how terrifying the sea establishment realm was. There was an insurmountable gap between a king and a venerable. If they came out to fight the kings, it would be like courting death. A moment later, on the Avenger, the Five Elements disciple was nervous. He said, "My lord, what happened last time was really a misunderstanding. I know I have offended you, but I can be very useful to you. The Five Elements world is not weak among the 13 worlds in the outer domain. If you need resources, I think I can give you a lot." Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "I'm not short of money. The reason why I caught you is to show everyone that there is a price to pay for sniping the Avenger." Puff dash. Han Fei directly killed him. With his current wealth, he didn't lack anything. What made Ban Yi think he can talk about money with him? Han Fei steered the Avenger in the hurricane and counted the spoils. Unfortunately, he didn't get much good stuff. But Ban Yi's Sun Moon shell contained the power of the Five Elements, dozens of bottles of various medicinal pills, 8 ultra-quality divine weapons, and more than 600,000 ultra-quality spirit stones. Han Fei was lost for words. Are these people really so king rich? This is only an intermediate peak level venerable. He's even richer than a half-king. There's nothing else to say except that he's lucky. However, none of these people had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Of course, he would return Ice Snow Chuling's Sun Moon shell to her when he went back. In short, he had robbed a lot of resources this time. Now he had so many resources that he almost didn't know how to use them. However, no one would mind having more resources. Even the White Armor Emperor was hiding a lot of resources. Han Fei could not be satisfied with such a small profit. These people in the outside world were used to living a wealthy life. It was time for him to get rich. Han Fei suppressed his temper. After an hour, he used the vast ocean navigator and found that the sea-shaking wind pearl was still in the eye of the storm. So he didn't go there alone. Han Fei hunted a few more times. Every time Han Fei hunted, if the other party was alone, he would kill him. If the other party wasn't alone, he would kill half of them and release the other half. After swimming through the eye of the storm, Han Fei had robbed 7 times and killed 45 wind demons along the way. His chaotic chi had broken through 2,000 wisps and reached 2,304 wisps. After all, Han Fei had killed many half-kings. Those below the level of a half-king didn't have much chaotic chi on them, not even peak-level venerables. It could be seen that if he wanted to plunder chaotic chi from sea demons, he had to start from sea demons in the half-king realm. Buzz. Han Fei was about to find more wind demons to fight, when the old turtle shouted, "Run!" In the blink of an eye, the sky changed color in the violent wind, and 3 huge tentacles sealed a space. Han Fei had killed so many members of the 100 demon race that their king had to come at him personally. If he didn't come soon, all 100 demons here would have been killed by Han Fei. They were here to hunt humans, only to be hunted by a human? They had even sent out a king. If the news was spread out, the other kings of the 100 demon race would probably laugh their teeth off. Therefore, 100 demon king left the battle to hunt Han Fei. However, the moment its tentacles attacked, Han Fei immediately put away the Avenger. At the same time, his strength soared and he began to flee crazily. At this moment, his black mist body was escaping, and his white mist body was running in the opposite direction. As the old turtle said, in such a wind field, different from a venerable, a king could still use his perception, but the range of perception would be greatly reduced. Therefore, as long as his white mist body ran away, the king would not be able to catch him. Of course, if the captain of the Avenger, a strong master, comparable to a king, according to rumors, was killed so easily, that would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, Han Fei had to pretend to escape. Bang! The void barrier was shaking violently. A deep voice sounded, "Han Fei, you can't escape today." Han Fei sneered. It turns out to be a big octopus. What's the big deal about being big? I've been craving octopus meat lately. Give me some. Humph. With a thought from Han Fei, the blade inferno swept out, and the killing intent was intense within 300 kilometers. Unfortunately, this was within the violent hurricane. Otherwise, the blade inferno would only be stronger. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 Han Fei drew his knife out of the void and was about to attack, when he saw the sky full of tentacles, which were slapping down at him. Damn it, kill. With a roar, Han Fei turned the tides under him into knives and slashed at the tentacles. This time, he didn't even see the king's figure and only saw a few tentacles. If he was defeated so easily, how could he be called the Avenger? Pooh. 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 Han Fei's breath weakened a bit, but he still withstood the blow. Besides, Han Fei not only withstood the blow, but also shattered the void seal. Hey! Big octopus, come out and fight if you dare. Buzz. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void. It was an octopus with a human head and countless slippery tentacles. All laws forbidden in this space. Swish. Han Fei forbade all the techniques in this space. The Octopus King's expression changed. This person was not a king yet, but he had a lot of tricks. This forbidden technique was no joke. If he reached the sea establishment realm, what would happen? Bang! As soon as the octopus threw out its tentacle, the void was about to collapse. And the great Tao in this space was forcefully destroyed. Han Fei used this moment to perform the void great shift that he had prepared. ****. The octopus didn't expect that Han Fei was waiting for it to break the forbidden spell. Of course, the Octopus King didn't use all its strength to break the spell. One of its tentacles tried to wrap around Han Fei. However, Han Fei used the near-at-hand technique and ran further. A strange sound wave broke through the void and fell on Han Fei when he teleported. Bang! Han Fei's black mist body was destroyed halfway through the void. Teleportation. After all, this was only his black mist body and not his original body. It was fine if it couldn't withstand this blow. After the twins merged, Han Fei sighed. It was time to end this violent hurricane trip. This king was not easy to mess with. It turned out that any king he met now could crush him. As the saying went, if you often walked by the river, your shoes would get wet sooner or later. Han Fei decided that he would go into seclusion after he got the sea shaking. Wind Pearl. He had to break through to the half-king realm again. There was a consensus among the 36 mystic worlds that the Yin-Yang Great Tao of the Yin-Yang world was a top-notch escape technique. Perhaps they were unwilling to admit how powerful the Yin-Yang Great Tao was, but they admitted that it was very difficult for people who had mastered it to die. The Octopus King was furious. He only had time to touch Han Fei. He didn't know if Han Fei was killed or not. Anyway, he disappeared now. At this moment, Han Fei briefly entered Forge the Universe. After recuperating for a while and healing his injuries, he reappeared in the hurricane as the Holy Child. In the eye of the storm, the view was extremely clear, and the air was abnormally fresh, but the temperature was much lower. However, there were 4 kings fighting here. Chen Guangjia, the leader of the fierce wind pirates Han Fei had seen before, and a king who seemed from the undersea human race, were fighting the Snow Lady and a man who looked like a floating ghost. The Snow Lady said, Chen Guangjia, if all the kings of the 100 demon race can't come today, let's see how you can escape. You want to leave? I'm afraid you have to ask for my permission. Buzz. Suddenly, an octopus tentacle appeared out of the void. A deep voice sounded, retreat. Chen Guangjia seemed to have received some information from the octopus. But immediately after, his expression turned extremely ugly. An entire ship of his subordinates had died. This was the second time today that a whole ship of people was wiped out. Both times, his subordinates on the 2 ships died one after another in an instant. Before he could rush over, they were all dead. When Qin Laoer died, Chen Guangjia quickly concluded that the murderer must be Han Fei from the Avengers. Since Han Fei was a pirate, he wouldn't let those human heavenly talents go easily. Therefore, he sent a message to the Octopus King of the 100 Demons clan not to try to kill Han Fei, but to intercept those human heavenly talents. But damn it, the octopus said that the other party had escaped, and he didn't see any of those human heavenly talents. His flawless plan had come to nothing at this moment. He didn't catch the human heavenly talent, but he lost 2 big ships. At this moment, he was extremely annoyed. The purpose of this trap was to capture Ice Snow Chuling. No one knew the purpose except himself. But now, everything was in vain. It was obvious that his losses this time were too great. The other kings all realized that something was wrong with Chen Guangjia. Suddenly, Chen Guangjia attacked the center of the eye of the storm. Over there was a faint green light lingering. A crystal pearl was really absorbing the great Tao of wind that was gathering from all directions. At the moment Chen Guangjia attacked, the person beside the Snow Lady, who should be the king of the wind-slashing world, also attacked. This person cultivated the same great Tao as Chen Guangjia. Perhaps it was because they both cultivated the great Tao of wind, the 2 of them instantly fought. At this moment, the Snow Lady was a little puzzled. Chen Guangjia wanted to get rid of them, but why did he take the initiative to provoke the sea shaking? Wind pearl? That thing was useless to him, right? However, how could a mere bead withstand the might of the battle between 2 kings? The sea-shaking wind pearl was directly blown into the violent hurricane by the airwaves of the 2 people's fight. Chen Guangjia shouted, F***CK, because of you, I didn't get any benefits at all. Then die with my men. Chen Guangjia laughed, and the jade plate on his waist vibrated. The fierce wind pirates retreat from the hurricane immediately. Immediately after, a tornado formed with Chen Guangjia as the center. The wind-slashing world king exclaimed, Chen Guangjia, are you crazy? If you seal the eye of the storm, the great Tao of wind and the violent hurricane will only become stronger and stronger. Not only are you slaughtering humans, but you are also slaughtering 100 demons. The powerhouse of the undersea clan also roared, Qinguangjia, what do you mean? Do you forget the plan we agreed on? The octopus of the 100 demon clan also roared, Qinguangjia, you broke the agreement. Your fierce wind pirates will be hunted by the 100 demon clan. Dash. Around Qinguangjia, the wind grew stronger and stronger. He sneered. When doing business with pirates, you have to be prepared to change your plans at any time. Hey. See you in the future. The king of the undersea human race shouted, be asterisk starred. The 100 demon octopus shouted angrily, 100 demons, retreat from the violent hurricane. Boom. With a rumbling sound, Qinguangjia disappeared in the wind. The wind-slashing world king said, he lost a wind body. He would rather sacrifice 10% of his strength to seal the eye of the storm. I'll find the sea shaking wind pearl and inform our people to evacuate. Swish. As soon as Qinguangjia left, the snow lady raised the ice scepter. Endless icicles formed in the sealed eye of the storm and blasted towards the king of the undersea clan. The king of the undersea human race shouted, Snow lady, why are you pestering me instead of looking for the sea-shaking wind pearl? The snow lady said, someone has to pay a price. I don't have the ability to find the wind bead, but I can keep you here. At this moment, the snow lady's face was all dark. She had thought that there would be 1 or 2 kings of the 100 demon race guarding the place. Who knew that the fierce wind pirates had set up an ambush with the 100 demon race and the undersea human race, and held off the kings of the human race? Fortunately, Qinguangjia's plan did not seem to work out. In his anger, Qinguangjia sealed the eye of the storm, making the violent hurricane even more violent. If this continued, the wind of the great Tao would not be able to break the seal and gather again. As a result, more and more void cracks appeared in the wind field. It was almost impossible for people under the advanced venerable realm to persist in the violent hurricane. After all, the wind power of the great Tao that should have been absorbed by the sea-shaking wind pearl was all running around in the hurricane. The sea-shaking wind pearl was blasted into the hurricane, and even a king couldn't find it. After all, the wind power of the great Tao could shake perception, and even kings couldn't escape it. Qinguangjia sacrificed part of his strength and made 2 preparations. 1 was to seal the eye of the storm. Such a seal could be broken, but it required the wind-slashing world king to consume more strength to break it. But even if it was broken, so what? It would take at least 5 days for the sea-shaking wind pearl to completely condense. Even if it condensed again now, the power in the violent hurricane would only become stronger and stronger. If this hurricane became stronger and stronger, it would be equivalent to the collapse of a void that spanned 50,000 kilometers. Countless creatures would be swept into the endless void. This was why the wind-slashing world king went out to search for the sea-shaking wind pearl. Huh? Han Fei was rushing to the eye of the storm when he suddenly found that the wind around him was getting stronger and stronger. Han Fei didn't know what was going on. Even an advanced venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the core wind field for long. Moreover, the whistling sound continued to strengthen. Even the void crack was blown out. Wasn't this a little exaggerated? The old turtle said, something is wrong. In the hurricane, the great Tao of Wind has a place to go. Since it has a place to go, it won't create a space. Crack. Something must have happened inside. Hanfei asked in confusion, huh? Is this abnormal? The old turtle, it's not normal. Hanfei's heart did a flip. If a king was fighting in the eye of the storm, wouldn't he be asking for a beating if he went over? But if he didn't go, he didn't know what had happened. Hanfei thought for a moment and threw a projection over. Buzz. The projection of the Holy Child at the peak of the venerable realm broke through the wind barrier and entered the eye of the storm with a swish. However, Hanfei was surprised to find that the Snow Lady was fighting in undersea human. Hanfei's sudden appearance made the Snow Lady's eyes light up. She shouted, Shuizhan, the sea-shaking wind pearl was blasted into the hurricane by Chen Guangjia of the fierce wind pirates. We have to find the sea-shaking wind pearl and bring it back. Otherwise, the hurricane will become stronger and stronger. In the end, the power of the great Tao will disperse in the hurricane or sweep the entire wind field into the endless void. Hiss. Hanfei was stunned. What? Is there something wrong with Chen Guangjia's mind? Didn't you also entrap the 100 demons and the undersea humans? Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. He turned around and left without saying a word. Hanfei's original body was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He cursed, Chen Guangjia is a big idiot. He's crazier than the mad fourth king. If such a huge wind field collapses, how many venerables will die? The old turtle asked, is the wind pearl gone? Hanfei snorted. Yes, I have to find it back. The vast ocean navigator appeared in Hanfei's hand. Ka ka ka. The vast ocean navigator spun rapidly. Seeing this, Hanfei felt terrible. He activated the power of the great Tao and quickly chased out. In this violent hurricane, the moving speed of a bead was super fast, so the vast ocean navigator was also spinning super fast. Fortunately, when Hanfei's speed soared, the vast ocean navigator slowed down. After only 10 seconds, Hanfei stabilized the speed of the vast ocean navigator. Although it was still shaking slightly, he could already observe it. However, soon, the effect of the vast ocean navigator passed. After all, the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day. As soon as Hanfei got some clues, the vast ocean navigator stopped. In that case, how could he find the bead? Forget it, I'll take a gamble. Hanfei maintained an extremely high speed. The vast ocean navigator could only be used once today. If the last time was used up, he would have to ask those people to run away with him. Ka ka ka. Seeing that the vast ocean navigator began to spin again, Hanfei's figure broke through the wind and jumped in the storm. Swish. When Hanfei saw a flash of light blue light, he was shocked. Found it? Damn, so fast. Hanfei hurriedly chased after the green light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them traveled thousands of kilometers in the gust. Hanfei's speed was superimposed with the near-at-hand technique. Others might not be able to catch up with the bead. Bang! Hanfei's void hand blocked in front of the wind pearl. With a bang, his void hand was almost shattered. Hanfei cursed, son of a b*tch. Without the vast ocean navigator, I would be like a blind man. Hanfei picked up the sea-shaking wind pearl. As soon as he stopped, he saw several powerful wind demons around him. Hanfei turned around and saw that one of the wind demons had reached the half-king level. This should be the state after devouring many wind demons, but this improvement speed was too fast. In just a few days, this violent hurricane could create a half-king wind demon? While Hanfei was surprised, the old turtle said, "This strength is all fake. If this little wind demon can swallow the wind pearl, it can become a wind spirit. Once this violent hurricane is gone, it will only be a wind spirit. It will be at most a peak-level law enforcer." Hanfei was slightly relieved and thought to himself, "You scared me. Do you think it only takes 7 days to create a half-king in this violent hurricane?" Hanfei drew a knife in the air and cut these wind demons into pieces. However, the strongest wind demon was reborn with the help of the wind. Not only was it reborn, but the wind blades on the surface of the half-king wind demon's body also burst out. Its power was not inferior to Hanfei's million knife art. Clank, clank, clank. Clang. 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 The old turtle continued, "Although the wind has retreated, it's still very strong in this wind." Hanfei curled his lips. "There's no wind here." Buzz. The void was still. This stillness only lasted for an extremely short moment. After all, the power of Hanfei's imagination couldn't compete with the violent hurricane that was full of the great Tao of wind. However, at this moment, Hanfei drew his saber again. This time, he drew a wind blade from the wind demon's body and cut it off. Hanfei reached out and grabbed a great Tao wind particle. This grain contained as many as 30 wisps of chaotic qi. This number really shocked Hanfei. He really hoped that there could be more wind demons like this. In just this round, Hanfei obtained more than 50 wisps of chaotic qi. Holding the sea-shaking wind pearl, Hanfei glanced at it, and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Wind Pearl, incomplete. Introduction: It's a great Tao crystal that contains the great Tao of wind. After consuming it, you can ride the wind, and there's a certain chance of comprehending the great Tao of wind. The wind pearl contains a large amount of chaotic qi and can be swallowed directly. If a wind creature consumes it, there's a certain chance of awakening its intelligence and turning it into a spiritual being. Level: Venerable. Quality: Divine quality. Chaotic energy: 168 wisps. Remarks: You can directly consume the wind pearl. Seeing the introduction of the wind pearl, Hanfei was surprised to find that it was a divine quality crystal. Besides, this small pearl contained 168 wisps of chaotic qi, and it was in an incomplete state. The most important thing was not how much chaotic qi this wind pearl contained, but that it could lure wind demons over. As long as he kept holding this wind pearl, wouldn't it mean that an endless stream of chaotic qi would come to him? Chen Guangjiao was really his lucky star. He had given him another wave of benefits. However, Hanfei was still busy. Now, Hanfei had to go to the eye of the storm as soon as possible. In this place, his perception didn't work well, and his voice was muted in the wind field. There must still be many people hunting here. Although these people had nothing to do with Hanfei, they were venerables. After all, it was not so easy for one to become a venerable. Hanfei couldn't bear to see them die. Buzz. Hanfei broke the wind without any hesitation. A moment later, with a bang, Hanfei rushed out with the wind pearl in his hand, looking at the snow lady who was still fighting the king of the undersea human race. Hanfei asked in surprise, "Are you still fighting?" The snow lady was surprised to see that Hanfei had taken back the sea-shaking wind pearl ahead of Wind Master. How did he find the pearl? However, at this moment, the eye of the storm had already fallen into the ice snow domain. The king of the undersea human race wanted to escape, so he was Fighting the Snow Lady. The king of the undersea human race was surprised to see that Han Fei had found the wind pearl. But then, his eyes turned cold, and his projection pounced at Han Fei. The king's projection was only a half-king. Han Fei remained still and said indifferently, "Why do you think a half-king can kill me?" Han Fei reached out and the embroidery needle appeared in his hand. Roar! Han Fei used the 100-beast soul-devouring and the projection paused. Han Fei raised his rod and smashed the half-king's projection. Huh? The king of the undersea human race was stunned. Wait, my half-king projection is gone just like that? Han Fei sneered and instantly recovered his strength. It wasn't that Han Fei hadn't killed a king before. He knew very well that even kings had their limits and could be killed. Just as he was about to attack, he heard a bang and the Wind Master came back. Han Fei immediately concealed his strength, and the Wind Master looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You found it?" The Snow Lady hurriedly shouted, "Ling Feng, keep him." Ling Feng should be the name of the Wind Master. At this moment, the two kings were attacking him. The expression of the undersea human race changed drastically, and he flew back, holding an ancient wooden staff. At that moment, Han Fei saw that at least 100 wisps of chaotic qi were injected into the ancient staff, and a 1,000-foot-long centipede swam out of it. The king shouted, "Snow Lady, Ling Feng, I'll remember you too." Rumble! Rumble! The ancient staff and the centipede exploded at the same time. The endless dark green poison instantly penetrated the ice domain. Han Fei flew back and raised a huge shield in front of him. Boom! Han Fei was blasted back, but fortunately, a gust of wind caught him and another gust of wind blocked his way. In fact, Han Fei could deal with this power, but since the Wind Master had taken action, he didn't have to show more power. A terrifying self-destruction swept for tens of thousands of kilometers. Even though the violent hurricane had unparalleled power, it was filled with this power, and even the wind speed slowed down. In the billowing smoke and dust caused by the explosion of the sea-quelling bizarre treasure, only Han Fei, the Snow Lady, and the Wind Master were left in the eye of the storm. Apart from the power of the explosion, the entire eye of the storm was filled with poisonous fog. Han Fei took a breath, and his skin began to darken. The Snow Lady was about to help Han Fei expel the poison, only to see that the blackness on Han Fei's body began to fade. Han Fei secretly exclaimed, "What a powerful poison!" Fortunately, he had completely absorbed the detoxification power of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Otherwise, he would probably be poisoned to death. No. When I go back, I have to eat all the poisonous flowers and herbs collected from the heavenly South Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I have to improve my detoxification skills first. Huh. The Wind Master was surprised. Although I heard that there is a hidden heavenly talent in the Snow God's temple, I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. He can even resist the poison of the heavenly centipede? The Snow Lady said lightly, "Shui Zhan has an extraordinary physique and has been well versed in medicine since he was a kid. Moreover, he didn't inhale much poison just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be fine." The Wind Master shook his head slightly. "Master Snow Lady, you're too modest." The Wind Master didn't ask anything, but looked at Han Fei and said, "The sea shaking wind pearl hasn't fully formed yet. Throw it away and let it continue to absorb the great Tao of wind." Han Fei threw out the wind pearl. At this moment, the Wind Lord said, "This Shui Wu actually self-destructed his Heavenly centipede staff. He's quite bold. Unfortunately, this person is very strong. It seems that we can't keep him here. Hanfei was panting. It would take a while for the poison in his body to be removed. The Snow Lady said, Shuizhan, there are still 6 hours before the sea shaking pearls are fully formed. In these 6 hours, the wind demons and the violent hurricanes will become stronger and stronger. In the end, more than 10 half-king wind demons may be born. The only good thing is that they won't attack together. Can you resist them? The Snow Lady was actually explaining to Hanfei that it would be quite safe. Later, there would be only a few half-king wind demons. The Wind Master couldn't help but smile. Shuizhan has helped us a lot this time. Can't you just help him get the sea-shaking wind pearl? The Snow Lady shook her head slightly. He still has to gain experience himself. The Snow Lady looked at Hanfei. In 6 hours, once the sea-shaking wind pearl is formed, the power of the violent hurricane will be weakened, and the wind demons won't be born anymore. Of course, in addition to the wind demons, there may be strong masters of the other heavenly palaces coming to compete for the wind pearl. It's up to you. Before Hanfei said anything, the Wind Master laughed. Fine, let the 100 demons or the undersea humans fight for the sea-shaking pearls. We Wind Slashing World don't want to join in the fun. The Wind Master cupped his hands at the Snow Lady. Let's go. The battle is over. I'll take a look around and see if there's anyone else to save. The Snow Lady bowed slightly. After the Wind Master left the eye of the storm, he shook his head slightly. He's only a peak-level venerable? Do you think I'll believe you? This kid's physical body has already become a half-king. The ice-snow world is really tricky. They hit their trump card really well for the land of King Death. When only Hanfei and the Snow Lady were left in the eye of the storm, Hanfei said casually, it's Chen Guangjia's scheme, which is aimed at the heavenly talents of the human race. I have almost ruined his scheme. But many human venerables have been hunted in the wind field. I don't know what the casualties are. The Snow Lady nodded slightly. It's not the first time this has happened, but it rarely succeeds. This time, something unexpected happened. I need to see it too. With your strength, you just need to wait for a few hours. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, are there only a dozen wind demons in the half-king realm? The Snow Lady said, it's extremely difficult for wind demons to grow to the half-king level by devouring each other. It's already rare for this violent hurricane to produce more than 10 half-king wind demons. You should have hunted many wind demons. It's already a great opportunity for you to obtain at least 500 wisps of chaotic chi on this trip. Hanfei shrugged and didn't stop the Snow Lady from leaving. Hanfei thought to himself, I have more than 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi. Now, if there are 7 or 8 half-kings more, plus the chaotic chi contained in the wind pearl, I can get another 500 wisps of chaotic chi or so. Thinking of this, Hanfei wished there could be a violent hurricane every day. Hanfei was the only one left in the eye of the storm. This place was not affected by the wind of the Great Tao. The old turtle said, many sea demons in the wind field have retreated. I don't think many people will compete with you. Hanfei said leisurely, okay. Then I'll wait for the wind demons. An hour later, Hanfei finally met a wind demon in the half-king realm. The Wind Demon didn't even look at Han Fei and directly pounced at the Wind Pearl. Hey, don't open your mouth so big. Did I say I gave it to you? The wind was invisible, and the Wind Demon was just an invisible shadow. It could change its form, but who knew that it would turn into a big shark? At this moment, Han Fei turned into a golden giant and ripped the Wind Demon's mouth. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours. When Han Fei killed 8 half-king Wind Demons in a row, he scratched his head and said, "Why didn't anyone come to snatch the Wind Pearl?" The old turtle said, "As I said before, most sea demons have retreated." Han Fei, that's not right. There are still some sea demons here. The old turtle said, "Venerables are not small potatoes. They're not stupid. If they know that this place is full of danger, they won't come here, okay? Han Fei." The 100 Demon Clan and the Undersea Human Clan ran away. The people from the wind-slashing world would not come, and the people from the ice-snow world would probably not come either. In addition, the strong masters of the other heavenly palaces nearby had probably received the notice, so no one came. Again. Han Fei waited until the Wind Pearl was formed and stopped absorbing the wind power of the Great Tao, before he grabbed it and stuffed it in to forge the universe. After doing all this, Han Fei had just entered the wind field when he met a human strong master, who happened to be from the wind-slashing world and was fighting an ordinary wind demon. The man was stunned for a moment when he saw Han Fei. He said as he was fighting, "Greetings, fellow Taoist Shuizhan." Han Fei. Han Fei couldn't help but ask coldly, "Why don't you go to the eye of the storm?" The man said with a smile, "I heard that fellow Taoist Shuizhan is guarding the sea-shaking Wind Pearl. How dare I snatch it with you? Han Fei." Han Fei thought to himself, "I'm already so famous?" What did the Wind Master say to the people of the wind-slashing world? However, Han Fei didn't care anymore. He quickly left the violent hurricane. Apart from some scattered wind demons, there shouldn't be any opportunities here. The wind power of the Great Tao was rapidly weakening, and the violent hurricane should disappear soon. Han Fei had forgotten how many venerables he had killed in this battle. Finding the old turtle, Han Fei left the violent hurricane and entered Forge the universe. As soon as he entered Forge the universe, Han Fei sat cross-legged and looked at his information first. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 89, Peak Venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 3,460,564th, in Evolution, 7/3, for 21 days. Chaotic Chi, 2,383 wisps. Spiritual Power, 231,061. Perception Range, 120,000 kilometers. Strength, 23,908 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 78. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 76. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. In addition to the soaring Chaos Chi, Han Fei's soul power also soared. The Emperor Sparrow had actually advanced another level in the past few days, almost catching up to Little Black and Little White. How did this guy grow? This speed was too fast. Han Fei didn't swallow the sea-shaking Wind Pearl, but looked at the gray mist. Space of the Demon Purification Pot. It's time to upgrade the time chain. Upgrade. Buzz. Thousands of chaotic chi were extracted from Hanfei's body. The old turtle was lost for words. You're trading with the calabash again? Why are you so generous? Don't you want to open your origin sea? Hanfei couldn't help but say, don't panic. I still have more than 1,000 wisps. The old turtle looked disappointed, thinking that Hanfei was really a spendthrift. He just couldn't keep any chaotic chi on him. As long as he had some capital, he would trade for something with the calabash. While the time chain was upgrading, Hanfei took out all the sun-moon shells. He had hunted this time. Walala. A large pile of sun-moon shells fell to the ground, and there were 57 of them. With a thought, Hanfei opened a river-like ditch and forged the universe. Splash. The ultra-quality spiritual stones were poured in like a river. After all the ultra-quality spiritual stones were poured into the ditch, Hanfei took a deep breath. Unknowingly, he had looted 5.08 million pieces of ultra-quality spiritual stones. Yes. Even Hanfei was shocked by the number. He had never been so rich in his life. After filling more than a dozen pits, Hanfei finally sorted out all the resources. 2 hours passed. Hanfei counted again. Ultra-quality spiritual stone, 5.08 million pieces. Ultra-quality divine weapon, 9,106 pieces. 1,024 high-quality divine weapons. 30,657 divine weapon materials. 567 sea-quelling bizarre treasure materials. Pills, 286 bottles. Energy fruit, 24,398 pieces. 18,079 other spiritual fruits. Messy treasure maps, 201. 403 cultivation techniques and combat skills. There were also some other things that weren't particularly much, but very precious, such as the earth vein spring water, and demonic chi essence. When Hanfei sorted out all these things, he was confused. How can I use so many things? The old turtle said, there aren't many that you can use. Hanfei asked, can't I use these resources when I am transcending the tribulation? The old turtle said, at least you can build thousands of shields to transcend the tribulation. Maybe they can help you transcend it. Hanfei shook his head slightly. Forget it. Let me swallow this sea shaking wind pearl first. Hanfei extended his hand, and the sea-shaking wind pearl flew to his mouth. Hanfei swallowed it without hesitation. To be honest, Hanfei had too many things to eat now. In Hanfei's opinion, the 200 wisps of chaotic chi were the most important part of the sea-shaking wind pearl. Yes, the completely formed sea-shaking wind pearl only provided Hanfei with 200 wisps of chaotic chi. When the wind pearl entered his mouth, Hanfei felt that a hurricane was blowing in his heart, and a cyan light appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Hanfei seemed to be in a wind field. However, Hanfei was like a kite, rising and falling in the wind. The power of that wind fluctuated, sometimes sharp, sometimes gentle. Sometimes warm, sometimes cold. As for Hanfei, his kite-like body spun in the wind like a leaf. Gradually, Hanfei felt that he could control this leaf-like body. Only when he could move freely in the wind did he feel that the wind was getting weaker. Hanfei didn't wake up from his reverie until the wind in his heart disappeared. The moment he woke up, Hanfei asked, Old Yuan, how long did I meditate? The old turtle said, it's not an epiphany, but a feeling of the great Tao of wind. 2 hours have passed. Only 2 hours? He looked at the time chain and realized that it had not been successfully upgraded. Hanfei couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling that he had done a lot of things. But only 2 hours had passed? Hanfei was still sitting cross-legged, but suddenly a gust of wind rose behind him, and then Hanfei flew up. Swish. Hanfei appeared outside Forge the Universe, bent his fingers, and flicked out a wind blade. The wind blades slashed out in an irregular form in the void, cutting out 100 meters and bringing out a large number of wind blades in the surroundings. Finally, they cut out a sea of void cracks. Hanfei tapped his feet, and invisible wind condensed into steps for Hanfei to walk freely. Buzz. Hanfei flew out tentatively, but he didn't seem satisfied this time. Hanfei said, "After mastering such a great Tao, my speed has only increased by 10%? The old turtle said, 10% is already very fast for your current strength. Do you want to be faster than a king now? Hanfei shrugged. Maybe. Hanfei wasn't in a hurry to enter Forge the Universe. With a thought, the phantom of mountains and rivers appeared. Tree Spirit, Fire Seed, Water, Luster, Earth 9, and Punishing Saber appeared. The 5 of them looked at each other in surprise. Master, what can we do for you? Hanfei casually threw out the 5 elements he got from Bani. Hanfei said, "I got this by accident. Take a look if they're useful to you." Water Luster said, "Although I don't know what it is, it suits my origin very well. If I refine it, my strength should be able to quickly rise to the level of an advanced explorer or even a peak-level explorer." Earth 9 and the others also nodded. "We feel the same. They seem to be very compatible with our origins." Hanfei looked at the 5 elements in surprise. They were actually 5 floating crystals. As for Tree Spirit and the others, they were only intermediate explorers and were still far from peak explorers. Hanfei said, "Okay, take them. Wait a while longer, and I'll let you out." Again. "Yes, Master." When Hanfei entered Forge the Universe again, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a change. Immediately, Hanfei looked at the time chain and smiled. 32 times. Hanfei was finally relieved to see that time had been accelerated 32 times in Forge the Universe. Hanfei had always thought that 16 times the time acceleration wasn't enough. Now, he could finally complete the bloodline devouring plan before going to the inner domain. The next day, when Hanfei returned to the Snow God's temple, his appearance caused a lot of commotion. This time, no one dared to provoke him. Someone said, "I heard that, our holy child is so amazing. He killed a half-king in an instant." Someone sneered. Not only that. It's said that he can tie with the leader of the Avengers. Someone was surprised. What? Why are what we heard a little different? I heard they didn't fight. Someone said, "Alas, if it weren't for the surprise attack of a king, they would have fought." But Hanfei didn't dare to attack the holy child in the end. Someone sighed. It said that Master Holy Child hid his strength. His real strength is in the half-king realm. Someone sighed. I knew it. He beat us peak-level venerables like cutting melons and vegetables. If he were a peak-level venerable, he wouldn't be so strong. Someone heaved a long sigh. However, he didn't use the means of a half-king. Forget it, the appearance of the Holy Child must be for the land of King Death. Otherwise, he would have been hidden for a few more years. Hanfei wasn't interested in these comments. Han Fei felt that as long as he went to the inner domain, he wouldn't return to the ice-snow world. Returning to his ice-snow courtyard, Han Fei saw that ice-snow Chuling was waiting for him. Han Fei asked, casually, "What's the matter?" Ice-snow Chuling said, "Thank you for saving my life." Han Fei waved his hand casually and said, "It's fine. You came here just to thank me?" Ice-snow Chuling said, "Master Snow Lady said that the Avenger would be better not go out much on ordinary routes these days. Recently, there have been many major events. The 13 worlds in the outer domain have begun to strictly guard the routes." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Got it. I don't plan to continue attacking for the time being." Hearing this, Ice-snow Chuling was slightly relieved. Who knew how many sea demons the Avenger had killed in the violent hurricane? Now, Han Fei was probably famous in the 100 Demons and Martial Emperor City. Besides, Han Fei directly took Banny away. Banny was probably dead now. The 13 worlds in the outer domain were all offended by him. If Han Fei's identity was exposed in the future, he would become the enemy of more than half of the 36 mystic worlds. Ice-snow Chuling said, "Heavenly Master, have your followers and that little girl been in the sea quelling painting all this time?" Master Snow Lady asked. "Me to remind you that there is too little spiritual energy and great Tao in the sea quelling painting, which is not conducive to long-term residence. Of course, it's up to you." "Okay, huh?" Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes widened. "Wait. How do you know about the sea quelling painting? Is there more than one sea quelling painting?" Ice-snow Chuling glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "Don't you know, Heavenly Master? The sea quelling painting was originally a large peerless painting. But in the beginning, it was divided into 36 parts. Every world had one part. Unfortunately, the heavenly palaces vary in strength, and our sea quelling paintings eventually fell into the hands of the other worlds." Hiss. Han Fei took a breath. There were indeed 36 parts of the sea quelling painting. He had always felt that the territory in the sea quelling painting didn't seem to be complete. It turned out that his feelings were right. However, Queen Life had never told him about this. Did she not know about the sea quelling painting, or did she deliberately not tell him? Han Fei thought to himself, "When I return to the Yin-Yang world, I should chat with my junior sister. Our two worlds have been neighbors for so many years. So the Waterwood world's relationship with the Yin-Yang world should be better than with the other worlds, right? Is there a need to hide this from me?" Han Fei's heart did a flip and he immediately asked, "Is there a strong academy in the ice-snow world?" Ice-snow Chuling said, "Of course, the Wind Snow Dao Academy is the best academy in our world. Those who can enter the Wind Snow Dao Academy are all heavenly talents. At least, it's difficult for those with a spiritual heritage below level 7 to enter." With a thought, mountains and rivers appeared around Han Fei, and Xiaosei and Nianer appeared. Seeing Han Fei, Nianer immediately asked, "Brother, is it safe outside?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course. Nianer, let me send you to a fun place for half a year, okay?" Han Fei sighed. Although he had promised the time dragon carp that he would bring Nianer along to grow, Nianer was too weak now, and he might encounter danger at any time. He couldn't always put her in the sea quelling painting. Moreover, the Snow Lady had also said that although one could live in the sea quelling painting, it was not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, Nianer knew Too little about the outside world and the ways of the world. She had to go to a crowded place to adapt. Nyener was overjoyed. What fun place. Hanfei smiled. A school. Since Nyener was going to enter the school, Hanfei certainly had much to tell her. Of course, the most suitable solution was for Xiaosei to follow her to prevent any accidents. Half a day later, Hanfei said to Xiaosei and Nyener, you can't use the time technique in school, not even once, understand? Nyener said, got it. Hanfei said with a smile, of course, Nyener, you can learn any technique. Except the time technique. You can see all kinds of body tempering techniques, combat skills, and soul combat skills. Also, communicate with your classmates as much as possible. But if anyone bullies you, just beat them up. But don't kill them. Hanfei rambled on. After all, she was still a child. Hanfei looked at Xiaosei worriedly and said, don't try to change Nyener's cognition, and don't try to subvert my theory. You just need to be an escort and watch over Nyener. If there's anything you can't solve, you can come to me directly, or Holy Lady Chuling. One koi. Me. Xiaosei nodded. Yes, Master Hanfei. I'm the Holy Child now. Xiaosei said, yes, Master Holy Child. Hanfei wasn't worried about Nyener's learning ability at all. After all, she was a time dragon carp born with an immortal spiritual heritage, which should be even stronger than his. Therefore, whether it was learning cultivation techniques or various combat skills, her speed could not be slow. In addition, he had given Nyener and Xiaosei a lot of resources, which could be squandered by them. Anyway, they wouldn't be used up in half a year. No matter what, children had to go to school. They had to interact more with this world and communicate more with others to grow up faster. More than 4 months later, 12 years had passed in Forge the Universe. At this moment, Forge the Universe was as wide as 3,000 kilometers. This was the space expanded by the remaining impure spiritual energy when Hanfei was cultivating. At this moment, on the ice snow lotus throne, more than half of the marrow refinement of Hanfei's purity mystic body had been completed. Compared to the indestructible overlord body, the purity mystic body was much gentler. Although it took a long time, it was a great technique ranked among the tops in the infinite ocean after all. Therefore, the cultivation speed was actually not slow. Hanfei had reached a new bottleneck in casting the purity body. He was only one step away from the half-king realm. However, there were still 33 days left before his bloodline devouring could finish. Hanfei thought to himself, let me wait a little longer. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if my realm dropped again after I just became a half-king? Another month passed in Forge the Universe. On this day, Hanfei was suddenly refreshed. The first thing he felt was his body instinctively swallowing power. Hanfei shouted, Old Yuan, release some energy to me. The old turtle quickly moved away. When a tremendous amount of energy filled Hanfei's body, which was about 5% of the total energy the old turtle reserved, Hanfei finally felt full. At this moment, Hanfei looked at the demon purification pot, and information appeared. Owner, Hanfei. Level, 89, Peak Venerable. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 2,720,986. Chaotic Chi, 1,583 wisps. Spiritual power, 241,862. Perception range, 140,000 kilometers. Strength, 27,001 waves. First spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unknown. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 78. Second spiritual beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 76. Main art, the 7th level of void fishing, void descending art, king level. Divine quality. Han Fei seemed to have expected this information and wasn't very surprised. His bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean had increased by about 740,000. His spiritual power had increased by more than 10,000 points because he had visualized a Tao pattern. His perception had increased by 20,000 kilometers because of the upgrade of his bloodline. As for strength, because Han Fei was now at the peak of the Venerable Realm, his strength had been stuck at 26,999 waves after 2 months of seclusion. However, because of the improvement of his bloodline, this bottleneck was broken again. This meant that Han Fei had to continue cultivating if he wanted to become a half-king again. Han Fei's current strength had already surpassed the old turtle's strength when he transcended the tribulation. When Han Fei looked at the bloodline information again, he couldn't help but sigh. As he expected, he had no bloodline to devour. Now. Number of clans in the Infinite Ocean, 29620,223. Master, the 2,720,986. Nearby bloodlines, Ancient Azure Dragon, Golden Crow Blood, Time Dragon Carp. Twin yin-yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish. Recommended bloodline, none. At this point, Han Fei knew that his bloodline level was probably extremely high in the Venerable Realm. This could be felt from his cultivation speed. Since the demon purification pot didn't recommend him to devour any bloodline he had already got, if he swallowed it by force, the consequences would be unpredictable. In that case, his bloodline in the Venerable Realm would be good enough now. When he became a king, his life level might be extraordinary. After another breakthrough in his life level, Han Fei continued to cultivate the purity mystic body, making improvement super fast. Previously, he had reached a bottleneck after 2 months. Now, his life level had improved, and his cultivation speed was faster. After just 10 days in the outside world, his strength had broken through 28,000 waves. This speed was astonishing. On this day, Han Fei was cultivating. Suddenly, the old turtle said, "Ice Snow Chuling is here. It's time to set off." Swish. Ice Snow Chuling was about to call out when the seal on Han Fei's ice snow courtyard automatically opened. Seeing Han Fei wearing a snow-white cloak and an ice mask, Ice Snow Chuling didn't know if it was an illusion. She actually felt a pressure in bloodline. The person in front of her seemed to be born to be nobler than her. She actually had the urge to kneel at him. Seeing that Ice Snow Chuling was stunned, Han Fei asked, "Are we leaving?" Only then did Ice Snow Chuling come back to her senses. Yes, the teams of the 13 worlds in the outer domain have gathered. Master Snow Lady will personally lead the team and will set off tomorrow. Han Fei asked in surprise, "The king is leading the team? Then won't the heavenly palace be left unguarded?" Ice Snow Chuling said, "Not all the kings of the outer domain will go on this trip. In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, 7 kings will stay. We, Ice Snow World and the Wind Slashing World have a good relationship, so Master Wind will stay in the outer domain. Besides, the heavenly palaces will activate our respective protection arrays. Before my teacher comes back, the Ice Snow World will try to reduce the exploration activities. Anne. Huh? Ice Snow Chuling sighed slightly. Also, apart from us going to the land of King Death, the 100 demons, the undersea human race, and the mermen will all go there. After all, the kings who died on the land of King Death are not only from the 36 heavenly palaces. There are also sea demons, and even giant beasts. Han Fei asked, so, in addition to the dangers brought by the heavenly talents of the 36 mystic worlds, and its own dangers, there is also the threat of sea demons? Ice Snow Chuling nodded. The land of King Death opens once every 100 years, so all the heavenly talents in the raging sea will go there. This is why teacher can leave the Ice Snow World. Han Fei was secretly delighted and couldn't help licking his lips. Interesting. Kings won't enter. Are you sure kings can't get in? Ice Snow Chuling glanced at Han Fei in surprise, feeling that Han Fei seemed very excited. She said, in theory, they can. However, the kings restrain each other and only let venerables seek opportunities in it. After all, the strongest person who died in the land of King Death is only a king. Although there may be some treasures there, they can't help the kings much. However, it's different for venerables. Han Fei nodded. That's good. Ice Snow Chuling seemed to realize something. Han Fei was the current master of the Yin-Yang world. Was such a character fundamentally different from a king? In the last violent hurricane, even Han Fei's clone could easily kill a half-king. If Han Fei really went to the land of King Death, who could be his opponent? Suddenly, Ice Snow Chuling realized something. Why did Master Snow Lady keep Han Fei for half a year? Was it to protect Han Fei or to borrow his strength? But in any case, the Snow Lady did Han Fei a great favor to keep him in the Ice Snow World and even help him go to the land of King Death. It was impossible for Han Fei not to realize it after listening to the explanation of Ice Snow Chuling. Han Fei said, I'll protect the people of the Snow God's temple this time. If there's a chance, I'll certainly help you. Wind Snow Dao Academy. Yenner had been studying here for half a year. When she first arrived, she shocked a large group of people. Those who could enter the Wind Snow Dao Academy were all heavenly talents, but when had they ever seen a peak-level law enforcer at the age of 7 or 8? Yenner was young, but her strength was extraordinary. Most importantly, she was cute and liked to eat. Other students rarely bullied her. Although Yenner's strength was high, she took the same courses as the new disciples. Some of those disciples were only great fishing masters, but their talent was also astonishing. Many of these people were about the same age as Yenner, but their strength was worlds apart. At first, they did not dare to talk to Yenner. However, they later realized that Yenner was cute and sensible. When she had nothing to do, she would just read books, eat, and play with the cube. The cube helped Yenner in socializing and attracted a lot of attention. Yenner quickly became good friends with a group of children. Xiaosei was very happy to see that. Ever since he met Yenner, he had never seen Yenner smile so happily. However, when she walked out of the abyssal chasm and followed Han Fei out, she was very happy almost every day. Even in the sea-quelling painting, she was very happy with so many small animals playing with her. 5 months later, Yenner was no longer that little girl who knew nothing. At least, she knew the structure of this ice snow world. She knew the difference between villages, towns, and main cities. She also cultivated with her friends and went shopping together. She even secretly went to a village with another little girl. The reason was that the little girl heard that her parents were bullied and Yennefer wanted to help her. When she went to the village, she almost slapped a whole family away. The family was so frightened that they knelt down and begged for mercy. Later, when they returned to the Wind Snow Dow Academy, Yennefer naturally had to be punished as well. The teacher was very annoyed and taught the two of them a good lesson. These were just small interludes. That was what kids did. Back then, Hanfei was no better than Yennefer, or even worse. After all, when Hanfei first came here, this world was completely new and too attractive to him. On this day, Yennefer was not cultivating because she did not need to cultivate at all. She only cultivated combat skills. When it was almost noon, Yennefer set up a grill in the house with a little girl who was about her age. Yennefer said, "Xiao Tan, let's have barbecue for lunch." Xiao Tan was a bit worried. "Yennefer, we were caught by the instructors when we had barbecue last time. We were punished to go into seclusion for 3 days. Are we really fine this time?" Yennefer chuckled. "It's fine. I went to the academy to find a few array books. Look at me." Yennefer took out an ultra-quality spiritual stone and controlled the spiritual energy to circle the room, setting up a crooked concealment array. This scene made Hanfei speechless. Hanfei looked at Xiaosei and asked, "Who taught her how to set up arrays?" Xiaosei looked embarrassed. "Little master came to ask me, so I let her attend a few lessons for spirit gatherers." Hanfei was lost for words. "You're already a venerable. Yennefer is so talented, and that's what you taught her? Is this a concealment array?" "She's just piling up spiritual energy. Now, the array has been set up, but her room is full of spiritual energy. She is literally telling the whole school that I'm barbecuing here." Puff dash. Ice Snow Chuling couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, "Your precious sister has caused a lot of jokes in school. Last time, she made that hot pot. There was water in the pot was on fire, and the fish were swimming in the pot." She asked why the fish could still swim. A lot of people laughed. Sure enough, not long after Yennefer set up the concealment array, a white-bearded teacher shouted, "Han Yennefer, come out. You think your family is rich? Why did you get a spiritual energy shield above your head in broad daylight? Do you think you're not shining enough?" In the house, Xiao Tan sighed. "Sure enough, we're discovered again." Yennefer lunged to her feet and quickly put away the grill. "Run, everyone." Hanfei finally couldn't stand it anymore. He put away the concealment array, absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, and appeared in front of the house. Yennefer had just gone out when she saw Hanfei. "Brother? Pretty sister." Yennefer had seen Hanfei in a mask, so she knew that this was Hanfei. They turned around and saw an advanced explorer rushing over huffily. However, when the old man saw Ice Snow Chuling and the masked Hanfei, he froze and then gasped. The old man immediately bowed. "Greetings, Holy Lady and Master Holy Child. My name is Mingdu." The old man was shocked. "Why are these two here?" When the old man looked at Yennefer again and remembered her terrifying talent, he immediately gasped. Could it be that Holy Lady and Holy Child are already married and have a daughter? This discovery made Mingdu's heart tremble. This kind of thing had to be kept a secret. If the news spread out, who knew how much trouble it would cause? Han Fei said, Mr. Mingdu, thank you for taking care of my sister for the past 6 months. Sister? Mingdu heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, is Nianer really Master Holy Child's sister? However, he still bowed and said, Master Holy Child, you don't have to be so polite. Nianer is really talented. She can break through the realm and transcend the tribulation at any time. I'm so proud that our ice snow world have such a heavenly talent. Han Fei said casually, Sir, I'll take Nianer away today. Huh? The old man thought to himself, Nianer has only been here for a year. Although Nianer doesn't know many things, she's quite liked by the teachers. Why is she leaving now? VV. Ice Snow Chuling was also surprised. Are you going to take Nianer with you? Han Fei said, yes. Nianer was a little reluctant to leave. Brother, are you leaving so soon? I just made friends. Han Fei smiled. Nianer, we'll come back if we have a chance in the future. Nianer couldn't help but look at her friend. Although she was reluctant, she had to leave if Han Fei did. Nianer thought for a long time before she took out her barbecue grill and threw it on the ground. Xiao Tan, I'm leaving. If you're hungry in the future, use it for barbecue. Since Han Fei left the snow god's temple, he wouldn't leave Nianer behind. For Han Fei, the road ahead might be different every day. Who knew what would happen? Moreover, even if the Snow Lady showed friendship to him, their relationship had not reached the point of trust. The Snow Lady had her own reasons for helping him. All Han Fei had to do was accept it calmly and exchange benefits with her. The next day, the Snow Lady left the Heavenly Palace and boarded the ship to the inner domain with 24 venerables, including the Holy Child and the Holy Maiden. Among these 24 people, only one of them was an advanced peak-level venerable. Among the rest, except for Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling, who were recognized as half-kings, there were only 2 half-kings. There weren't many half-kings going, because when one reached the half-king realm, he only considered transcending the tribulation. If one was lucky, he could indeed obtain many opportunities in the land of King Death. However, to directly obtain the opportunity to become a king, the land of King Death was not enough. Most half-kings were waiting for the opening of another super-secret realm. Only that place was the ideal place where they could become a king. Therefore, the team of the Snow God's Temple could be said to be extremely strong. Han Fei exclaimed in his heart, if all the 36 mystic worlds send over such a team, then there will be at least 600 peak-level venerables participating in the land of King Death this time. And this was only on the human side. How many people from the 100 demon race, the undersea human race, the merman race, and even the giant race would participate? In that case, there seemed to be more than 2,000 venerables on the land of King Death this time. Han Fei had fought a lot of battles, but this time, with thousands of venerables present, how many people would die in this battle? Were venerables so cheap? Standing on the boat with his hands behind his back, Han Fei looked extremely powerful. Hearing the voice behind him, Han Fei said casually without looking back, what's the casualty rate on the land of King Death? Generally speaking, about 30%. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. 30% was already a lot, which meant that nearly 1/3 of the strong masters would die in this battle. They would have to pay a great price, but it was probably not enough for them to become kings. Going to the land of King Death could only be said to have the opportunity to become a king. Perhaps some lucky people could obtain the opportunity. Even if there was a huge opportunity there, it would probably be extremely difficult to obtain. However, since half-kings were sent there, it meant that there should be opportunities for half-kings to fight in the land of King Death. Snow Chuling said, "Teacher is calling you." Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, he knew that it wasn't that simple. The ship that Han Fei was on was named Snow God. It was named after the Heavenly Palace, which meant that it was the king's ship. This large ship was refined from the bones of a half-king. In many places, there were even traces of king's bones. In terms of the array of this ship, it might be the strongest ship in the ice-snow world. The ship was more than 200 meters tall, with 3 floors. The top floor was where the Snow Lady lived, like a small ice palace. When Han Fei entered, the Snow Lady was reading a heavy snow book covered in frost. Seeing Han Fei come in, she said casually, "You should have guessed it. There seems to be something different about the land of King Death." Han Fei came to the table and nodded slightly. If the opportunities there are only to help people to become half-king, it's meaningless for half-kings to go there. The Snow Lady looked at Han Fei and asked, "How much do you know about what happened back then?" Han Fei asked, "Are you talking about the secret realm you've been to?" Seeing the Snow Lady nod, Han Fei said, "I basically don't know anything. I only know that it's a barrier on your eastbound route. The things there make you willing to stay there and fight for them." The Snow Lady smiled. "It seems that you really don't know much about it. Half-kings don't go to the land of King Death for nothing. They are chosen to go there just for one thing." Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. "What is it?" The Snow Lady said, "The key to the Imperial Palace." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. The Imperial Palace? The Snow Lady pushed the heavy snow book in front of her to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't ask further, but turned the book over and glanced at it. A moment later, even his breathing quickened. Because the Snow Lady was here, the old turtle didn't say a word. But even if the old turtle didn't say it, Han Fei knew that this was a big secret. It turned out that after Old Han and company, the 36 mystic worlds had conducted more than one treasure hunt. In the end, they confirmed that it was a monarch palace. Yes, it was fine if Han Fei didn't know about the monarch, but he did. Being a monarch was only one step away from becoming a god. Martial Emperor City could stand proudly in the raging sea for so many years. Just because it was said to be related to a monarch, but that real monarch palace had indeed had the inheritance of a monarch. No wonder these people would rather guard here than leave. The Snow Book recorded that it was not difficult to enter the monarch palace. If he had a token from the monarch palace, it would be much safer. The more tokens there were, the better the quality, and the safer he would be when he went to the monarch palace in the future. To ordinary people, the land of King Death was an opportunity to become a half-king. However, to a half-king, the opportunity to explore the monarch palace represented an opportunity to become a king. The Snow Lady said, "The part of the monarch palace that we have explored should be less than 30% of the entire monarch palace. The further we go." "Wow," Han Fei said in a low voice, "not even 30%, but hundreds of kings have already been created?" The Snow Lady said lightly, "Yes, that's what we know. However, we don't know how many kings it has created. You should know that we are all old. The bloodline level of humans and the hidden injuries left on us in the battles of kings will actually damage our lifespans. Therefore, we won't attack easily. However, before we die, we still have to explore that place again. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, what about reincarnation or possessing someone else's body? The Snow Maiden said, you should know that if you want to cultivate a reincarnation body, try not to awaken your memories. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to walk the Great Tao. Besides, when you cultivate a reincarnation body, you have to divide your luck. If you do it too many times, it's hard to say whether the reincarnation body belongs to you or you belong to your reincarnation body. As for possessing someone else's body, you can only live one more life at most. Many kings have already tried this way, including human kings and sea demons kings, but no one ended well. Han Fei said leisurely, so, you want to keep sending people to explore the Monarch Palace and nurture new kings? The Snow Lady said, you just came out of the wild abyss, so there are some things you don't know. Do you know why the raging sea is divided into 13 worlds in the inner domain and 13 worlds in the outer domain? Han Fei was puzzled. Why? Because for the 13 worlds in the inner domain, each world has more than one king. Huh? Han Fei's body trembled. More than one king? Did this mean that in the 13 worlds in the inner domain, there were at least 26 kings? The Snow Lady said, every 100 years, the land of King Death will open. And the Monarch Palace will be explored every 3,000 years. Why does it take so long? That's because the venerables of the heavenly palaces will die in the exploration. If the casualty rate on the land of King Death is about 30%, that in the Imperial Palace is as high as 80 to 90%. Moreover, the exploration of the Monarch Palace will only become more and more difficult. This means that it will be more and more difficult to become a king in the Monarch Palace. After a moment of silence, Han Fei asked, how long until the opening of the Monarch Palace? The Snow Lady said leisurely, 32 years. Han Fei chuckled. Are you telling me, you have to go on this trip too? The Snow Lady shook her head slightly. We won't go on this trip. But we don't know about the next. So, I might be the strongest on this trip? The Snow Lady nodded. Yes. That's why I'm helping you. After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, what if I transcend the tribulation and become a king in these 32 years? The Snow Lady was stunned. Then, maybe you can't go either. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Kings are not allowed to go there? It was to prevent them from finding a greater opportunity. However, if the Monarch Palace was open, wouldn't it be stupid not to go? It was certain that the Monarch Palace was very dangerous, but he was not a salted fish. There were still 32 years before the opening of the Monarch Palace. His bloodline level was already so high, and he had accumulated so many resources. If he tried to disassemble spiritual energy again, he might not have 95%, but 94% was easy to reach. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for him to become a king in 30 years. Han Fei thought to himself, maybe for the Snow Lady, I won't be able to become a king in 32 years. However, for me, 32 years is equivalent to 1,000 years. How can I just waste it? Han Fei immediately said, in any case, I'll protect the people of the snow God's temple in the land of King Death this time. But I may not be able to take care of them when I am fighting with other half-kings. The Snow Lady said, there are 24 people going this time. With your help, it Shouldn't be a problem to get 20 keys to the monarch palace. The so-called keys are actually items with the aura of the monarch palace. You can recognize them at a glance. Hanfei thought to himself, just 20 tokens. It should be a breeze for me to get them. Therefore, Hanfei nodded. Okay. I agree. As for the opening of the monarch palace in 32 years, it's still too early. I didn't come out of the wild abyss just to participate in the exploration of the monarch palace. The Snow Lady said, okay. We'll talk about the future in the future. Now. Let's decide what to do now. Hanfei appreciated the Snow Lady's bet. For the Snow Lady, she had only done a small favor, but she had helped Hanfei a lot. The Snow Lady's goal was simple. She wanted to fight for more spots to enter the monarch palace for the snow god's temple. However, for Hanfei, this spot had already been reserved. Not only had the spot been reserved, but this trip to the land of King Death was also a hunt. He had upgraded the time chain with 1,000 wisps of chaotic chi, and now there were only 1,000 wisps left. Although more than 1,000 wisps were a lot, it was definitely not much for a heavenly talent who had become a king. After all, even a random half-king Hanfei met could have hundreds of wisps in his body. Hanfei thought that when he wanted to open his origin sea, he couldn't be restricted by the chaotic chi. Buzz. Not long after Hanfei and the Snow Lady discussed in secret, the snow god seemed to have appeared on a wide route. At this moment, before Hanfei continued his seclusion, he saw 8 big ships. Judging from the shapes and sail styles of these large ships, they didn't come from the same place. They should be ships from the heavenly palaces of the outer domain heading to the inner domain. These large ships had anchored and seemed to be waiting for them, as if they were waiting for all the large ships from the outer domain to gather before leaving. Swish. 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 The moment the snow god appeared, 3 or 4 perceptions swept over those who could use their perception to investigate in front of the Snow Lady. Were undoubtedly all kings. There was a man in a red robe whose blood aura seemed to be dissipating. This person's voice was very light. Snow Lady, it's been a long time. Looking at Hanfei, Snow Chuling explained, this is Palace Master Yan Wen of the Blood Fiend world. He's quite powerful in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. On the other side, a man carrying a sledgehammer nodded at the Snow Lady. Since you're here, Ling Feng shouldn't be coming, right? The Snow Lady nodded. After all, he can arrive fast. But if something happens, he can take care of it. Hanfei thought to himself, this must be the master of thunder fire. His style is so obvious that I can't be wrong. Snow Chuling said, you should know Lei Qing, the master of thunder fire. His weapon is the strongest weapon in the 13 worlds in the outer domain. The heaven-shaking thunder hammer. It is said that this hammer is the only weapon in the 36 mystic worlds that can touch the threshold of a god level weapon. However, I only heard about it from hearsay. Only the master of thunder fire knows how powerful it is. Hanfei's heart did a flip. A weapon that has touched the threshold of a god level weapon? That hammer must be extraordinary. As expected of the heavenly palace that specializes in refining. Humph dash. Suddenly, Hanfei felt a gaze. Following his gaze, he saw a red-haired young man. This person's face was cold and grim, and his look was cold and unkind, which fell straight on Hanfei. On the ship of the Ice Snow world, Snow Chuling wasn't afraid that the kings would eavesdrop. She still said via voice transmission, "This is the palace master of the five elements world, Gongzhan. His spiritual beast, the five elements arowana, has extraordinary combat power. Although the two five elements wheels he uses are only mid-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. They are very useful in combat. The five elements world has always been warlike." Gongzhan looked at Han Fei. "Snow Lady, this should be your new disciple, Shui Zhan, right? Why does he seem to be more like the king of the snow gods' temple than you?" At this moment, Han Fei was standing on the boat with his hands behind his back and wearing an ice mask. He really didn't look like a mortal. The Snow Lady said, "Shui Zhan has always been like this. Or rather, the people of our ice-snow world have always been like this. You should know that." Gongzhan chuckled. "Of course I know. People from the ice-snow world are cold by nature. It's said that in the violent hurricane that day, my poor disciple Banny kept begging Shui Zhan to help him, but he refused and gave him to the avenger, Han Fei. He didn't even hesitate." Han Fei couldn't help but look up at Gongzhan silently. Such a person would pick a fight for no reason. If it were in the past, he would have quarreled with him for 300 rounds. However, he was Shui Zhan now, an extremely cold person. Therefore, a war of words was obviously not suitable for him. However, he could still give Gong Zhan a disdainful look. Han Fei's mask was very fitting to his face, so he could still give a disdainful look. When Gongzhan noticed Han Fei's reaction, his face changed slightly. Behind Gongzhan, someone's face was even uglier. He shouted, "How dare you disrespect a king? Do you want to spar with me?" Han Fei said indifferently, "You are not worthy." Buzz. The venerables from the five elements world were all furious. Even Gongzhan was surprised by his words. How arrogant is this *shoal? My disciple is unworthy? Who do you think you are? In Han Fei's heart, the Snow Lady said, "This is not the time to fight. Bear with it. Who can be your match in the land of King Death?" At this moment, with a buzz, a large ship filled with spiritual plants appeared. As soon as the hull appeared, a pleasant voice said, "We're all from the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Why are we fighting each other?" In the next moment, a fairy-like figure appeared from the flowers. She was wearing a light green dress with intertwined flower stems, and a small jade vine was wrapped around one arm. None of this counted. In terms of beauty, this woman was better than the Snow Lady and was comparable to Queen Life. However, Queen Life had a quiet personality, while this person from the 100 Flowers world was a little enchanting. Ice Snow Chuling said, "This is Hua Qianyue, the heavenly master of the 100 Flowers world. Her spiritual plant is ethereal red beard, and her weapon is the jade immortal vine. Her strength ranks among the top 5 in the 13 worlds in the outer domain." Han Fei looked at her indifferently. Han Fei had seen many beautiful women, so he wasn't attracted by the beauty of the heavenly master of the 100 Flowers world. He just looked at her. Huh. Hua Qianyue glanced at Han Fei and couldn't help but smile. "Sister Snow Lady, I heard that you've taken in a new disciple. His aptitude should be guaranteed, but I'm afraid his personality is a bit dull." The Snow Lady bowed slightly. "Sorry to disappoint you, Sister Qianyue." Buzz, buzz. Soon after Hua Qianyue appeared, 3 more large ships flew over. On one of the ships, an old man in a black robe held a dead wood stick and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. I went to the god refining world on the way. Su Lian was supposed to come, but he often goes into seclusion, so I'll do it for him. Since everyone is here, it seems that we can set off. Han Fei was lost for words. The kings all looked like young men and girls. Why? Did this one look like an old man? Ice Snow Chuling said, this is Heavenly Master of the Million Poison World. Huang Jia. He's known as the Patriarch Million Poison. His spiritual beast. The 7 ultimate ancient insect, is known as the most poisonous creature of the 36 mystic worlds. It's said that his sea-quelling bizarre treasure, Million Poison Staff, contains 100,000 kinds of poisons. Han Fei thought to himself, I can tell. This old man doesn't look normal at all. He seems to be trying to poison himself to death. Suddenly, Ice Snow Chuling said, the Million Poison World and the Million Poison World have never been on good terms. These two worlds have been fighting for a long time. Originally, the Million Poison World should have entered the inner domain, but because of the death of their king, they didn't go. They are the most dangerous world among the 13 worlds in the outer domain. Han Fei felt a headache. Every world was unique. Needless to say, this old man must have a lot of poisons on him. When he was in seclusion in the Snow God's temple, because of the purity mystic body, he had already reached a bottleneck at the peak of the venerable realm, and his bloodline level had not broken through. At that time, Han Fei ate all kinds of poisonous flowers and herbs. Han Fei knew very well that those who played with poison were a bunch of dangerous guys. He had been resisting poison since he was a child. During his seclusion in the Snow God's temple, he had swallowed more than 3,000 poisonous flowers, herbs, and fruits. Now, seeing this old man from the Million Poison World, Han Fei wondered how he could get some poison from there. Huang Jia noticed Han Fei's eyes. Huang Jia was also surprised. Why is this guy looking at me? Therefore, Huang Jia said, I heard that you took in a holy child, Snow Lady? It must be him. In the next moment, Han Fei said for the first time, Shuizhan greets palace. Master Huang Jia. Huh? Huang Jia was stunned for a moment. He had always been an anomaly in the eyes of others. There was a faint aura of hostility here. Did Shuizhan bow to everyone king? Huang Jia didn't think too much about it. He just nodded slightly as greetings. At this point, all the ships from the 13 worlds in the outer domain had arrived. Among them, the 100 Flower World, Million Poison World, Ice Snow World, 5 Elements World, Thunder Fire World, and Blood Fiend World were led by a king. The conflict between Han Fei and the 5 Elements World was also interrupted by the arrival of the 100 Flowers World and the Million Poison World. Only then did everyone stop arguing and set off. There were 6 kings here, and the ships were full of strong masters, and even advanced venerables were rare. Therefore, it was almost impossible for pirates to attack them. To put it bluntly, even if all the top 10 pirate groups came, the experts here could still fight. Han Fei asked around and found out that it would take about 25 days to go to the inner domain. It was impossible for him to lie on the ship and watch the water every day. Therefore, Han Fei sealed a room in his cabin and went to forge the universe to cultivate. Half a month later, Han Fei was feeling the pleasure of the growth of his strength. Suddenly, the old turtle said, We've arrived at the Sea of Fog. Outside. This should be the chaotic place that separates the inner and outer seas. Oh? Hanfei wanted to see how the inner and outer domains of the raging sea were divided. When Hanfei came out of the cabin and came to the deck, he found that he could see nothing clearly. Outside the ship, chaotic and mixed spiritual energy was wreaking havoc. It was comparable to the environment in the cage, or even worse. Not only was the illusion here violent, but the mist particles seemed to be quite heavy. They appeared like mist. But in fact, if one looked carefully, they were not all fog. Some were gravel. Some were water drops, and some were the residue of seaweed after it was minced. For some reason, they were floating in the air. Moreover, there was a very strange phenomenon here. The gravity here was more than 10 times heavier than that of the outside world. How could there be such a floating phenomenon under such gravity? Hanfei scanned around with his perception and found that his perception range was only about 1,200 kilometers. Hanfei said in surprise, "My perception range is only 1% as usual." Now? The old turtle said, "The space level here is higher. In other words, the space here is more solid. You can easily cut open a crack in the void in other places, but not here. You need to pay 10 times the power to crack a void. Crack here. The higher the space level, the stronger the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao suppresses your perception, so you feel that your perception range becomes extremely small." Hanfei was puzzled. "Do you mean that the level of space here is much higher than normal?" The old turtle said, "It's obvious. This thick space power is even several times stronger than the space in the age of gods. It can be seen that this is definitely an ancient land." "Ancient land?" The old turtle said, "The stronger the power of the great Tao contained in a world, the more stable the space is. If you're in the outside world, you can cut thousands of kilometers with one slash, but you can only cut thousands of kilometers in this stable space. It's not that your strength has weakened, but that this space has become stronger. Although I don't know what's in this mist, I think it won't be simple." Hanfei shook his head slightly and said, "So many kings haven't found the reason even after tens of thousands of years. Even if I have the vast ocean navigator, I don't have the time to explore the mystery. Besides, isn't it said that there are many dangers here?" The old turtle nodded. "That's true. The creatures who can live here are at least physically strong. After all, the space level here is dozens of times stronger than other places. Cultivating here for a long time can temper a good physique." Hanfei chatted with the old turtle and found that someone was fishing. At this moment, the man happened to be lifting the hook, and a big fish came out of the water. Because Hanfei had never seen such a fish before, he wandered over to take a look. Someone saw Hanfei and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master Holy Child." Hanfei nodded slightly. "Go on." Information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Name, floating fish. Introduction, a rare fish that lives in places with more floating stones. This fish enters the sea during the day and floats at night to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Floating fish has a strong spatial power and will inadvertently break through space or create a void blade to attack the opponent. Floating fish could produce floating stones, which have the power to float. Level, greater than 79. Quality, rare. Spiritual energy, 89,658 points. Edible effect, long-term consumption can increase blood, chi, and fire power, and increase instantaneous explosive power. Collectible floating stone. Absorbable. Floating stone? Hanfei was briefly stunned. This fish could grow floating stones? That was quite strange. After walking around, Hanfei took out his fishing rod and caught a floating fish. He cut out a fish stone from its head. Hanfei certainly knew about fish stones, which were exquisite stones dug out of fish heads. Generally speaking, it was shaped as a heart and as hard as stone after being dried. It was crystal clear like jade. However, this was the first time Hanfei had seen a floating fish stone. This stone was enough to serve as a floating stone for several fishing boats. Hanfei injected spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the floating stone was activated, and its transmission effect was more than 10 times that of ordinary floating stones. Hiss, dash. Hanfei couldn't help but take a breath. Was the transmission efficiency so high? Did it mean that the speed of the wind god boat could be increased more than 10 times? Of course, with the speed of the wind god boat, even if it was 10 times faster, it would only travel more than 600,000 kilometers a day. Even if it was engraved with various arrays, it would only travel about 800,000 kilometers a day. This speed was naturally not attractive to venerables. If it was only targeted at the explorer realm or below, this fish stone would be worth a lot. Unfortunately, since this fish was a rare species, it was not all over the sea. Presumably, it could only be found in this sea of fog. Hanfei casually put away the fish stone. As for the fish, when he was free, he would just eat it in a hot pot. When Hanfei was about to go back to seclusion, he perceived that on the ship of the Million Poison World, a group of people were refining poison openly. Hanfei was shocked. Because the poisonous smoke produced by that poison was quite big, they simply refined it outside. The dark green poison made Hanfei want to try it, but he also felt his scalp tingle. Perhaps noticing Hanfei's stare, Huang Jia from the Million Poison World looked at him. Huang Jia asked, "My young friend, are you interested in refining poison?" Hearing that, Hanfei immediately came back to himself and bowed slightly. "I don't know much about pharmacology, but I once accidentally took a spiritual worm, so I have some resistance to poison." "Oh? Can it resist any poison?" Hanfei thought to himself, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect might be precious, but it shouldn't be that precious. Others might be afraid of poison. But he, Hanfei, was not. If he could get some poison from Huang Jia, it wouldn't be bad. Hanfei nodded slightly. "I think so." Huang Jia was a little surprised. In the raging sea, there are only 3 things that can resist any kind of poison. One is the 10,000 poison lotus seed, one is the 9 poison treasure silkworm, and one is the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Since you took a spiritual worm, was it colorful? Hanfei was surprised to hear the old man immediately say the name of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Immediately, Hanfei said, "It's not colorful, but gold." Huang Jia was slightly surprised. "It seems that you're quite lucky to have encountered a heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Come, let's have a chat on my ship." "As you wish." Hanfei didn't expect Huang Jia to be so straightforward. He simply let Hanfei pass. Buzz. Hanfei flashed away. The Snow Lady took a look and wondered why Hanfei was going to the ship of the Million Poison World. Ice Snow Chuling and the Snow Lady were in the same room. At this moment, she said in surprise, "Teacher." The Snow Lady said lightly, "It doesn't matter." Although Huang Jia is a little eccentric, he's not a bloodthirsty and insidious person. It's just that he cultivates the poison Tao. On the ship of the Million Poison World, a group of venerables was surprised to see the holy child of the Snow God's temple come. They were all dumbfounded. Why did he come to our ship? Swish. Then the ship array was opened, and Huang Jia knocked on the Million Poison staff and said, "Come on in." The venerables looked up at Huang Jia in surprise. The palace master had always been indifferent to others and was unwilling to have a deep relationship with people from the other heavenly palaces. Why did he ask a junior to come on board this time? However, Han Fei didn't meet these venerables, but went straight to Huang Jia's cabin. As soon as he entered Huang Jia's cabin, Han Fei saw that there were all kinds of bottles and poisonous herbs and fruits in the cabin. Even the air was poisonous. The moment Han Fei entered the cabin, his skin color began to change slightly. However, the powerful detoxification effect of the heavenly spirit detoxifying insect made Han Fei's blood essence crazily devour and analyze the poison. "Oh, you." Huang Jia glanced at Han Fei for a while and smiled. "Interesting. You must have eaten a lot of poison before, haven't you?" The heaven spirit detoxifying insect has always been weak. If you can keep it alive and feed it with all kinds of poisons, it can be said that no one below the sea establishment realm can poison you to death. And you can even integrate the power of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into your body? That's rare, but how did you do it? Han Fei didn't hide anything. The other party was an expert of poisons. If he bragged, he would be easily seen through. He had a purpose, so there was no harm in being honest. Han Fei said, "When I transcended the tribulation, the fourth lightning tempered my body and injected the power of the spiritual insects into it." Han Fei certainly made up an excuse. However, as long as it was related to the heavenly tribulation, it was not easy to be exposed. Huang Jia raised his eyebrows. "Oh? The fourth heavenly tribulation, so you had the 4-9 king tribulation? The Snow God's temple is indeed well hidden. The heavenly tribulation can fuse the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into your body. Interesting. However, it's a pity that your understanding of the poison Tao is too shallow. Just the smell in my cabin can make you react, which means that your resistance to poison is limited. You may be able to resist poison, but can only resist a small amount of it. Besides, you can't resist the poisons in the sea establishment realm, and can't even resist the poisons in the venerable realm." Han Fei frowned. "Am I that bad?" Huang Jia smiled disdainfully. "I've been playing with poison for tens of thousands of years. I can tell your strength at a glance. The only good thing about you is that you've inherited the characteristics of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. There's no one in the 36 mystic worlds who can do that. Unfortunately, you're a disciple of the Snow God's temple. I can give you some poison. However, I can't give you any more help." For the kings of the Million Poison World, Han Fei was just a heavenly talent of the Ice Snow World and had nothing to do with them. Therefore, Huang Jia wouldn't give Han Fei more guidance. It was a matter of course. Huang Jia knew this, and so did Han Fei. Therefore, when Huang Jia said that he could give him a few portions of poison, Han Fei knew that it was impossible to get a big opportunity from Huang Jia. Han Fei was proficient in many things, and had never paid attention to poison. Even though he had used something like the Poison King in the past, it was probably not considered poison at all when it came to the true path of poison. Besides, Han Fei didn't refine the Poison King himself, but Cao Qiu did. He just got it from Cao Qiu. Han Fei cupped his hands. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. However, if I want to know how to use that advantage of my body, what should I do? And what price should I pay? Although Han Fei wasn't good at using poison and his body's ability to resist poison was limited, Han Fei knew that his ability was quite extraordinary. He didn't pay much attention to it before because there were very few people who used poison in the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world. In fact, there were so few poison cultivators because most of them were poisoned to death. Few of them could live long. It was precisely because of this that Han Fei cared so much about the Tao of poison. If someone could use poison to kill him in the future, wouldn't he be doomed? Oh? Are you negotiating with me? Huang Jia broke into a sinister smile. Han Fei said casually, I have to ask. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my talent. He. Ice Snow World has nothing to do with our Million Poison World. If I want to cooperate, I should talk with the Snow Lady. Why should I talk with you? Han Fei said with a faint smile, the heavenly palaces have a purpose for this trip to the land of King Death. I think the Million Poison World is no exception. The key to the Million Poison World, is this price acceptable? Huang Jia narrowed his eyes slightly. The Monarch Palace was not a secret. Anyway, the half-kings who went to the land of King Death all knew about this. Even some peak-level venerables knew about it. However, Han Fei used this as a negotiation condition. This piqued Huang Jia's interest. Huang Jia said, oh. Go on. Han Fei said, what I lack is guidance on how to resist poison. I think I'm quite strong. Perhaps I can get more keys to the Monarch Palace in the land of King Death. Huang Jia chuckled. Do you think I'll believe you? It's fine for young people to be confident, but you can't be conceited. Han Fei said casually, I'm not in a hurry. If there's a chance, I'll take the key and ask you later. Huang Jia examined Han Fei for a few seconds. Take off your mask. Hearing that, Han Fei thought to himself, my divine deceit technique shouldn't be seen through. Even if it is, as long as I don't show my true appearance, he won't be able to see through me. So, Han Fei took off his mask. The face under the mask was Zhang Xuanyu's. Anyway, Han Fei had used Zhang Xuanyu many times, so it didn't matter to use him more. Huang Jia clicked his tongue. You're quite handsome. Why are you wearing a mask? Han Fei put the mask back on his face. Cut off the mortal feelings and pursue the supreme great Tao. Han Fei didn't know if Huang Jia believed his nonsense. He simply said, since you fused the power of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect into your body, it's enough for you to take poison and eat all the poison in the world, and sooner or later, you'll be immune to all poisons below the king realm, but eating poison isn't a skill after all. It's like eating herbs directly is far less effective than using pills. Eating medicine directly will waste a lot of medicinal power. And using pills can use 70 or 80% of the essence of the medicine. Therefore, one pill is equivalent to hundreds or even thousands of spiritual herbs. Poison is the same. Han Fei was puzzled. Poison pills? Huang Jia said, any kind of poison can be refined into a pill. You're quite interesting. I can tell you directly that there are millions of poisons in the million poison world. If you can pay the price, you can trade for them. As for your path of resistance to poison, I can tell you clearly. Even if you fuse with the heaven spirit detoxifying insect, it's only at the physical level. The poison at the soul level is even more terrifying than the poison at the physical level. If you want to ask for advice, you can come to the million poison world with your sincerity after this trip to the secret realm. Han Fei slightly cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior. Huang Jia said, since I promised to give you some poison, I won't go back on my word. Huang Jia waved his hand, and a bottle of colorful bubbling poisonous water was handed to Han Fei. Huang Jia said, for others, this is a great poison, but for you, it's a great tonic. This poison is called Thousand Poisons Liquid, and there are thousands of variations of poison. You owe my million poison world a favor. Although Huang Jia said that he would give it to him, he still wanted Han Fei to owe him a favor. With this favor, if Han Fei attacked the people of the million poison world in the land of King Death, he might have a heart demon. Huang Jia was a king after all. No matter how reclusive he was still a strong master who had lived for tens of thousands of years and was extremely meticulous. He could tell that Han Fei seemed to be special. He didn't seem to be afraid or worried when facing him. This guy was arrogant and extremely conceited. Under other circumstances, he might want to kill this guy. However, with the Snow Lady beside him, it was impossible for him to do so. And Han Fei was too proud to attack the people of the million poison world after receiving his benefits. As for the others, Huang Jia thought that as long as Han Fei dared to come to the million poison world, as long as he had the capital, the million poison world could make him bankrupt happily. After bidding farewell to Huang Jia, Han Fei returned to the snow god without talking to the people of the million poison world. This scene made many people on the ship suspicious. Since when did the ice snow world have connection with the million poison world? The Holy Child even faced the Patriarch Million Poison directly? How could that old man be so easy to talk to? Because Han Fei had boarded the ship of the million poison world, many people, and even kings in the 13 worlds in the outer domain, were puzzled. They could only warn their heavenly talents to pay attention to the ice snow world and the million poison world. After returning to the snow god, Han Fei discovered the Snow Lady's perception, so he went straight to her cabin. After they entered, the Snow Lady said, "You know poison?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "No, but I need it." The Snow Lady was slightly stunned. The million poison world is a little incompatible with the other worlds of the 36 mystic worlds. It's mainly because the Patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jia, is too good at using poison. In the past tens of thousands of years, 3 sea establishers have died under Huang Jia's hands. Although the million poison world is in the outer domain, even in the inner domain, few worlds are willing to provoke the million poison world. If you need to talk to him, you must do it openly like today. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable. Han Fei was a bit surprised. Was it strange for a king to kill 3 other kings? After all, Huang Jia was a master of poison and walked a niche path. Such people should be stronger. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Han Fei nodded. Got it. I'm going into seclusion. A moment later, when Han Fei returned to his cabin and entered Forge the Universe, he was no longer in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he took out the bottle of thousand poisons liquid. Poison. It was normal for it to look a little ugly. And this kind of thing that looked poisonous at the first glance, no one would want to touch it. Only Han Fei, who could absorb poison, dared drink it openly. Of course, before drinking it, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler and tested it. When he got the flat result, he was relieved. Han Fei pinched his nose and took a sip. Huh. It's sour and sweet. Why does it taste like yogurt? Han Fei didn't drink it all. He just took a sip. However, after this sip, Han Fei found that his skin alternated between red and green, and his body was emitting dense light. Then, Han Fei felt dizzy, as if he had drunk too much. Han Fei knew that it was a sign of being poisoned. Fortunately, this poison only lasted for about 300 seconds before it slowly disappeared. Han Fei realized that he seemed to have adapted to the poison. It was probably not suitable to drink again today. Han Fei would take a sip every few days. This bottle would probably be enough to drink 7 or 8 times. The old turtle said, "I think you can go to the million poison world to explore the Tao of poison. If you're immune to poison in the infinite ocean, your survival ability will increase by at least 20%. I wonder if that old man is good or bad." Han Fei chuckled. "Old Yuan, who cares if he's good or bad? We're making a deal. Since it's a deal, we're taking what we need, respectively. The poison he gave me now isn't a sign of friendship. It's just that he doesn't want me to attack his people at the land of King Death. We'll see what the deal we can make later." 8 days later. Han Fei had already finished the 1000 poisons liquid. When Han Fei took the last sip, the duration of his dizziness changed from more than 300 seconds to about 3 seconds. This meant that his resistance to poison had greatly increased, and he had only drunk 1 poison. If he went to the million poison world and ate different poisons every day, he would probably be able to resist most of the strange poisons in the world in a few years. Of course, the patriarch Million Poison, Huang Jia, reminded Han Fei that he could only resist some poisons on the physical level, but there were also poisons on the soul level. Han Fei didn't know what the poisons on the soul level were, but he had indeed encountered it before. However, the poison he encountered before wasn't very strong. After Huang Jia's reminder, Han Fei decided to ask about it when he had time. When the old turtle told Han Fei that he had arrived, Han Fei leisurely left Forge the Universe. Although the purity mystic body was improving fast, Rome was not built in a day. He hadn't touched the bottleneck again, but it should be soon. For him now, his realm didn't matter. Anyway, he could still fight, even if a king came. Along the way, the fleet of the 13 worlds in the outer domain did not encounter any enemies on the route. This was almost expected. There were 6 kings here, and hundreds of peak venerables and half-kings were traveling together. What kind of person would dare to ambush such a fleet? Son. According to the old turtle, it took the entire fleet 8 days to pass through the Sea of Fog. Apart from the Sea of Fog, there were immediately fishing boats waiting on the route. It was a boat from the Supreme Clearness world. Han Fei glanced at it, but because the boat array was closed, he couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. However, Han Fei could feel that the environment in the inner domain was much better than in the outer domain. In the inner domain, without the chaotic spiritual energy, the purity of the spiritual energy was much higher. Looking at the creatures in the sea, one could sense that there were many sea creatures at the explorer level. However, no one tried to catch them. In the eyes of these people, these explorer-level creatures were like ants. Perhaps only when the ants walked under their feet would they be trampled to death. Very few people would take the initiative to step on these ants. Therefore, in the inner domain, the strong masters wouldn't attack these sea creatures for no reason at all. For example, Han Fei was not interested in the creatures below the half-venerable level. At most, he would treat them as a meal and consider whether they were delicious or not. On the ship of the Supreme Clearness World, a king cupped his hands at the kings of the 13 worlds in the inner domain. Welcome, fellow Taoists. Ji Xian has been waiting here for a long time. Most of the people from the 13 worlds in the inner domain have already gathered at the Supreme Clearness World. Let's go over now. It will only take about 2 days by the shortest way. After crossing the Sea of Fog, the environment was good, so most people had already come out. Seeing that Ji Xian was quite strong, the old turtle said, "That man is already a sea establisher." Han Fei was lost for words. A king came to greet us personally? Han Fei remembered what the Snow Lady had said. Each world of the 13 worlds in the inner domain had more than one king. How many kings were there? In the Supreme Clearness World, which was ranked first among the 36 heavenly palaces? There was no emotion in Han Fei's eyes, as if he was watching everything indifferently. In fact, Han Fei was thinking to himself, these were all enemies. The King Ba Crab had once told him about the hostile forces of the Yin-Yang world and the 9 palace world. Among them, there were mainly 7 worlds. Namely Supreme Clearness, Infinity, Dream Weaving, 5 Elements, Mad Corpse, Soul Sealing, and Medicine King. In the outer domain, there were only the 5 Elements world and the Mad Corpse world. The Supreme Clearness world was the leader of the enemies. The Yin-Yang world was driven into the wild abyss by these heavenly palaces. Of course, his current goal was not revenge. He wouldn't join in the heavenly palace competition until he had the strength of the same level. Moreover, there were still many secrets waiting for him to explore in the raging sea. He should become a king first, before thinking about other things. 2 more days passed. Ness. Before the ships of the 13 worlds in the outer domain appeared in the Supreme Clearness World, everyone had already seen the prosperity of the Supreme Clearness World. However, Supreme Clearness was marked by a long sword, which was surrounded by green gas. Hundreds of such ships passed by in the sky. The main city of the Supreme Clearness World was called the Heavenly Imperial City. It was said that it was the remains of a magnificent city in ancient times and had been transformed into the current Heavenly Imperial City. Unlike the other huge cities, the Heavenly Imperial City was made of 208 huge islands surrounded by clouds and looked immortal. Those who didn't know much about the Supreme Clearness World would think that these islands were the Heavenly Palace itself. Han Fei had seen the Thunder Fire Waterwood World, the Ice Snow World, the Waterwood World, and the Yin-Yang Waterwood World, but none of them had such an immortal aura as the Supreme Clearness World. Apart from the huge floating islands, there were often people riding on swords in the air around the huge islands. All of them were wearing green clothes, looking like immortals. Ice Snow Chuling said, Supreme Clearness World is the head of the 36 mystic worlds. People born in the Supreme Clearness World have always been proud. However, some are arrogant, some are aloof, and some are rebellious. Therefore, people in the Supreme Clearness World like to cultivate swords and refine sword bones. Han Fei was puzzled. Then what about the Sword God World? Ice Snow Chuling said, the Sword God World is more mysterious, but the sword cultivators of the Sword God World are stronger than those of the Supreme Clearness World. Since ancient times, many famous sword cultivators of the Sword God World have reached the peak of the 36 mystic worlds. Even the sword cultivators of the Supreme Clearness World want to cultivate in the Sword God World, but the Sword God World has never accepted disciples of other heavenly palaces. Han Fei sneered. So there's still no match for the Sword God World. The Snow Lady interrupted with a voice transmission. The sword cultivators in the Supreme Clearness World are not much different from those in the Sword God World. Moreover, the cultivation techniques and combat skills of the Supreme Clearness World are quite diversified. Many heavenly talents in the Supreme Clearness World have even found ancient seeds and awakened secret inheritances. They are not to be underestimated. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Awakening ancient seeds? An ancient seed like Luo Xiaobai's divine manipulation technique? In that case, they were indeed heavenly talents. Swish. 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 The ships of the 13 worlds in the outer domain were anchored in an ancient tree city in the heavenly imperial city. In this city, there was an ancient tree that was 300,000 feet tall, also known as the heavenly imperial tree. The scenery here was the most beautiful. No matter what kind of person the king of the Supreme Clearness World was, since he ruled the 36 mystic worlds, he would treat them with respect at least on the surface. The guests of the 13 worlds in the outer domain would certainly be received by the highest standard. The king certainly wouldn't live with the venerables, and would be received by kings. The venerables and the half-kings would also be received separately. In the Snow God's temple, Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling were respectively known as the Holy Child and the Holy Maiden. They represented the face of the Snow God's temple, so the reception standard was naturally the highest. If they had anything to inform the Snow God's temple, they would inform them first. As for the other two half-kings of the Snow God's temple, they were only half-kings. Just because they were half-kings didn't mean that they were top heavenly talents. Those who could be called top heavenly talents were all the faces of the heavenly palaces. All the fishing boats were docked, and there were people to receive them. However, the places they lived were very close. The one who received Han Fei and the others was a female peak-level venerable from the Supreme Clearness World. When this woman saw Ice Snow Chuling and the others, she bowed slightly, but she only spoke to Ice Snow Chuling. She said, Sister Chuling, long time no see. You've become a half-king in just 100 years. Ice Snow Chuling bowed in return. Hi, Sister Jingyu. Your strength has improved at the same speed. Your aura is faintly dissipating. I think it's only a matter of time before you break through to the half-king realm. Jingyu smiled faintly. Thank you for your kind words. Then, Jingyu looked at Han Fei. This must be the Holy Child that Master Snow Lady just took in, right? Greetings, Holy Child. Many people from the Snow God's temple looked displeased. Although the appearance of the Holy Child was very abrupt, the Snow Lady had declared that He was the Ice Snow World's holy child, second only to the Snow Lady. But this woman rudely called him the Holy Child, not Master Holy Child. However, the arrogance of these people in the supreme clearness world was nothing compared to Han Fei's. Han Fei only glanced at Jingyu indifferently and said coldly, "I allow you not to salute me this time." Jingyu? Everyone? Hiss. Jingyu was stunned. Was IF** King bowing to you? I was just greeting you. Symbolically. As for the venerables of the Snow God's temple, even the two half-kings, behind them, their favorable opinion of Han Fei instantly soared. The two half-kings even said via voice transmission, "Great, I didn't think that Master Holy Child was good before, but now I think he's such a man." The other half-king replied, "Yes, he's getting more and more pleasing to the eye. How dare this woman ignore etiquette? Who does she think she is?" Jingyu frowned slightly and looked at Ice Snow Chuling, only to see the latter looked indifferent as if it was only natural. She was immediately angry. However, she was here to receive guests. She could not be rude at this time. Therefore, Jingyu straightened her body slightly and showed a hint of arrogance. "Everyone, please follow me. The 13 worlds in the inner domain have long arrived. Let's settle down and attend the banquet as soon as possible." The ancient tree city had always been the place where the supreme clearness world received outsiders. There were many ancient trees here, and many guest rooms were built against the trees. Han Fei and the others were taken to a mountain more than 2,000 meters high. There was a wooden courtyard that looked like a small castle here, and Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling were arranged to live here. Surrounding the main peak were ordinary courtyards for the others in the Snow God's temple. Annoyed by Han Fei, Jingyu didn't bother to chat with Ice Snow Chuling anymore. She said in a businesslike tone, "Holy child, holy maiden, this is where you'll stay for the next few days. In 2 days, the 36 mystic worlds will set off for the secret realm together. Now, please attend the banquet." Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly and said, "Thank you." However, Han Fei put his hands behind his back and didn't even look at Jing Yu. Jingyu was even more resentful. "What are you arrogant about? The Snow God's temple? Which one of the other 35 worlds is weaker than you? You were just given a title. Who the hell do you think you are?" Jingyu thought to herself, with Shui Zhan's cold and arrogant temper, there will be a show to watch later. Jing Quan just died and Han Fei came out. The Snow God's temple is simply slapping the face of the Golden Crow world. The King of the Golden Crow world won't be angry over such a small matter. However, for the heavenly talents of the Golden Crow world, slapping the face of their heavenly palace is equivalent to slapping their own face. Under the heavenly imperial ancient tree, there was a sword viewing platform. It was said that an ancient expert once carved a sword talisman on the tree for his descendants to admire. Legend had it that this sword talisman contained the great Tao of sword. However, after 10,000 years, no one had ever found anything on the viewing platform. Even so, this didn't affect the reputation of the sword viewing platform. Many people came because of its reputation. Today, there was also a group of heavenly talents gathered here. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach. Jingyu led Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling to the periphery of the sword viewing platform. She pointed ahead and said, "This way, please." Everyone should have come to the sword viewing platform by now. They are all heavenly talents. This way, please. Ice Snow Chuling bowed slightly. Thank you, Sister Jingyu. After Jingyu left, Ice Snow Chuling said, later, the Golden Crow world might find trouble with us. Bear with it. You can't expose too much of your strength now. Hanfei nodded and looked up at the heavenly imperial ancient tree. The leaves were green, and there were occasionally purple flowers. When the wind blew, a few purple flowers would fall. It was a nice view. On the sword viewing platform, there were ring-shaped seats with a total of 26 small arrays. Each person had an empty table in front of him. On the table were spiritual fruits and nectar. At this moment, most of the people had already taken their seats, except for the Snow God's temple. Therefore, when Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling arrived, Ice Snow Chuling immediately realized that something was wrong. She said, "We were tricked." The others were directly invited to the sword viewing platform. Only we were taken to our residence first, so we were late. Hearing what Ice Snow Chuling said, Han Fei didn't care at all. Jingyu was really tricky. The people of the Supreme Clearness world were indeed insidious. At this moment, except for the seats in a corner that were empty, the other seats were all occupied. Everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling. Or rather, their eyes were mainly on Han Fei. Many people had seen Ice Snow Chuling before. Han Fei was the only one wearing a mask among them. But now, there was an awkward situation. Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling were on the left side of the ring. From right to left, one could see a sword talisman more than 30 meters long on the ancient tree. Han Fei was about to walk over, when Ice Snow Chuling said, "Don't go over. The sword viewing platform is for observing the sword. If we sit in that position, our backs will be facing the sword talisman, and we won't be able to see the sword talisman. Therefore, we should sit here. Besides, there are 6 people next to that seat who are from the Golden Crow world." Han Fei thought to himself, what a coincidence. At this moment, someone from the Golden Crow world said with a smile, "We've been waiting for a long time. Holy Lady Chuling is finally here. Take a seat. The banquet is about to begin." The other person from the Golden Crow world snorted and muttered in a small voice, "The Snow God's temple is really something." However, which one of the people present was not a heavenly talent? Han Fei glanced at them. Only half of them were peak-level venerables, and most of them were half-kings. It could be said that these people were only a step away from becoming kings. With so many powerhouses present, how could the whispers not be heard? Therefore, many people wanted to see how the 2 people from the Snow God's temple would deal with this situation. Ice Snow Chuling looked at a person not far away and said, "Fellow Taoist Ji Chen, why is our table over there?" Ji Chen smiled and was about to speak when the person who had just said to Ice Snow Chuling said, "Our Golden Crow world and the Snow God's temple are so close that we have to sit together. What do you think, Holy Lady Chuling?" Hearing this, Ji Chen said, "Holy Lady Chuling, please forgive us. We had arranged for you to sit next to us, but the fellow Taoists from the Golden Crow world are quite happy about your arrival. I can't disappoint them." Immediately, the strong masters of the other heavenly palaces all looked at Ice Snow Chuling. Although there were also heavenly palaces that were friendly to the Snow God's temple, it was normal for heavenly talents to watch a show. Besides, now that you rashly came out, wouldn't it be only natural for you to be targeted? Anyway, the Snow God's temple would at most be taunted and picked on. At this moment, many people were whispering to each other. Han Fei didn't know the people here, nor could he tell which worlds they were from. However, he could hear their voice transmission. Some righteous women said via voice transmission, the supreme clearness world and the golden crow world are too much. Aren't they deliberately embarrassing the people from the ice snow world? Another person replied, we don't have to get involved in this. Our glazed glass world has never meddled in the messy affairs of the heavenly palaces. Outside. When Han Fei heard this, he deliberately glanced over. There were 3 men and 3 women, a total of 6, from the glazed glass world. All of them seemed to be beauties. But beauties were too common here. So Han Fei didn't care. Han Fei only paid attention to them. After all, he should secretly leave with these people. Some people were still talking via voice transmission. Han Fei had only seen the strong masters of the million poison world. 3 men from the million poison world were discussing. One of them said, if it were me, I would have poisoned the golden crow world. B** starves to death on the spot. Another person said, how dare you poison them to death? Once the poison is detoxified, you will be mortal enemies. Someone else said, I remember that the snow god's temple ship was moored at about the same time as ours. Why did they come late? I'm afraid they were framed. Everyone was whispering via voice transmission. Although Ice Snow Chuling was the holy maiden, she was so angry that her heart was trembling. She thought to herself, the supreme clearness world is too much. Han Fei was helpless. So what if she was a holy lady? Holy ladies could be angry too. Seeing that Ice Snow Chuling was thinking, Han Fei thought to himself, what's there to think about? Buzz. Han Fei directly made a decision for Ice Snow Chuling. Their relationship is bad to begin with. They just want to embarrass you today. Why don't you take the initiative to give yourself a way out? The void changed. In an instant, the 2 tables were about to be teleported through the void and appeared in front of them. Hiss. Han Fei made a move without hesitation, which was beyond everyone's expectations. At least, in the opinion of the heavenly talents from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, even in the opinion of those from the 13 worlds in the inner domain, the snow god's temple couldn't be so aggressive. The most inappropriate thing to do was to change seats. What if they couldn't get the 2 tables? Then they would lose face. However, would Han Fei consider the possibility that he couldn't snatch it? He had never failed in snatching something. Humph. However, the void trembled, and someone from the Golden Crow world said indifferently, fellow Taoist Shuizhan, aren't you too petty? Why are you not giving face to our Golden Crow world? Han Fei saw that this person cultivated the great Tao of space. Han Fei knew that his great Tao of space was most likely inferior to the other parties. Therefore, he wrapped the tables with his soul power and forcibly snatched them. The man from the Golden Crow world sneered. Although this boorish man is using a small Tao of space, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Immediately, the man released his soul power to suppress the tables. But Han Fei smiled. My great Tao of space is inferior to yours, but is my soul power also inferior to yours? At that moment, Han Fei secretly activated 100 Beast Soul Devouring in his soul. Crack, crack, crack. Boom. Puff dash. At that moment, the void shattered, and the tables appeared in front of Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling. The heavenly talent of the Golden Crow world vomited a mouthful of blood, which flew more than 10 meters away. It was not as simple as vomiting blood. This person was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Blood tears flowed down from his eyes, shocking many people. Han Fei, on the other hand, sat cross-legged as if nothing had happened and said indifferently, "So weak." Han Fei's sudden attack shocked everyone present. Today, no one who could sit at this table was simple. Everyone knew that this holy child should be extraordinary, but they did not expect him to be so domineering and powerful. Huixian of the Golden Crow world was definitely not weak. Although he was only a peak-level venerable, he mainly cultivated the great Tao of space. To be able to walk this path, his strength must be extraordinary. Although Han Fei tried his hand just now, it was obvious that what Han Fei really used to collide with Huixian was the power of the soul. His great Tao of space should be inferior to Huixian's. However, Huixian was defeated the moment their soul power collided. This meant that Han Fei's soul power was extremely strong. Originally, everyone was just watching a show. But now, the people of the Golden Crow world had clearly ruined the show. They had lost a lot of face. Immediately, Han Fei felt that everyone was looking at him. After saying, "So weak," Han Fei sat cross-legged and picked up a spiritual fruit as if nothing had happened. In fact, Han Fei also knew some spatial techniques. Therefore, everyone saw that a bite was taken from the spiritual fruit in his hand, but Han Fei didn't even move. It turned out that with his mask on, Han Fei had taken a bite of the spiritual fruit via void grafting. Han Fei's behavior attracted a lot of attention. The 3 women from the glazed glass world were quite surprised. One of them said, "I didn't expect him to win so easily." Another person said, "It's no surprise. The Golden Crow world underestimated the Ice Snow world. No one who can come here is a pushover. They lost because they underestimated the enemy." Ice Snow Chuling smiled bitterly to herself. Han Fei still chose to attack directly. After all, he was the master of a heavenly palace. He was almost on the same level as a king. How could a king be despised? However, Han Fei's attack would definitely make people notice him. However, then she thought to herself, Han Fei probably didn't care. A person who could easily kill a half-king would only care about kings. Not long after Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling sat down, a strong master of the Golden Crow world said, "Fellow Taoist Shuizhan, it's just a joke. Why did you hurt him?" Han Fei said indifferently, "You're looking for trouble. If you dare to look for trouble, be prepared to be beaten. There's no need to hide anything." These words were too straightforward and directly pierced through the cover. "We are already enemies now. Don't you know if you want to give me a hard time or not?" In the 13 worlds in the outer domain, someone from the 5 elements world said, "It seems that Shuizhan is indeed strong. However, this person clearly has the strength of a half-king, but he has to disguise himself as a peak-level venerable. Could it be that he only has the combat power of a half-king and not yet a half-king?" Someone shook his head slightly and waited to see. This show had just begun, so there was no need to jump out too early. If they were beaten easily like Huixian, it would be too embarrassing. The expressions of the people from the Golden Crow world were not very good at this moment. They had been humiliated in public, so how could they not take revenge? Unfortunately, now was not the time. The time was not yet right. While everyone was waiting to watch the show, Jichen from the Supreme Clearness World stood up. Jichen said, there was a misunderstanding just now. However, we 36 heavenly palaces are all human beings. We should work together. It was just a joke just now. That was just a spar between them. It should be very helpful. As he spoke, Jichen glanced at Huxian. His meaning was, it should be very helpful to you. It's better to recognize Shuizhan's strength now than later. When Jichen spoke, his words were gentle and his voice was calm. He did not seem to be putting on airs, but he casually described this matter as a trivial matter. If Han Fei and the others had lost this round, he probably wouldn't have said that. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. He had met a few people from the Supreme Clearness World in a row, and they were all like this. He wondered if the people from the Supreme Clearness World were also sanctimonious. If so, then the Supreme Clearness World was indeed the enemy of the Yin-Yang world. Han Fei looked down on them for their hypocrisy. Jichen said, now let's look at the sword talisman and drink some enlightenment true tea. This enlightenment true tea was collected from the buds of the heavenly imperial ancient tree. It's a specialty of our Supreme Clearness World. At this time, Snow Chuling said to Han Fei via voice transmission, in fact, this banquet is meant for the heavenly talents of the heavenly palaces to get to know each other. Although there are many heavenly talents in the 36 mystic worlds, there are very few heavenly talents who have the capital to become kings. This time, those who came here are not ordinary people. Han Fei asked, so? Will there be a friend making part in this banquet? Snow Chuling nodded. Yes. But if the heavenly talents are not from the same heavenly palace, they might not be sincere to each other. Han Fei sneered. I don't need friends. Snow Chuling thought to herself, what do you mean you don't need friends? It's all because you attacked the Golden Crow world just now, so now you've become a thorn in their side. At this time, whoever befriended you would have to bear the risk of offending the Golden Crow world. And offending the Golden Crow sky meant offending the Supreme Clearness World. Everyone knew that after the death of the Golden Crow world's king, the Supreme Clearness World had been supporting them. Therefore, when the people of the Golden Crow Wan family were slapped in the face by Han Fei, the Snow God's temple didn't just offend one world. Of course, it was not that no one dared to disobey the Supreme Clearness World. At least, glazed glass, immeasurability, and other two heavenly palaces were not afraid of them. When the banquet began, the people of the heavenly palaces got to know each other, but no one came to Han Fei and the others from the ice snow world. Seeing this, a young man who looked like a scholar cupped his hands at Han Fei. Fellow Taoist Shuizhan, I'm Song Kaiyuan, from the Supreme Mystic World. Then, Song Kaiyuan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Brother Shuizhan, your luck is extraordinary. Just now, I sensed that there was a roar in that space, which was very similar to the exclusive secret technique of the beast king world that had disappeared for a long time, the 100 beast soul subduing roar. Brother Shuizhan, I'm really surprised that you can even learn a great technique of the beast king world. Han Fei's heart did a flip. How could this guy recognize it? His 100 beast soul devouring had already been deduced and upgraded. It seemed that the Supreme Mystic World couldn't be underestimated. No wonder it was said that the Supreme Mystic World contained all kinds of techniques. Han Fei replied, I once found an ancient place where there were remnant souls of many beasts, and I learned this technique there. Song Kaiyuan thought to himself, sure enough, only in this way can Han Fei learn the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Anyway, it was impossible for Han Fei to go to the real Beast King world to hear the 100-beast soul-subduing roar. Song Kaiyuan of the Supreme Mystic World greeted Han Fei. His junior sister also looked like a well-read woman. She bowed to Han Fei gently. Greetings, fellow Taoist Shuizhan, I'm Shui Sisi, from the Supreme Mystic World. The people of the Supreme Mystic World were the first to greet the Snow God's palace, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many people inadvertently glanced over. The people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain smiled bitterly. Someone said, sure enough, only Supreme Mystic, Immeasurability, and the other 2 heavenly palaces have the confidence to challenge Supreme Clearness. Someone agreed. We have to be careful in the inner domain. At the critical moment of the opening of the land of King Death, we shouldn't make enemies for such a trivial matter. Someone from the Million Poison World exclaimed, I'm not envious of making friends with Shuizhan, but I'm envious of Supreme Mystic for having the confidence to challenge the heavenly palaces in the inner domain. A woman from the 100 Flowers world said, I'm afraid the Snow God's temple won't have it easy this time. Someone from the Golden Crow world said with an unfriendly gaze, the Supreme Mystic World and the others have been domineering for a long time. They won't be able to return from the land of King Death this time. Han Fei heard many voice transmissions, but the people of the Supreme Clearness World were really drinking tea, enjoying the scenery, or greeting guests. Glazed Glass, Immeasurability, Sword God, and Supreme Mystery had always been united. Therefore, after the people from the Supreme Mystic World greeted Han Fei, someone from the Sword God world nodded at him. I'm Jian Hui, from the Sword God world. Greetings, fellow Taoist, from the Snow God Palace. Han Fei returned the greeting. He knew the personality of the sword user, so he had nothing against Jian Hui. Snow Chuling said, the strength of Jian Hui is unfathomable. I've only heard that this person's strongest sword can rival a king. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, there were super heavenly talents in the world outside who could also beat a king as a half-king. Snow Chuling continued, Song Kaiyuan is good at arrays and fighting at close quarters. He is not as gentle as he looked. Han Fei understood. At this moment, a burly man from the Immeasurability world looked at Han Fei. And Snow Chuling gently. Greetings, I'm Li Kaitian, from the Immeasurability world. Snow Chuling said, I'm not familiar with this person. I've never seen him before. In the end, a woman from the Glazed Glass world said to Han Fei, fellow Taoist Shuizhan, I'm Lu Ran. What you did just now is great. Han Fei nodded slightly. These 4 worlds had all greeted Han Fei, not because they really cared about the Snow God's temple, but because they didn't get along with the Supreme Clearness world. Therefore, they were happy to befriend people who were enemies with the Golden Crow world or the Supreme Clearness world. A moment later, Han Fei was eating spiritual fruits and observing the sword talisman. Thinking, what others can't see doesn't mean that my calabash can't. Just as the information appeared in the demon purification pot, Jichen stood up and said, everyone, I think we've introduced yourselves to each other. Now, let's move to the next part, okay? Han Fei looked at Snow Chuling in confusion, wondering what the next part was. Snow Chuling also said in surprise, I thought it would be tomorrow or the day after. Who knew that it would be today? Seeing Han Fei's puzzled look, Snow Chuling said, "It's said that when the 36 mystic worlds gather in the supreme clearness world, they would inevitably communicate with each other. Some people who have a lot of grudges against each other will be given a chance to fight. Because in the land of King Death, there are many hostile forces such as the Merman race, the 100 demons race, and the undersea human race. Human beings must forget all their grudges and work together to survive in the land of King Death." Han Fei sneered. "Does it mean that we will be given a chance to fight each other here?" Snow Chuling, "I'm afraid there are kings watching in the dark. They won't let anyone really get hurt here." Han Fei didn't believe that anyone could put down the grudges after a fight with his enemy. This was probably just a verbal excuse. The real purpose was probably to see the abilities of the Heavenly Palace's heavenly talents. Snow Chuling said, "You don't have to put in too much effort. Just muddle through it. It's not good to expose too much of your strength." Han Fei was about to nod, but the old turtle suddenly said in his heart, "I didn't feel the gaze of a king at all." "Huh?" Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "There must be a trap." Han Fei said to Snow Chuling, "If anything happens, you can fight with all your strength. This battle may be a trap." Snow Chuling was slightly stunned. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "Understood." Jichen said with a smile, "We'll go to the land of King Death in 2 days. In the past, when we enter the land of King Death, we'll encounter powerful enemies like the merfolk. They have a lot of people, so we have to be united. If there are any grudges, let's fight today. In the land of King Death, we have to unite and resist the sea demons together." The people from the heavenly palaces seemed to have long known it. Therefore, they did not react when Jichen suggested it. Jichen said, "Because this is a friendly spar, there's no need to hide. As for the reward for this spar, it's better than last time. It's a heavenly imperial star fruit." Hiss. Someone was surprised. The supreme clearness world is really generous this time. This heavenly imperial star fruit only bore fruit once every 300 years. There was only one fruit each time. It contained the essence of Tao runes and could help people comprehend and break through. It could quickly recover physical injuries and could even be used as a treasure to resist the heavenly tribulation. The supreme clearness world is really rich. Han Fei glanced at Snow Chuling. "Is it very valuable?" Snow Chuling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yes. This fruit is indeed rare. However, it won't be easy to get it." Han Fei smiled. "Why?" Jichen said, "All of you are strong and don't fight in the void. Then, let's use the heavenly imperial ancient tree as the battlefield. Whoever reaches the top first will win. Of course, in order not to ruin the harmony, there are naturally restrictions. No one can destroy half of the leaves of the heavenly imperial ancient tree. Otherwise, you will lose and can't join in the competition again." Han Fei said casually, "This is just a treasure hunt. How can it be a competition?" Snow Chuling, "How can it be so simple?" At this moment, 6 people from the Golden Crow world stood up. The leader chuckled. "Holy Lady Chuling, fellow Taoist Shuizhan, please." Snow Chuling said, "People will find their enemies to fight here. Both sides or many parties will climb at the same time. Not everyone starts to climb to seize the treasure at the same time. You have to defeat your opponent first before you can continue to climb." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Doesn't that make us enemies? I Snow Chuling said, for the heavenly palaces, which don't have any grudges against each other, this is just a simple competition. There will be wins and losses in a battle, but for those who have personal grudges, they will represent the interests of their respective heavenly palaces, so they won't let their opponents win easily. Han Fei glanced at the Golden Crow world casually. 2 versus 6? It's not fair. I Snow Chuling, they can only send 2 people. Han Fei smiled. That's not bad. Let's give it a try. The heavenly imperial ancient tree was 300,000 feet tall. When the so-called sparring began, every leaf on the heavenly imperial ancient tree began to light up. Buzz. A terrifying gravity fell down, and everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain. Under such gravity conditions, if one wanted to reach the top of the heavenly imperial ancient tree, he had to have excellent control over his strength. Of course, to the heavenly talents of the heavenly palaces, this was like a basic skill. No one felt that it was inappropriate. Han Fei felt the pressure on his body. Under such circumstances, his strength was suppressed by about 50%, and so were the others. I Snow Chuling said, we are still on the ground. When we begin to climb, the gravity on our bodies will be different every 10 feet. Therefore, we need to adjust our control of power and time. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. You mean, the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. In the end, your strength may be suppressed to less than 10%? I Snow Chuling nodded. To be precise, if you can reach 10,000 feet high, your strength will only be 10 to 20% of your peak state. Any higher, it will be even more difficult. When the Golden Crow world chose 2 people, Han Fei could see that one of them was the one sitting in the front just now. I Snow Chuling seemed to have foreseen this and said, these 2 people are both candidates for the Golden Crow world's king. The thinner one is called Xia Hai. His strength is not bad, and his spiritual beast is a fire cloud whale. It is said that he is the candidate with the highest chance of becoming a king. His weapon, the blue fire ruler, has been tempered by the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The other person is called Tian Ning. His spiritual beast, the lava tortoise, has astonishing defense. He cultivates the indestructible fire body and also walks the defensive path. Xiao Hai said indifferently, I don't care how Jin Quan died, but the snow God's temple doesn't take the Golden Crow world seriously at all. This time, we can settle our conflict. What do you think, Holy Lady Chuling? I Snow Chuling, fellow Taoist Xiao Hai, it's time to end the conflict between the Golden Crow world and the Snow God's temple. After this, we will have nothing to do with each other. Have nothing to do with each other? Ha, you make it sound so easy. I wonder where you got the confidence to say that. Han Fei looked up with his hands behind his back. You talk too much. When do we start? Xiao Hai and Tian Ning both looked at Han Fei with hostility. Not long after Han Fei finished speaking, Jichen said, everyone, when a leaf falls, this battle will begin. As the leaves moved with the wind, the disciples under the tree found their opponents. Leah. When the nearest leaf snapped with a crack, the heavenly talents all jumped up, as if the gravity on their bodies didn't exist at all. Hua. Han Fei and I Snow Chuling also stepped into the air. Tian Ning seemed to have been prepared for this. His first step was not to chase, but to reach out. His hand to grab Han Fei's ice mask. The holy child, Shuizhan, was mysterious because of the mask on his face. If the mask was broken, Shuizhan would lose a lot of face. But how could Han Fei let him? In terms of reaction speed, Han Fei was even faster. He leaned back, tilted his head slightly, and launched the near-at-hand technique. Slap. Tianning was slapped in the face. Many venerables were dumbfounded by the scene. Hiss. A woman from the glazed glass world took a deep breath and said, "Is Tianning stupid? Shuizhan just showed the power of space, but he wants to take off his mask? Isn't he asking for a beating?" Someone next to her said, "Tianning is a half-king. The holy child, Shuizhan, is only a peak-level venerable. However, in terms of endurance, speed, and reaction speed, he has surpassed Tianning. This can only mean that either Shuizhan's current realm is fake, or he has the ability to cross realms and fight." Someone chuckled. "A peak-level venerable? It's impossible. It said that Shuizhan killed a half-king in a few seconds. At that time, Han Fei on the Avenger said that Shuizhan was a half-king. Now he's hiding it just to use his strength in the land of King Death." Instead of grabbing Han Fei's mask, Tianning was slapped in the face. How could he bear it? Because not even a leaf could be damaged in this fight, Han Fei didn't use much strength in this slap, but the sound was very loud, which greatly embarrassed the Golden Crow world. Xia Hai snorted. "Idiot, where's your shield?" Tianning couldn't say anything. In fact, he had an invisible shield, but Shuizhan had used the power of space just now. This guy directly bypassed the invisible shield and slapped his face. Tianning gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. He swore that not only would he drag Han Fei down today, but he would also never let go of this guy in the land of King Death. Fire ring, heaven's shield. Chi La. At this moment, most people were still in midair and hadn't even reached the first branch, including Han Fei. A 1,000-foot-wide ring of fire appeared above Han Fei's head, blocking his way. If Han Fei rushed forward, he could certainly break through the ring of fire. But the power he created would inevitably cause damage. Therefore, Han Fei's figure disappeared with a buzz and appeared on the ring of fire in the next moment. He said leisurely, "Idiot." Han Fei was the holy child of the snow god's temple, second only to the snow lady. In other words, Han Fei's real status should be on par with the strongest person under the king realm in the supreme clearness world. Therefore, it was only natural that Tianheng couldn't stop Han Fei. Although there were some worlds in the inner domain, and some in the outer domain among the 36 mystic worlds, this didn't mean that the worlds in the outer domain were necessarily weaker than those in the inner domain. The two sides were connected by sea routes and shared resources. Even if the quality of spiritual energy and environment of the outer domain were a little worse, their luck might be better. Therefore, the appearance of the Holy Child was reasonable. After all, his appearance was suddenly announced by the Snow Lady for the sake of the land of King Death. Shuizhan might be a heavenly talent that the Snow Lady had specially nurtured for many years. Seeing that he failed to stop Han Fei, Tianheng quickly stepped on the void and chased after him. Compared to Tianheng, Xia Hai and Ice Snow Chuling had already fought dozens of times. Because they didn't use too much strength, the battle between the two of them didn't look fierce. At this moment, Xiao Hai used the fire essence to gather a wisp of red flame and pointed it at Ice Snow Chuling. Ice Snow Chuling certainly wouldn't underestimate it. She skillfully condensed a snowflake at her fingertip. However, neither the red flame nor the snowflake exploded. Instead, they rushed into the two's bodies, respectively. They were both half-kings, so they could withstand the energy in their bodies. 111. If it were Ice Snow Chuling in the past, she might not be willing to do this, because the intersection of yin and yang would only trigger her cold body. She could only slowly devour the energy of the fire essence. But now, Ice Snow Chuling had recovered from her serious illness and found all kinds of vitality resources to replenish her vitality. She was no longer the same as before, so Xiao Hai did not gain any advantage. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, two people were falling down from the tree. Their hand techniques changed in midair. One was good at hidden weapons, and the other was bursting with healing light. They were the heavenly talents of the Million Poison World and the Million Poison World. Han Fei saw that wherever they passed, the void was cracked by the poison, which showed how poisonous the heavenly talent of the Million Poison World was. Before the two of them touched the ground, they separated and retreated 1,000 feet before rushing towards each other again. On the other side, sound waves rippled. There was a woman from the Sanskrit music world playing the zither. The sound of the zither was trembling and occasionally hurried. The sound was lonely and eerie, as if putting the listeners into a hell of evil spirits. As for the other woman, she held a staff in her hand and was surrounded by colorful clouds and mist. She was obviously from the dream-weaving world. The battle had just begun, and all the heavenly talents were showing their abilities. Here, except for Han Fei, who appeared to be a peak level venerable, the others were all in the half-king realm. At this moment, no one was defeated. It could be seen that these people were all very strong. Be it from the inner or outer domains, the gap between the top heavenly talents was not that big. At the highest point, someone had already rushed more than 6,000 feet away. Here, there was a person who used a soul saber to kill the enemy. Under the tree, people kept exclaiming, "Look, Bei Tang Xian's destiny soul saber is one of the 4 ultimate techniques of the infinity world." Someone sighed. After all, the dragon-subduing world has been weakened over the years. It is said that Song Hongyu failed to slay the dragon last time and was injured instead. I wonder if he has recovered. Someone shook his head slightly. I'm afraid not. Look, blood is flowing out of the corner of Song Hongyu's mouth. Puff dash. In the sky, a person instantly fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Under the tree, a huge pit was created, but his look was still fierce. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, revealing the ferocious dragon tattoo on his body that flowed like blood. Humph. At this moment, even though this person, Song Hongyu, who had just been hotly discussed, had been defeated, his blood and chi were still shocking. Someone from the dragon-subduing world said, "Hongyu, your injury." Song Hongyu raised his hand slightly and waved it casually. He said in a dull voice, "It's fine. Although the Destiny Soul Saber is powerful, it's not enough to injure me. However, Bei Tang Xian's control is better than mine. He just took advantage of it." Swish. 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 Among the branches and leaves of the heavenly imperial ancient tree, the lowest one had already reached 50,000 feet high. Han Fei didn't sprint, and he had only reached 60,000 feet high. Han Fei felt that the gravity around him had increased a lot, and his strength had been suppressed to only 30%. The others were the same. At this moment, Tianheng tried to lock onto Han Fei with fire threads. Han Fei intended to use the infinity water to bind them with the blade Inferno. However, the infinity water was the ultimate treasure of the ashless world. Would anyone recognize it if he threw it out now? He had just casually used the 100-beast soul-subduing roar, but the people of the supreme mystic world had recognized it. If he used the infinity water, and it was recognized again, they would definitely suspect him. Thinking of this, Han Fei reached out and drew a knife from the void. In the next moment, he directly attacked Tianheng with the 100-beast soul. Devouring. Cough. Tianheng grunted, and Han Fei's heart did a flip. This person's soul power was not weak, much stronger than Huaxian's. However, Han Fei took out a void crack and slashed Tianheng. However, the flames meandered into the void and actually withstood the void. Crack saber. This was enough to prove that Tianheng's strength was extraordinary. 222. However, in the next second, two dark blue scimitars swept past this person. Pooh! 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 At that moment, under the ancient tree, everyone was shocked. Tianheng was cut into 4 pieces and then slapped down by Han Fei. How could everyone not know whether Tianheng was strong or not? He was famous for his defense. In the end, he was directly cut into pieces and was destined to lose. To a half-king, those who could kill you could destroy your soul and not give you a chance to be reborn. The Golden Crow world was even more embarrassed. Huaxian and the others shouted, "How is it possible? Tianheng's physique is extremely strong, and his shield and armor are unparalleled. How can he be killed so easily?" Someone looked sideways. It's his double scimitars. Those scimitars seem to be invisible blades. As soon as the man shouted, he saw the blue twin scimitars enter Han Fei's body again. Han Fei rarely used the blade of hope, but now, if he used another way, he might damage the heavenly imperial ancient tree and be eliminated. As for the blade of hope, it could ignore arrays, shields, and matter. If Tianheng had resisted it with his soul power, he might have been able to withstand it. However, Han Fei's first few moves were already extraordinary. Tianheng didn't expect Han Fei to have a backup plan. Tianheng's defeat was witnessed by many people. Someone from the Supreme Clearness world below secretly kept it in mind that the Holy Child, Shuazhan, used nameless twin sabers, which were suspected to be a sea-quelling bizarre treasure that could ignore shields and armor. This so-called competition was also a way for others to get to know you. Han Fei pretended to be the Holy Child, so naturally, many people paid attention to him. Xiao Hai certainly saw Han Fei's move too. The Golden Crow world had already lost 2 rounds. If he lost again, it would be a big disgrace to the Golden Crow world. Xiao Hai frowned. It was not that the Golden Crow world could not be defeated, but it could not be defeated by the Snow God's temple. If it was really defeated, wouldn't it mean that the current Golden Crow world was even inferior to the Snow God's temple? How could they still defend their 4th place ranking? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, when Han Fei defeated Tianheng, a green ruler appeared in Xiao Hai's hand, and flames surged on the ruler. Someone exclaimed, "It's the green lotus fire. It's a spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Isn't he afraid of hurting the heavenly imperial tree?" The long flames were like snakes, and the lines of fire were like silk. Under the illumination of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, the body of ice, Snow Chuling immediately froze. However, Ice Snow Chuling was also a half-king. Although she had once been sniped in the violent hurricane, that was because she was caught off guard and ambushed by many half-kings. At this moment, a red line appeared on the forehead of Ice Snow Chuling, and a blue sea slug formed an ice barrier that blocked the power of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Someone was surprised. It's an ice sea leech. Isn't it said that Ice Snow Chuling will aggravate her injuries every time she uses it? Is it worth it to use it here? Buzz. Ice Snow Chuling was the holy maiden of the snow god's temple after all. She represented the snow god's temple. In such a competition, she would definitely try her best, so she tried to free Xia Hai's soul with the power of ice. Unfortunately, she had just entered the half-king realm. Although her injuries had recovered, she was still weaker than Xia Hai. Cough. Ice Snow Chuling coughed, and Xia Hai sneered. Green flames appeared in his eyes, and he forced Ice Snow Chuling back with the soul-catching flames. The corner of Ice Snow Chuling's mouth was bleeding, and she felt that her soul was being suppressed. Suddenly, the two people in the battle felt a change in the void, only to see a void blade appear with the intention of cutting Xia Hai. Xia Hai moved horizontally. He had been paying attention to Han Fei. He had seen Tian Heng's defeat. How could he not be on guard? Of course, Xia Hai didn't want to fight the two of them alone. They were all heavenly talents of the same level. The only difference was the great Tao. The holy child's methods were strange, and he'd better not fight him. Roar. A low roar entered his ears. A green light flashed between Xia Hai's eyebrows. And he actually resisted the 100-beast soul devouring. He sneered. Why did you use this trick over and over again? Do you think you're invincible in the half-king realm? However, as soon as Xia Hai finished speaking, he suddenly felt his body tighten, and a spiritual energy thread gathered in Han Fei's hand. 333. Han Fei sneered. I knew you were on guard, so the 100-beast soul devouring was never an ultimate move. In the next moment, an ice hammer appearing out of nowhere smashed at Xia Hai and nailed him to the ground. At this moment, Han Fei used the star teleportation technique, appeared next to Xia Hai, who was about to break free from the threads of spiritual energy, and reached out. Slap. The loud slap made everyone narrow their eyes. Who would have thought that the Golden Crow world, the fourth of the 36 mystic heavens, would be defeated in all three battles? For a moment, there were many people gloating. After solving the two half-king heavenly talents of the Golden Crow world, Han Fei and Ice Snow Chuling arrived 10,000 feet high. Han Fei didn't help Ice Snow Chuling. He would save his skills as a spirit gatherer in the land of King Death. He had shown enough by now. 10,000 feet high, Han Fei's strength was compressed to less than 20%. Was C. At this moment, 8 people had been eliminated one after another. It could be said that there were very few people left. The old turtle said, the higher, the more difficult this kind of battle is. When you reach 200,000 feet high in the sky, I'm afraid that less than 5% of your strength will be left. When the time comes, it will be the time for a real fight. You have to hold back. Han Fei smiled under the mask. At that time, I'll still be at least an advanced peak level venerable, and I can also use my great Tao. His great Tao was too powerful. If he used it here, he would probably scare these people. This time, he was not here to fight. As the saying went, first come, first served. You guys, take your time. I'll go snatch the award first. In the blink of an eye, while everyone else was fighting, Han Fei soared over 8,000 feet more into the sky and reached 20,000 feet high. 111. This speed was already extremely fast, which required constant adjustment of one's strength. Now there were only 8 people who had reached this height, including Han Fei. Among these 8 people, there was Ji Chen from the Supreme Clearness world, Jian Hui from the Sword God world, Lu Ran from the Glazed Glass world, Li Kai Tian from the Immeasurability world, Bei Tang Xian from the Infinity world, an iron tower-like giant, and a woman with a veil. Han Fei didn't even need to introduce himself to the 2 strangers when he heard someone talking below. Someone said, I didn't expect the top 8 to appear so quickly. Ji Chen's opponent must be Jian Hui, Li Kai Tian of the Immeasurability world and Bei Tang Xian of the Infinity world are opponents. Lu Ran of the Glazed Glass world and Nan Gongyu of the Dream Weaving world will fight. As for the rest, Shui Zhan of the Snow God's Temple is a dark horse, but he's probably going to be killed by Wu Hao of the Chaos world. Someone smiled and said, I have some objections. If he meets Wu Hao outside, he definitely won't be able to beat him. But the fight in the heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree is about subtle means. Wu Hao fights too fiercely and powerfully. If he can't hold back, he might eliminate himself. Someone else said, Shui Zhan is quite extraordinary. First, it was Hu Xian, then Tian Heng, and then Xia Hai. He single-handedly dragged down the 3 king candidates of the Golden Crow world. No wonder he dared to be so domineering today. While everyone was discussing, Han Fei learned that his opponent was Wu Hao from the Chaos world, which was ranked 2nd in the 36 heavenly palaces. As far as Han Fei knew, the Chaos world and the Supreme Clearness world weren't birds of a feather. The Chaos world became the 2nd strongest among the 36 mystic worlds with their real strength, and even the Infinity world had to be ranked below them. At this moment, Wu Hao also looked at Han Fei. Originally, the 2 of them had not interacted before. Wu Hao did not expect that his opponent would be this mysterious man from the Snow God's Temple. However, since he was here, Wu Hao would not show mercy. However, at this moment, Wu Hao did not continue fighting. He looked up at the 20,000 feet height. Han Fei immediately understood that Wu Hao meant that he would wait for him there. Han Fei thought to himself, Wu Hao is very smart. Han Fei knew at a glance that this person's physique was extremely strong. In the array of the heavenly Imperial Ancient Tree, the higher one climbed, the greater the pressure, and the harder it was to exert his strength. And the physique became the key to victory. Unfortunately, Wu Hao thought so, but he didn't know that Han Fei thought so too. Han Fei thought that the fact that he was a body refiner wouldn't be a secret, nor would it be worth hiding. Therefore, the 2 of them soared into the sky, past the others, and took the lead to reach the 20,000 feet height. At the same time, Ji Chen, Jian Hui, and the others were fighting and climbing. They even took a look at them. However, when they saw that Han Fei's opponent was Wu Hao, they were all relieved. Wu Hao was not weaker than them. They might not even be able to defeat him in a real battle. Shui Zhan might have some combat power, but he was still inferior to Wu Hao. They could tell at a glance why Wu Hao wanted to fight at the 200,000 feet height. It was because he was a body refiner. However, to their surprise, Han Fei jumped up without hesitation. Under the tree, someone sneered. Shui Zhan probably doesn't know how terrifying a body refiner is. Wu Hao is a half-king body refiner. He is so strong that few people in the same realm can match him. Someone shook his head slightly. After all, Shui Zhan has just entered the world and hasn't experienced the beating up of the strong. He will understand a lot in this battle. However, 200,000 feet high in the sky, as soon as Han Fei arrived, he saw Wu Hao rushing at him with close combat techniques. Observing Wu Hao's attack, Han Fei knew that this person had a very good control of his power and had just the right strength, and the direction of his strength had been carefully considered. It was very difficult to injure the tree. However, the moment Wu Hao approached, Han Fei's snow-white cloak flew up. Under the cloak, Han Fei and Wu Hao exchanged more than 100 blows in an instant. Almost instantly, there was no sound under the tree. Although they were at a height of 200,000 feet, where the two of them only had 1 or 2% of their combat power left, as body refiners, they were the most powerful people in this environment. Han Fei didn't retreat at all when facing Wu Hao. Close combat meant that Han Fei was also a body refiner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen close combat. Bang! 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 Bam! 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 Power burst out of their fists, and when it landed on the other party, the power was absorbed by the other party. Therefore, Han Fei and Wu Hao were in a stalemate. Huh? Wu Hao was surprised. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. There was a body refining expert in the Snow God's temple? Besides, the power unleashed by Han Fei was almost as terrifying as his own. Han Fei was also surprised. This guy was so strong. Although he didn't use his full strength, because he didn't want to cause instability, his casual punch was close to 10,000 waves. Logically speaking, others wouldn't be able to withstand this attack at all. After all, strength was pure strength. After it burst out, it wouldn't be too suppressed by the pressure, realm and speed, so it wouldn't be suppressed much. Wu Hao was surprised. You've already mastered the golden body? Han Fei was also surprised. Wu Hao was also refining his golden body, but his golden body hadn't been completed yet. Han Fei immediately understood. He said, "You're walking the great Tao of strength." The two of them pretended to be shocked, but Wu Hao was really shocked. This guy didn't walk the great Tao of strength, but his strength was comparable to his. This only meant that the other party had a golden body. If he had a golden body in the venerable realm, he would almost be invincible. At this moment, Wu Hao knew that the other party was probably the Snow God's temple's trump card. This was the first time Han Fei met such a powerful opponent. Although the half-king he met in the cage also walked the great Tao of strength, his physique was not very strong. However, the great Tao this person walked now was very similar to his. Although this person walked the great Tao of strength to be comparable to him, it still meant that his strength still had room for improvement. After 7 or 8 seconds, Ji Chen and the others had already surpassed Han Fei and Wu Hao. The two of them were still fighting each other, but Wu Hao knew that the energy in his body was consumed too quickly. This couldn't go on. As for Han Fei, the void lines had already reached the top of the tree. At the top of the tree, there was a stone platform made of floating stones. On it was a spiritual fruit with white skin and purple spots. Han Fei could even snatch the heavenly imperial star fruit now, but he didn't want to expose the void lines. And in theory, he couldn't climb up until he defeated Wu Hao. Han Fei wanted to win, but he couldn't use his full strength. If he could easily defeat someone like Wu Hao, then even if he entered the land of King Death, he would probably be specially taken care of. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly stopped and took 3 punches from Wu Hao. His body faced the sky, and with a swish, he used the star teleportation technique and teleported to the sky. Wu Hao thought that Han Fei was going to run away, but when he was about to give chase, he found that the space suddenly changed, and his body was sent thousands of meters away, hitting a leaf. In order to adjust his strength, Wu Hao used too much force and broke a leaf. Seeing this, Han Fei smiled and flew into the sky. Swish. Not good. At that moment, Ji Chen, Jian Hui, Bei Tangxian, and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect Wu Hao to fail to keep Holy Child, Shuozhan. Wu Hao was also speechless. It was rare for him to encounter such a strong opponent. He was just having fun when he was suddenly tricked by this guy. How infuriating was this? Everyone chased after Han Fei, and Ji Chen and Jian Hui almost turned into 2 sword shadows that rushed at Han Fei. 333. Han Fei sneered and also jumped out. In terms of speed, Han Fei didn't think he was inferior to anyone. Even if a king came, he could run for a while. Therefore, without anyone stopping him, under everyone's stunned gaze, Han Fei actually reached the top first. Han Fei grabbed the heavenly imperial star fruit. Behind Han Fei, 3 figures caught up. Han Fei grinned and put the heavenly imperial star fruit into Forge the Universe. Power surged on Han Fei's fist, which smashed at Ji Chen and Jian Hui with extremely violent power. Han Fei said, "You've underestimated your enemy."